Right now, portions of the Gulf Coast getting lashed with the far-reaching outer rain bands from Tropical Storm Cristobal. We're talking about heavy rainfall and very strong winds as well, and the potential for tornadoes too. Then this storm travels far inland, perhaps where very few storms have gone before, as a remnant low. We're tracking that side of the story as well. Welcome back into the weather channels, continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We have our crews all over this storm from the Gulf Coast in Mississippi, in Alabama, in northwestern Florida, and inland too, to track this storm for you at home. Right now we are live here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, where today we've seen the strongest wind gusts thus far, right around 44 miles per hour. So yes, this is living up to tropical storm force winds here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. The outer rain band's not that far off either as well. I want to show you the lay of the land if we can, and just show you how strong some of those waves are right now. Look at this, high surf warnings, where waves could crash in close to 9 to 12 feet high. You can sort of see the fury of the Gulf of Mexico right there. That's the general direction a lot of these storms are coming from, the easterly direction here. So yesterday we had so much new easterly flow that a lot of this water started to pile up. So if we can go down towards the ground now, overnight last night and into this morning, occasionally you get a strong wind gust and you get a strong wave break that pushes this water all the way to overwash portions of this beach. We were speaking with city officials here in Pensacola just yesterday and in Escambia County that a truck parked probably right about here, okay? And they said that we were expecting the overwash to get this far, so they moved those lifeguard stands back to where that lifeguard truck is. Well, now we've seen that come to fruition, and then beyond more than that. So that's the latest here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. An outer rain band, I would say another 15 to 20 minutes or so. It's on the way here. We'll be tracking that. Also tracking this storm right now is meteorologist Jen Carfagno from Biloxi, Mississippi. Jen.
All right, yes, Tevin, I get your rain eventually because it's all rotating that way with the whole general circulation. So the thunderstorms in Pensacola are going to be tracking over here. I want to set the stage, and you know, Tevin had some great big breaking waves. We don't get waves here in Biloxi, hardly ever. So this is a big deal to even get this. I know this doesn't look anywhere near, of course, what they have down there right along the Florida Panhandle coast. But the waves have been kicking up, and the surf has been coming all the way in. If you don't know the lay of the land here, so this is actually the Mississippi Sound, and there are barrier islands on the other side. On a clear day, you'd be able to see actually a few of them, like Ship Island from here. People take boats, they go out, and on the other side, you've got that, you know, beautiful, clear, green, blue Gulf of Mexico that Tevin has there. That's on the other side of the barrier islands. So we're in this transition zone right here that normally is very flat. Because of the barrier island, it's protected, and we don't get a lot in the way of a rip current threat ever. But because of Cristobal, things have changed. And so the waves are building, and we are getting breaking waves here. In fact, I saw a couple of kids trying to boogie board, which is something that you don't get to do a lot here on the coast of Mississippi on these beaches in Biloxi. The other thing that I want to point out is just the water coming up, and we're just about past high tide. We should have at least another 100 yards of beach. And even at the time of high tide, we don't usually get much change at all in the water levels. But because of Cristobal sitting out there in the Gulf of Mexico, and for days the swell coming in, that is helping to increase the water levels. This water coming in is preventing the drainage, which you can't see it, but it actually is seeping down on the sand right in this area. The fact that the water's coming in doesn't allow that drainage to happen as efficiently. And so we are going to be watching for some flooding on the other side of the beach, on the roads, the beach boulevard, and then watching Highway 90. And so, you know, it's really an interesting synergy that goes on between the water out here in the Mississippi sand and the beach and the point of it, and these dunes and the point of them as well, to prevent flooding from happening on the roadways here into Biloxi. These dunes are not natural. They are man-made, and they are built to help prevent this sand from washing up on Highway 90. The beach itself is not natural. Decades ago, they brought in the sand to make these beaches, and it's all really in a synergistic effort to help prevent the town and the roads from getting water over here from the Mississippi Sound. There has been flooding. There's been flooding happening along Highway 90, so deep actually at points that cars were stalling out. I understand there was a tow truck that had to come in to remove one car. And unfortunately, we're not done with this yet, because for now, we still have an east wind. When we get a south wind, that could push even more water in and bring us that risk of flooding and flash flooding. So that's going to be a concern for the duration of this storm. Let's bring in Carl Parker to talk more about the analysis. And Carl, we'll probably get landfall later this afternoon. But even after landfall, we're still going to have the same type of impacts here into Mississippi, because we'll be in that onslaught of moisture.
Yeah, you're going to be looking at an onshore flow going on for a very long time, right into tomorrow. So yes, it's going to go on for quite some time. That's been the hallmark of this storm, a long duration event. And we can be thankful for the fact that it really didn't get its act together. You can see the dry air in orange there just wrapped completely around the system. So we never did see a whole lot of convection developing about that center. That center still exposed today, and that's a big part of why we have not seen intensification since yesterday. But it is still a formidable storm. We've got these bands of showers that are now coming through, and with these bands of showers, they're going to bring down some of that stronger wind that is aloft. So we will see some pretty gusty wind that just came through Gulf Shores and Dauphin Island there in Alabama, coming up towards Pascagoula right now. As those bands come through, it'll get pretty gusty winds gusting 40 miles per hour plus. And on top of that, you've got a tornado threat. There could be water spouts coming on shore. Tornado watch going until 5 o'clock this afternoon. And storm surge also is going to be an ongoing worry here. Look at this. That is 4.5 feet Bay Waveland Yacht Club. So that is definitely in the range of life-threatening storm surge. And anything above 3 feet is life-threatening. And you can see that flow coming into the concave nature of the coastline there. So this is going to be an ongoing worry. And as Jen mentioned, even as the storm is lifting to the north, we're still going to be looking at an onshore push through tonight and into tomorrow. So the storm surge warning continues there in parts of western Mississippi as well as into eastern Louisiana. Let's get back out to Tevin Wooten. He's in Pensacola. And Tevin, you're just outside of the tornado watch there, but certainly could be some water spouts coming in at any time with some of those bands of showers.
Yeah, Carl, and we're going to have an excellent vantage point of those potential water spouts, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for those. But right now, in the meantime, though, we want to turn to Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who's standing by and joining us over the phone today. Senator Cassidy, can we first talk about how your state has prepared for Tropical Storm Cristobal?
Yeah, people in low-lying areas, we've been through this before with much worse storms. We're not taking it for granted, but you can just see the preparation. People in low-lying areas know to move out. There's regular updates coming from the city of New Orleans, for example, advising people not to do things like drive through water and such like that. And those folks who have nursing homes or others in harm's way, they make the preparations, and they've made those preparations also realizing they have to take care of issues such as coronavirus. So I think we're going to be well off.
Yeah. And Senator Cassidy, can we kind of talk about how this perhaps is, of course, the first tropical storm of the season with a significant impact, and how it has presented challenges there as well?
Say that last part again. I'm losing the last part of your statement.
Oh, sorry. Apologies there. I know we've got some strong winds going on right now. Can you take us through some of the challenges that you've had preparing for this storm?
Yeah, so, I mean, there's actually, let's think of the external events. There's the coronavirus, so that, again, if you have to evacuate, you have to make sure that you're going from an environment that's safe for you relative to coronavirus to one that's not. Secondly, you have to think about the protest, and that there were reports of folks who would like to have a protest in New Orleans. There were regarding George Floyd. We understand that. If they're peaceful, we're all with them. We're kneeling with them. And I understand that there was some of those protests happening sporadically. So there are three sets of preparations. One, if you're in a low-lying area, getting sandbags or else moving to higher ground. Two, if you were at risk of exposure to coronavirus, making specific preparations for that. And three, if you were one of those in sympathy with the protest over George Floyd, figuring out how to do so, hopefully peacefully. I will say some good news. The president has issued a disaster declaration, which will allow resources to come to bear should they be needed. We appreciate that. But our state, again, has prepared for such things before, and we're just going to keep doing what we are used to doing.
And And Senator Cassidy, my final question to you is, can you tell us the plan moving forward? I know that we've got a few hours before this storm makes landfall. Can you take us through the plan as this storm does move inland, not just for southern Louisiana, but also northern portions of the state as well?
Yeah, so whenever there's a storm in Louisiana, there's a series of risk assessments as to what area is going to be hit, what is the likelihood of flooding. If you're going to be flooded, you're near the coast, for example, they ask folks to evacuate. There are command centers, for example, in St. Mary's Parish, which are built to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. So the command center will stand up and St. Mary's is on the coastline. So they stand up to be able to address that. If there's a risk of the power outage, then there will be fuel trucks moved close to where they think there's going to be an impact, so that if for whatever reason a lot of people have to evacuate, those fuel trucks can go in and get the gas stations ready to go. But we also have generators that can be deployed to keep the gas stations able to pump gas. Hospitals have their own alternative energy sources, generators, et cetera, to keep things going. We've learned our lessons. And of course, there's always bad things that can happen. But in terms of communication, in terms of transportation, in terms of getting needed resources to people, we have those stores ready to go.
All right, the state of Louisiana prepared for a tropical storm Cristobal and tropical storms to come here throughout hurricane season 2020. Senator Cassidy, thank you so much for joining us today. We want to turn now to Dauphin Island, Alabama, where our Paul Goodlow is. Paul, good afternoon to you.
Hey there, Kevin. We're still dealing with the onslaught of the moisture and rain, as well as the push of water here, doing some damage to the dock there. You see some pretty nasty screws out here, and these dock boards have pushed up. Another reason why you want to be careful if you have to venture out after this. You can see all the dock boards going up and down. And there's boats tied up here. I want to bring in Jerry Wisenhunt. You're the captain of the Data Girl, which is kind of moored out here. So talk about what you're doing to make sure that your boat, your investment, your livelihood is safe during this.
Well, we get down here, we've got double dock lines. We've got every rope on that boat doubled, and we're just making runs. You probably see captains in and out, checking out, making sure their boats are in good shape. Don't want one to come loose, because if one comes loose, it hits another one. We can't have that. And you're right, this is our dream job. We get to go fishing every day. This is my retirement job. Somebody else pays me to retire and live on a boat, so I'm loving it, but I got to take care of that baby. So when it's like this, we're out here. We got to come keep it up.
So compared to a normal day, how high is this water? How rough is it right now compared to a typical day here in Dauphin Island?
A typical day here in Dauphin Island, man, it's slick, maybe 1 or 2 feet. Normally on the boat, I can run 30 miles an hour. It's so you can almost water ski behind it. It's so nice. But when these things happen, it's a different story, and today's a different story.
You mentioned that the boats are tied up, but the dock is kind of taking a beating, and you expect a lot of the boards to be coming up off the dock?
And we're starting to see it now, and I've seen it when it lifts all, half the boards will get blown up, and what happens, that water pressure just keeps hitting on the bottom, going up and up, and just keeps banging it, and before long, the nails and screws give up, and we're starting to see it now.
And real quick, Jerry, I know you got off the island. Talk about the drive out there on the highway there. You're talking about overwash of water and debris.
Yeah, the causeway down where the road's close to the water level, it's coming over. We're seeing just the wave action is pushing all the debris. There's floating logs in the road, all kinds of things like that. I know Dauphin Island's starting to clean some of that off, but we've got to hope for more water to wash it off, or those guys will get it cleaned up, one way or the other.
All right, Jerry Wisenhunt, captain of the Data Girl, thanks for taking
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, right
y'all stay safe.
We will too, you too. So again, we're still dealing with the onslaught. High tide is trying to come out, but Kevin, it's also being pushed against the winds, keeping that water in here in Little Dauphin Bay. So it's definitely a push of water, and this dock is certainly losing at this point. Devin?
All right, Paul. Just checking out this outer rain band that's coming through right now. 34-mile-an-hour winds. I've got my handy wind anemometer here. And we've been anticipating this band probably since we started the top of the show, about almost 10 or or so minutes ago, 34-mile-an-hour wind speed right now. The highest wind gust that we had earlier today, I believe at the Naval Air Force Station, was 44-mile-an-hour winds. But you're getting this steady onshore push of winds that, of course, is bringing the rain and the potential for tornadoes and water spouts. But it's also translating to the water here from the Gulf of Mexico. This open ocean with so much fury, so much power, and so much energy right now. The waves are crashing out, perhaps topping out at about 9 to 12 feet. That is the high surf warning that the National Weather Service put out earlier today. But just look at how the water is all now coming parallel at times, essentially along the beachfront here. Earlier today, about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago, is actual high tide right around 11:50. So that high tide, combined with the extremely strong winds that we're seeing right now, has brought a lot of the water up. The beach is technically open. However, today is certainly not the best beach day. You do have some vacationers that are out today, but the biggest guest, the biggest unwelcome visitor here, that lies just beyond me in the Gulf of Mexico. We're talking about Tropical Storm Cristobal here on the Weather Channel.
Live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 91, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 73, winds light and variable. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The past storms that we've had, as far as Katrina and Isaac and other, storms in the past, have just driven all of the lakeshore homes up in the air as much as 14 feet high, because they want to stay out of any type of harm's way.
It's all about the impacts, whether it's a tropical storm, a depression, or a hurricane. And right now we're dealing with the impacts from Tropical Storm Cristobal. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodman live in Dauphin Island. We started this morning on the Gulf side, but our location, well, it was difficult to get there because of overwash even earlier this morning. We can show you that video coming up, but we had to fall back to kind of the back side of the island, the sound side. This is Little Dauphin Bay we're next to. And high tide was about an hour or so ago, but the wave action, already seen wave height, the water rise of at least 2.5 feet here, and visually it looks like it was even more from earlier this morning. We are seeing some progress. We're starting to see the sidewalk on the dock around that bait shop out there, which was completely covered about a half hour ago. So as the tide is slowly coming out, the water is very slowly coming down. But on top of the water, you have wave action being driven by the relentless wind that's coming off the Gulf of Mexico. Even though the center of Cristobal will still be about 150 miles away from where we are, this is a barrier island, so really not much stopping the wind as it comes off the Gulf of Mexico and then pushing into Mobile Bay, and then here in Little Dauphin Bay here as well. That persistent easterly component of the wind is really impacting not only this part of the bay, but also the road which leads on and off the island towards Mobile. And reports, even saw a video of someone who drove the causeway here showing debris being pushed over the highway here. I know AlDOT, even the Dauphin Island public works crews are trying to make sure that is clear from that debris and that people can still get out if they really need to, although trust me, I've been out here all morning long. This is not fun, people, so hunker down. This too will pass as well. And again, this is a barrier island, so they've taken the brunt of plenty of hurricanes and tropical storms in the past, and in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to have huge impacts, but definitely inconveniences, and also reports of some overwash in parts of the west end of the island you just can't get to because the water is high right now, as we're seeing some stronger rain bands come in this way as well. But again, the impact's not just related to what's going on in Louisiana, Mississippi, or here in Alabama. We also have impacts farther east, even in the Florida Panhandle. Let's go back to Tevin Wooten, who is in Pensacola this afternoon. Tevin.
Yeah, Paul, 2020 certainly living up to its standards here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, in terms of the weather, as if things could not get any weirder. About 30 to 45 or so minutes ago, we actually had blue sky. The winds were still strong, though, but we had blue sky, maybe specks of rain on the radar. But oh my, how quickly time has changed things here. And only about half an hour or so ago, I want to take you out to the water. Yesterday when we were here, we had a slope here on the beach in terms of what the sand was doing. And now this has all been taken over by the very strong waves that are coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. You can sort of see how this flow too sort of comes in and creates its own current because of this easterly flow. So the water is getting backed up right now on some of the beach side where typically people would be walking. And here goes a whole push of water. Look at that right there. It's exactly what happens. Of course, you get some marine debris in this, but also some logs have been in this as well. So we do have to be careful when we're out here. So we're wearing supportive footwear as well as we're doing this. But man, 44-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I would certainly say that we've had about a 35 to 36-mile-an-hour wind gusts over the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. And this is just the beginning. The winds have been sort of the story of Pensacola Beach and its impacts with Tropical Storm Cristobal, especially when you consider this is always a precursor to those strong outer bands that are coming through. So as we look at the radar, I would say we do have to be prepared for another strong push of rainfall here within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. It's a bit difficult for me to hear right now because the winds are so strong. So Tracy, just let me know. All right, we're going to go to Carl Parker in the studio.
All right, Tevin, thanks so much. And let's take a look at the tornado threat right now. That's always a concern with a landfalling tropical cyclone. And as we zoom in, you see these bands of showers that are coming in. And where we see some more individual cells, that's where you have to be a little more concerned about the possibility of some rotation. You see the big band now working up towards Mobile, a little bit of rotation showing up in that. There is now a tornado watch in effect until 5 p.m. this afternoon, southern Mississippi and southwest Alabama. What's going on here is you've got winds coming out of different directions at different altitudes. At the surface, it's firmly an easterly flow coming across Biloxi and Mobile, but our winds coming more out of the south and southeast at about 5,000 feet. And that turning of the wind creates the rotation in the atmosphere, which can be acquired by storms in their lowest levels, and that can lead to the development of tornadoes. So 3 out of 10 on the Torcon today for southern Mississippi and southeast Louisiana, and we've got a 2 out of 10 in areas outside of that. That's going to be an ongoing concern in this area, and certainly we'll keep a close eye on that. Also watching the storm surge potential now up to 4.5 feet at Bay Waveland Yacht Club in southern Mississippi. Much more in the tropical storm coming up in just a few minutes.
Next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
The beginning of another work week here. Welcome back into the Weather Channel, and now we're continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. The outer rain band, the far-reaching outer rainfall band from Cristobal is here. Not just rainfall, oh no, we're talking about strong winds too and rough surf as well. Some of the wind gusts I was just measuring before we came back to you, right around 30 miles an hour. We've had stronger wind gusts than that, surpassing tropical storm force right around 38 miles an hour and 44 measured at the Naval Air Station here in Pensacola, Florida. Florida. The winds are strong. This is a very loose sand on the top of the layer here of sand. So a lot of that sand is actually being lifted up by the strong force of the winds. It's pelting us in the face. It is almost like acupuncture as it is being lifted up. But that over there, that's that outer rainfall band that's coming through here. And you can sort of see how dark the clouds are, and look at how the waves are crashing in as well. This is typically where plenty of people would be on the beach on a sunny day. In fact, we had a couple of people out here earlier on the beach here. Most of those didn't bring their chairs though. They just came out to sort of observe and see how strong the the rainfall was, and how strong the winds were as well. But it happens rather quickly, Julie, as you know. People come out, they try to enjoy it, but Cristobal has other plans, and the outer rainfall bands do come through, and just like that, everyone is back indoors and in shelter. Julie?
Yeah, it's kind of, as you mentioned the other day, like ants coming in and off the beach, right? You scramble out and you scramble back in. Tevin, thank you so much. We want to talk about Cristobal and where it is heading, and boy, it's going to be heading pretty far north. So taking a look here at the live radar right now, this particular area in and around Jacksonville really inundated with a lot of rain, not only today but yesterday, some areas in excess of 8 inches. So for that reason, we're concerned about Florida for the flooding, but also flash flood watch up now here for many of the areas north of where Cristobal will in fact make landfall. So up into the Mississippi River Valley, extending up into Springfield at this hour. And I expect that we could see that extended even farther north, because look at what's going to happen with this. Kind of an unusual situation. We're going to see all of this moisture, and keep in mind it's such a massive system that there's plenty of moisture to work with. All of this working up northward. So we're looking at 2 to 3 inches working its way as far north as the Midwest. In fact, Wisconsin, you could see some of this moisture, and this is not common. In fact, it would only be the 3rd time in history that you have seen the tropical moisture in your state being pulled up that far north. Here's why. We've got a cold front to the west, so that's going to be moving off to the east. That's going to add some energy and help draw up that moisture, along with our jet stream being way up in Canada. So the door is open for that to happen, and we're talking about over the next few days, maybe by midweek, that moisture getting drawn up, as we mentioned, maybe all the way to the Great Lakes. So we're going to have to watch for flooding and even some storms along with that as it does so. Flash flooding tomorrow, very likely in and around Jackson, Mississippi. Little Rock, another area to watch for that, but really anywhere in green here as what's left of Cristobal continues to push northward. So Little Rock, your forecast looks like this. Does look like some thunderstorms, certainly a lot of rain coming your way tomorrow. Much better forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday after all of that passes. And of course, we're going to have to watch for the thunderstorms as well, maybe some severe weather. I want to get back out now to Paul Goodlow, though, on Dauphin Island, where taking a bit of a beating this morning with all of that rain and wind.
Yeah, Julie, we kind of walked a couple of steps away from the bay here to kind of show what's going on here, the road. This is Highway 193. We're looking north. You drive over this causeway on towards the mainland eventually, but that's the road. Once you get over this causeway, that's pretty low lying, and seeing some overwash and some water, but also debris coming through as well. You can see what the wind is doing to that sign there, as well as the palm trees. But also, just noticing this, Matt, a little bit to the right, look at that building, the marina here. Parts of that, the tin there, aluminum, is flapping in the wind. Even the roof, seeing a little bit of part of the roof kind of flapping there as these winds are relentless, and that's the concern. We're very close to Little Dauphin Bay here, so that off over the island, then you have the Gulf of Mexico. So that's the deal with wind, is it's basically there's nothing slowing it down coming off the Gulf of Mexico. So it hit this area, you see some of the strongest winds, and hence some of the wind damage that we are seeing already. This is still on the minor side. This is a tropical storm. We are so far away from it, but we have such a large wind field and rain field. Things we'll watch as we approach landfall later on today of Tropical Storm Cristobal.
Domino's is series of Weird Earth, then a 10 Top 100 Weather Moments.
The only thing I would say is we also live here, so we know exactly every time we step to the jet exactly who we're doing it for. It's our families, it's our friends, and it's everybody that we're trying to protect. So just listen to your alerts, watches, and warnings, watch the Weather Channel, and make sure that you're adhering to all the guidance that your government officials and the Weather Channel is trying to give you. If it's time to get out, it's time to get out. Remember, you also have pets and you also have elderly people in your family. You need to take care of them.
Great information from one of the hurricane hunters there from Keesler Air Force Base, and we thank the men and women of the Air Force reservists who do this job on a part-time basis, getting into the storms, giving us information to give us the forecast to bring to you. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Dauphin Island, Alabama, Barrier Island, Mobile, 30 miles behind me to the north. You can see what's going on here in Little Dauphin Bay. Yes, storm surge, water rise, even wave action here, pushing water up and over the dock and then onto the sidewalk here, easily maybe a foot or so deep. You can see, as far as you can see, a lot of wave action going on here as we're still in a pretty nasty kind of band, as well as some boards from the dock have been washed up. So definitely seeing some damage there as well. But also, we noticed here at the marina, this big building which holds a lot of boats. We're noticing just part of that top of that door, part of the aluminum kind of flopping. You know, nothing major, but imagine that ripping off and then going over on the highway, which is just off to, I guess, screen left to my right. That's Highway 193 that takes you over the causeway and eventually on towards Mobile here, which also, that road a little farther north, pretty low lying, seeing some overwash of some of the sound water as well. While we're seeing a decent rain band here, I know it's even raining heavier farther east of me where Pensacola is, and that's where Tevin Wooten is this afternoon. Hey, Tevin.
Hey, Paul, good afternoon to you. We're still in this outer rainfall band here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. I'll take you to the water because that perhaps is one of the most remarkable things to see right now, just the force and the fury of Mother Nature and the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, if you can see, all of this was beach not even 24 hours ago. But of course, with the strong push of the wind, pushing the water up more and more and more, every now and then we start to see a strong swell come through here. You can see sort of some deposition here of debris that's been brought all the way up. So you really don't have that much beach left right now because the water is overtaking the beach right now. The pier, probably about a quarter of a mile or so away. You can also tell how reduced the visibility is right now because of the rainfall. Also, there's a lot of loose sand on the top layer here at the beach, so that sand gets carried away as well. No major erosion concerns, thankfully, though, here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. Now, I will say the biggest concern, depending on how strong some of these outer rainfall bands are going into the evening hours here, how strong are the winds? That's when we look at closing some of the bridges. Right now, we haven't got to sustained winds of 38 miles an hour, Carl. We have had gusts, though, at 44 at NOS, at the Naval Air Force Station. So we have to monitor that extremely closely. But right now, there's no word on if that's closed or not. Carl?
Yeah, and that's probably how it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon, topping out with tropical storm force gusts there along the coast. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. We've seen this onshore push for a while now, and where the water gets trapped by the concave nature of the coastline, that's where we're seeing the maximum water level rise, 4.6 feet, Bay Waveland Yacht Club, and that is definitely a life-threatening surge there. So ongoing storm surge warnings for parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast and southeastern Louisiana outside of the hurricane risk reduction system, that elaborate series of walls and floodgates and levees put in near New Orleans after Katrina. As we look at the winds here, you see the huge area of strong winds on the east side of the circulation. So as we've been saying for a while now, very asymmetric circulation, but we've got a long way to go as this thing presses up into the north. So even after the storm comes inland, the center of the storm comes inland, the wind will continue to be very gusty and coming out of the south for quite some time. And that tropical storm force wind starting to come up here into areas of the Gulf Coast. It's not going to be sustained tropical storm force, most likely, though it will be close in some cases. In New Orleans, gusting now to 28 miles per hour, but the stronger wind is actually farther to the east in those bands of showers that are coming through, now gusting to 36 miles per hour in Pensacola and 31 in Mobile. So this is the forecast for the winds going forward, and you notice here the wind continues to push onshore. Now we're going to low tide tonight, so we'll have a little less of an issue with storm surge, but we still have that onshore flow, and the gusty wind then comes up into southern Mississippi even into tomorrow morning as well. So a long duration event, Julie, something that we're going to be dealing with for many days to come.
And as if we don't have enough to deal with, we also have a severe weather threat in the plains to watch out for, particularly later on this afternoon and this evening. We're talking about areas along the Red River Valley, definitely going to be looking out for some pretty strong storms here. In fact, we have it very likely from Pierre all the way up into the Fargo area. And we're talking about hail that is extremely large, winds in excess of maybe 75 miles per hour, perhaps some tornadoes as well. So we do have a 5 on our Torcon, so that is pretty high there for portions of the Dakotas here, and then a 3 as well throughout that area. But we're looking at this in terms of your timing. So this is 11 o'clock this evening. You'll see a lot of this moving through in the overnight hours, so that threat really existing from, say, any time this evening through the overnight while you're asleep. And we could see the development of long track supercells as well. So we're going to continue to follow that for you, but heads up there in the plains, looking like a pretty rough evening.
The fighting spirit is one
when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 89 degrees under sunny skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 91, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 73, winds light and variable. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are talking about Tropical Storm Cristobal today on the Weather Channel, and we've been bringing you live scenes all day long from different beaches all along the northern Gulf Coast. We've got 2 cities highlighted for you in the direct path of the storm. We're talking about Biloxi, Mississippi, and then just south of Bay St. Louis is Waveland, Mississippi. You can see the angry waves there. Certainly not a scene that you would typically see every day, but with very strong winds coming out of the south for some of us and coming out of the east for others. They're doing this, and they're doing what you just saw there in Waveland and also Biloxi right now. I want to bring in Eric Gilmore. He's the emergency manager here in Escambia County. And Eric, can you kind of take us through how you guys prepared for this storm?
Absolutely. So our preparation started earlier, toward the end of the week last week. We had meetings with Mobile Weather. While we had meetings with Mobile Weather, we got an idea of where the storm track was going to go, which helped us out prepare. We brought our community partners in and our outside agencies in Friday to come up with a action plan for this weekend, because it used to happen always on the weekend, so we want everybody to be prepared.
Right.
So we had our action plan done for Friday, set for the weekend. We have agencies on standby in case this thing took a turn to the east toward us or intensified. So far, the track's held true, done good for us. So lifeguards have moved all their equipment back from the beach, the high tide cycle, and they have also moved trash receptacles. So we've done a lot of preparation around the county. Public Works has got storm drains ready for the rainfall that we're thinking we're going to get. But we do have our agencies on standby to respond if we need to.
What does it look like when you guys get about, maybe 3 or 4 inches of rainfall in a short amount of time with a strong onshore push of winds?
When we get in a short amount of time, we do get stacking water, we do get flooding. Fortunately enough, we've been in a moderate drought. So I think we can handle that short amount of time. If we talk to these rain bands with long durations and training, that's where we're going to run into our problems, and we're monitoring that right now and making sure our agencies are on standby for those.
Can you talk about some of the bridges here, because this is a very coastal community and you have a series of bridges, the Pensacola Bay Bridge among others, and Garson Point as well. At what point do those bridges close?
If we reach sustained winds at 39 miles an hour, and that's for a 2-minute duration, then we will shut the bridges down for safety. Right now we've had gusts, as you're seeing right now. We are getting gusts up there around 40 and up, but those sustained winds of 39 miles an hour.
All right, thank you so much, Eric Gilmore. We certainly appreciate you for your time. We wish you the best of luck with this event and also future hurricanes and tropical storms to come. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to go inside now, though, to Carl Parker, who's standing by with more on Tropical Storm Cristobal. Carl.
Yeah, Tevin, we are still looking at a 50-mile-per-hour storm. This thing just really did not intensify in the last 24 hours, and that is because of the presence of this dry air that was always on the west side, but wrapped around the underside and right into the center as well. And so just as we saw yesterday, that center of circulation is exposed. There aren't thunderstorms wrapped all about the center, and for that reason, it really was not able to get its act together and get any stronger. But it's still a very big storm, and it's still going to have a lot of impact. Here, by the way, is a little low-level center. That could very well be where the lowest pressure is. It's been sort of cycling around the larger circulation here. And as that comes on shore, that could actually mark the landfall of the system later today. Here you see a big band of rain that is coming up towards I-10 in southern Mississippi and Alabama. So that is going to be one of the big problems with this storm. Also, ongoing flash flood warnings from Valdosta, Georgia on southward across 75 and across I-10 there. Here's the model forecast showing you how this is going to play out. Really heavy rain on the way for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi tonight and early tomorrow. Then through the day tomorrow, we see it move up and into Arkansas. So it is very likely that we will see flash flooding in southern Mississippi, in southeast Louisiana going through tomorrow morning. And this is what we're thinking about in terms of totals, probably 4 to 5 inches of rainfall in southern parts of Mississippi, and we'll see something similar over towards southwest Alabama as well, a good 3 inches plus of rainfall. So an awful lot of wet weather on the way and flash flooding a big concern. We want to go out to Paul Goodlow. He is right here on Dauphin Island in Alabama. And Paul, one thing that we often hear from people is, well, it's just going to be a tropical storm. And you can attest to the fact that just a tropical storm is still a really big deal.
Right, it's nothing to take lightly here. In fact, we were supposed to be on the Gulf side, which is off to my right. We have some video of what we saw this morning. There was water covering the roadway, so it just wasn't safe to proceed and head out there because there's already flooding, and we saw it a couple hours before high tide, so we came back to the bay side. And also back here, we have this road. This is 193 leading north to Mobile, and it's a pretty low-lying roadway over the causeway there, and reports, I've even seen video, people driving through there with debris and water covering that roadway. So it's not impossible, but definitely difficult to get on and off the island right now. So yeah, just a tropical storm, but still bringing plenty of impacts across the region, and will do so. The good news is weather is improving later on this week, but right now, ride out the approach and landfall of Cristobal right here with us on the Weather Channel.
Counting your veggies can be hard, so we did it for you. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. What's in your
time? Getting rid of dampness.
Right now, folks, portions of the northern Gulf Coast getting lashed with the far-reaching outer rainfall bands from Tropical Storm Cristobal, along with the tornado threat, the heavy rainfall threat, the flash flood threat, the high surf, and also rip current risk as well. This is a multiple hazard storm that we're tracking for you here on the Weather Channel. And then beyond its inland landfall, this storm goes far inland, perhaps where very few storms have gone before, the tropical remnants of Cristobal to portions of the Midwest. I'm meteorologist Tevin Rudin joining you live from Pensacola Beach, Florida, but we have our crews stretched all across the Gulf Coast, from Alabama to Mississippi and also Louisiana as well. Right now here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, well, we're starting to dry out in terms of the rainfall, but we still have strong winds so far. You can see, of course, some of the palm leaves swaying around right now, but I want to take you to the sky, the dark sky that we have here. There is a palm leaf, so let's go to the ocean, into the Gulf of Mexico. This thing has been raging all morning long, folks, and we're talking about some very rough surf here. The lifeguards have been driving through in their trucks and ATVs, making sure people are not getting into the water, which typically the water would be a couple of yards back. But because of the strong onshore push of winds and also the rip current risk as well, again, closing that water there, we're talking about high surf somewhere between 9 and 12 feet, that coming from the National Weather Service. In terms of the winds, well, we've seen some strong gusts today, right around 44 miles per hour, not sustained. Those are gusts, so not as long as duration as your sustained winds. However, sustained winds at times have certainly been up there close to 30 or 34 miles per hour. hour. If we get to 38 to 39 miles an hour, that's when the county officials and some of the city officials looking at closing bridges throughout the intercoastal waterway and the Pensacola Bay. However, they have not had to do that just yet. So we will monitor that along with the forecast too as we go throughout the remainder of the day. Well, this is sort of what we're stuck in right now. I think there will be some drier times, especially as that drier air on the southern side of the storm and western side of the storm has sort of circulated through. However, if the models are not initializing the drier air properly, then we're going to see more of the outer rainfall bands like what we're seeing right now. Let's go over to our Carl Parker, who's standing by in the studio. And Carl, can you talk to us about that drier air that's sort of gotten captured into the center of the storm, and how that's perhaps not necessarily helping the storm, but also not hurting it in terms of intensity?
Yeah, you know, that's been plaguing the storm from the very beginning, and that's a big part of why it never did get all that intense. We've got a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, moving north at 5 miles per hour. So it really has slowed to a crawl here, and it may be several hours before it actually makes landfall. I can show you what's going on with the dry air. You notice the absence of cloud on the west and south side of the circulation. We always had this exceptionally dry continental air in place, and we knew that that was going to bother the system unless it could manage to fend it off, and it really never did do that. You can see how it wraps around the underside, and it actually gets right into the center of the circulation. When you've got dry air in place like that, you're not going to get thunderstorms developing all around the center, and that's what you need to get a tropical system to intensify. You can actually see the center is exposed. There's a low-level center right in there. There have been a number of little swirls within the larger circulation, and that probably is where the lowest pressure is, right there. So it could be that as that cycles up and comes towards the coast, that could be the point of landfall officially, and that might be a few hours yet before that occurs. It's sort of academic at this point because it's such a large, sprawling system. You've got this big band of rain coming in, certainly gusty winds along with that, a tornado threat, and heavy rain into northern Florida as well. Heavy rain is going to be one of the big threats going forward in southern Mississippi and southeast Louisiana. So we see these lines of showers coming through in Mississippi and Alabama. Tornado watch going until 5 o'clock this afternoon. There's also an ongoing surge threat, surge up to nearly 5 feet. Bay Waveland Yacht Club in southern Mississippi. That's because of that concave nature of the coastline right there. It really helps to pile the water up. And there's an ongoing storm surge warning for southern Mississippi as well as into southeastern parts of Louisiana. So there are ongoing threats here. And, you know, Tevin, as we've been saying all along, even though this is not the strongest of storms, it is certainly a very large storm, and for that reason, the impact's going on for a long period of time. So it's going to be quite a while before things improve where you are.
Yeah, Carl, this storm very atypical and sort of throwing us for a curveball in terms of where some of the strongest impacts are, not necessarily located at the center, but far removed and towards the east. We want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham, right now to talk to us about the latest advisory that they just issued and where we potentially go from here. And Ken, I'm interested, if we have you right now, I'm interested in that forward speed and how we got down to 5 miles an hour. I mean, that's essentially a crawl. Do we anticipate getting any slower than that?
Yeah, so far, looking at that 5 mile an hour movement, I mean, just as you were all saying, that dry air gets in the center, it kind of exposes that entire center, and then even small little vortices start rotating around it. So you get this little wobbling effect that takes place. So slowing down to 5 miles an hour, and with time, eventually starting to speed up. So it might slow down the landfall part of it, but the big takeaway is what you're all covering, and so important. Look how big. I mean, I look back at this whole satellite image here. It stretches across most of the Gulf of Mexico. Rain, storm surge, still got all those impacts. So really trying to look away from that center and see all the dangers of those impacts associated with this storm.
And can we sort of go back to the birth of this storm? And essentially it got its DNA from the eastern Pacific. It dropped a lot of rainfall throughout portions of Mexico and Guatemala, and then it sort of was reborn, if you will, into the Gulf of Mexico. How interesting and how atypical is it for a storm to do such a thing like that?
Yeah, That doesn't happen too often, so those were the origins. You know, we're bringing incredible rainfall. I saw some of the rainfall totals in areas of Central America. Some areas getting 30 to 40 inches of rain, but Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, you know, we've been coordinating with those countries so much about some of this rainfall and the movement. So yeah, pretty unusual, but the story of this one has been, it's just a large storm, and the story has been about the rainfall and the storm surge, and that continues, not just in Central America, but it's still the topic that we continue today.
And Director Graham, I know you're well versed in tropical meteorology, but for someone who isn't perhaps in the Midwest and in the northern plains as they're anticipating to see some of the remnants of this storm, what would you advise them, especially with the severe weather threat and the flash flood threat as well?
Yeah, definitely. Always had that severe weather threat. And it's interesting with these systems, on the right front quadrant of a tropical system, that's where you get most of your tornadoes. 90% of your tornadoes occur right there. So in those rain bands, we'll have to watch. But look at the tropical moisture that's going to move northward. With time, by Monday evening, we're in Arkansas, and then Tuesday morning, Missouri, even getting into Wisconsin with time. So all this moisture is going to continue to stream northward. So my advice is, you know, we start interacting with different fronts. You could still get those tropical rains well to the north. So those tropical systems, it's not just along the coast, it's well inland. So please pay attention to those forecasts along rivers, the flash flooding. It's not just down here on the coast, but you can start seeing some of those big impacts well to the north with time over the next, you know, we start looking at the next 2 or 3 days.
All right, Director Graham, we certainly appreciate you for your time. We know it will likely be a very busy season. I mean, we're barely a week into hurricane season, and here we are with impending landfall across portions of Louisiana. Director Graham, thanks again for your time. We want to go now to, I believe, meteorologist Mike Seidel, who is in Grand Isle, Louisiana. And Mike, that place is evacuated a couple of days ago. Take us through sort of what you're seeing right now, perhaps some of the strongest conditions from this storm so far.
Well, we have really missed most of the weather, even though we're about to see the landfall here on the coast in the next couple of hours. The winds have backed off. We've had a couple of squalls this morning, but now the sun is trying to break through. And what we're showing you is the neighborhoods that have been flooded by this tropical storm. And let's bring in the mayor, Mayor David Comadel from here in Grand Isle. He's been the mayor since 1994. Mayor, thanks for joining us and letting us use your truck to give everybody an idea of what happens even with a minimal tropical storm on this barrier island.
Exactly. You can see we had a 12-foot levee. This is the beach where the orange sign's at. And what's happening, the last time that we flooded this serious was Hurricane Juan. This brings back memories of Hurricane Juan. And I'm going to show you as we're traveling that most of the residents that live here, we didn't expect this at all. And at the meantime, we thought that 2 to 4 feet. In the meantime, it's still coming in, and with the eye a little to the west of us. And like I said, we've got some concerns that what's going to happen next is going to push more and more water.
And most of these homes here are locals, not rental properties, not vacation rentals.
Exactly, exactly. You look to the left, you look to the right, and like I said, that's our people. And for years we've been trying to build a little levee system, and you're going to see as we turn the pump stations, you're going to see coming up. You're going to see some beautiful homes to the left and right, and these are all working people, families. And by the storm passing to the east of us and coming right to us, the eye, like it did for Betsy, this is the type of flooding that, you know, we didn't expect today. You know, and like just a tropical storm, we want the people to know out there that you got to take everything serious when it comes to storm. And again, it's still not here yet.
And that's why you had that mandatory evacuation kick in Friday morning at 6. People, because I heard people in the grocery saying, "Oh, this is not going to be much of anything." And if you talk about the wind and the rainfall, yes, so far we haven't even had a gust of 40, and we've had less than 1.5 inches of rain. But you just look around. I mean, all the way from Route 1, which is right at the beach there, on the other side of the berm, and then all the way back. If Chris Erickson can swing around, we're looking all the way back towards, is that Barataria Bay back there?
That Barataria is to the right, but this is Caminada Bay in that area, yes, sir.
So we're, what, about 3 or 4 miles north of the bridge?
About 4 miles, yes.
4 miles north of the bridge. And that's the only way in and out of the island.
Exactly, exactly. You see the home on the left, right, on this side right here. This home here is a beautiful home. Yes. He's a businessman, and he buys all the shrimp, and him and his wife have a beautiful home, and it's not very few times, you know, we've been flooded, but lately, the last few years, what's happening, this is just a tropical storm, and we didn't expect this at all. So that's why we call a mandatory evacuation between elected officials, myself, and work with other parishes. So again, out of all You know, Mike, out of all the storms, we ground zero, Grand Isle. If you look at all the parishes right now, just got out of a conference call, and I'm telling them I'm flooding.
Okay, Mayor David Commodell here in Grand Isle, thanks for joining us. He's going to stay with us, and we're going to show you throughout the afternoon here on the Weather Channel what we're seeing here in Grand Isle. Again, flooding covering a lot of the city. You can't get in and out right now, and it's going to be a while before the water goes down because they're going to have to get that onshore wind to back off. That's going to be sometime tomorrow. Meanwhile, far away from the actual center, Tevin Wooten is in Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, actually all the action yesterday was in Florida, including those tornadoes around Orlando.
Yeah, Carl, we had that tornado in, Mike, we had that tornado in Orlando, but we've also had a couple of water spouts throughout portions of Alabama as well in Mississippi. Right now, we're still seeing some strong winds, even though we're nowhere near the center of Cristobal. We want to bring in Carl Parker right now for expert analysis and kind of take us through, Carl, in terms of some of the strongest winds. I'm not sure what observations you're seeing, but the sustained, the gusts rather, at 44 miles an hour here at the Naval Air Station, perhaps one of the stronger gusts so far prior to Cristobal making landfall. But what have you seen, and what can you tell us about why we're seeing those strong winds on the eastern side of the storm?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You're definitely getting stronger winds in that area, and you know there is almost a non-tropical component here where you've got a little sharper of a gradient, and that's sharpening up those winds. So it's gusting to 43 right now in Pensacola and 32 in Mobile, 38 miles per hour in Gulfport, and so that definitely stands out relative to what we're seeing farther to the west and closer to the center of the storm. I mean, there in Grand Isle, which is now just north of that center, it's not very windy at all, only 25 miles per hour. Same story in New Orleans. So we're definitely seeing more wind farther off to the east of the center of circulation, and that is more like a non-tropical storm than a tropical storm. And we can talk about how this wind is going to shape up going forward. We expect this large wind field to continue to move off to the north very, very slowly today. I don't think it's going to be quite that windy in terms of gusts nearer the center, because the center is just not that organized, and this is based on a global model, which is probably a little slow to pick up on that lack of organization. But you still see this very strong southerly flow that is coming into the coast there. There we go into 11 o'clock tonight, and it's still going to be quite strong in Pensacola. So as we mentioned, because it is such a large storm, it is a long duration event. It's a very asymmetrical storm. You've got all the wind basically on the east side of the circulation. We've got this area of wind coming up and into the coast, but you've got all of this that has yet to come up and through the northern part of the Gulf Coast. So that's why the wind will continue through tonight and into early tomorrow as well. It's going to be quite some time before it really begins to let up. And so we've got another high tide cycle coming tomorrow morning, and there could be some additional surge issues tomorrow morning. We're going to low tide tonight, but high tide tomorrow morning coming up at about the middle of the day, Julie, tomorrow. So one more cycle to be concerned about with that strong onshore flow. Julie, over to you.
Long way to go. All right, Carl, thank you. You know, tornadoes, another concern from Cristobal. You saw them develop in Orlando yesterday. One came right near the city's downtown. Local media reports at least 8 homes suffered damage and some power lines fell as well. So there we have it. Look at that from yesterday right there near Orlando. Plenty of rain to come with Cristobal on the eastern side of the storm, and we've seen that now for the last couple of days. So right now, still dealing with it, getting quite a dousing there, particularly in northern Florida, right along the Big Bend, where we have that flash flood warning right now. Mind you, some of these areas east of Tallahassee picked up maybe in excess of 8 inches of rainfall yesterday, and now radar estimating here in this flash flood warned area anywhere from 5 to 9 inches of rain falling. So we're talking about a real threat here in terms of the flooding. Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties going on for you until 3 o'clock this afternoon, but certainly Jacksonville, Fernandina Beach, everyone in between, all the way up into Georgia, really getting really extra wet at this moment. Now, we do have those flash flood watches across the Gulf Coast as well, as you would expect, up into Louisiana. Flood watches as well, so we're keeping an eye on those rivers, lakes, and streams. Taking a look here at Florida, then stretching really from Tallahassee all the way down through central Florida, looking at a flash flood watch or a flood watch ongoing. We'll be back with more coverage of Cristobal.
Is that next? You're live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 91 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, partly cloudy, high 92, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 73, winds light and variable. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
They're coming to me. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Grand Isle, Louisiana. We're looking live at Biloxi, Mississippi, Charles Peak there, and there's some light rain, but look at the surf. The winds right now running about 20, 25 miles an hour, gusts 30 to 35 miles an hour. This is the Ken Combs Pier in Biloxi. The Gulf of Mexico is churned up all the way from Tampa Bay, Marco Island, Southwest Florida, all the way over to the Upper Texas Gulf Coast. Now, where we are here, we're getting the issues with water getting pushed in from the Back Bay area into the town of Grand Isle. We didn't get the wind and the rain and the push of water significantly like they've seen over to our east. But here in Grand Isle, you can see we've got the pumps. We also have the mayor, David Comadell, here to explain what's going on, because these pumps are not on. Why is that?
Exactly. Well, we didn't expect this type of water to come in. So our team, my workers came in and we put the pumps up yesterday evening, and all of a sudden this morning you can see it's covered, brand new pumps. We got generators when electricity goes off, and what happens is we didn't want to put nothing like this here. Usually after the storm, when we know a major storm's coming, that you put your pumps out like here. But the problem we're having now is just a tropical storm, and look what we have. We have a big, all these brand new pumps in here. So we're going to wait for the water to start falling back into Barataria Bay so we can put these pumps on.
What do you think that will be?
Well, it depends. We're still, 90 miles from the eye, so we're looking at maybe another 4 or 5 hours with the tide coming up. So maybe sometime during the morning we can start pumping out. But again, this is just a tropical storm, the little levees that we have. That's why we're asking the federal government to step in and start helping us build levees like they did on the south side, right, 12 foot high, so we can prevent this. I don't want to go to my senator, my congressman, and beg every 6 months. All these here little ridge like this, if I can pick them up about 12 foot like I did the south side, I can prevent small storms like this.
And how long do you estimate it will take to get this water pumped out, assuming we don't have a lot of rain?
Well, if the tides, Mike, if the tides go ahead and they come around and start falling hard like they're supposed to after the eye hits us, what's going to happen is you're looking at more pumps that are ordered with the parish and elected officials and the governor. You're looking at where we could come in and probably pump this, between about 80, 84 hours if we get additional pumps. The common time is usually about 76 hours, but this is much more water than we ever had.
Wow. Okay, Mayor, we'll stay with you. We're going to stay moving here. Again, we're in Grand Isle, Louisiana. This is a barrier island about 2 hours south of New Orleans, very susceptible to flooding. They get a brush by or a hit from a tropical system about every 2.3 years, so they're used to this. We'll come back here. Let's first go back down the coast, or I should say, well to our east, to Pensacola Beach, Florida. Tevin Wooten is getting the wind there. Tevin, we're not officially in the center, but it's a broad circulation, and our winds have certainly backed off here on Grand Isle.
Yeah, Mike, very lopsided circulation from Cristobal. The winds are still strong, though. In fact, I was just checking out some of the latest observations at Pine Forest High School. 42-mile-an-hour wind gusts. At West Florida High School in Pensacola, they had a 42 or 38-mile-an-hour wind gust. The maximum gust they saw earlier today was 44, like what we saw at the Naval Air Station. So some very strong winds here throughout this part of the state, and this far removed from the center of circulation of this tropical storm. Another danger that we do have that does lurk in the water, that is the dangerous rip current risk here. And as the water comes on shore, keep in mind, granted, high tide was around 11:53, 11:54. So earlier today, so now we're starting to deviate away from high tide and approach low tide. However, the water was so strong earlier today, combined with the tide cycle, that not only did we see this onshore push of water and this continual flow of water here, you can sort of see where some of the sea foam is, it's where the water was deposited, but the easterly flow was so strong that a lot of the water was actually flowing parallel to the shoreline here and parallel to the beach. But now it does actually want to drain out, so that's a little bit better of a sign here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. You can sort of see some of the ripples that have been created as the water flows back out. And another good sign, Carl, that I will leave you with, some drier air. I'm looking up and I'm able to see just a little bit of blue sky, but certainly some more sunshine right now. However, just as quickly as the rainfall stops and the blue sky does shine through, Carl, you know as well as I do too, how another outer rain band can and likely will come through before this thing is said and done. Carl?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm actually concerned about the possibility of some tornadoes and water spouts coming on shore there. We'll take a look at the radar picture, and you've seen one band come up and across I-10, but farther to the east. I want you to notice these cells. There's a little bit of an issue with the radar in Freeport, so you're not getting a really good look at it right now, but I'm going to stop this so you can see some of these discrete cells as they're coming up right in there. So look at that one and that and that and that. All of these cells are showing some potential for rotation. There's a little bit of rotation that's shaping the structure of the storms, and those are generally coming towards Pensacola right now. And this is the kind of thing that we're going to be worried about through the afternoon. There is a tornado watch in effect in southwest Alabama, just west of Pensacola, also in southern Mississippi, going until 5 o'clock tonight. What's happening here is there's a lot of turning of the winds in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. Winds coming basically out of the east along the coast and out of the south or southeast at about 5,000 feet up. And that level of directional shear is what is contributing to this tornado threat. So we're going to see multiple threats with this storm through the rest of the day today. We'll have much more on this coming up in a few minutes.
I had a
weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Good Sunday afternoon to you. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, live for you from Pensacola Beach, Florida, here in the northwestern portion of the Panhandle. But this storm is far-reaching. In fact, the center of this storm is about 30 miles to the south-southeast of Grand Isle, Louisiana. So if you're wondering how lopsided, how atypical this storm is, very east-loaded on the dirty side of this storm, where we've seen sustained winds close to 30 miles an hour, some of the strongest gusts, not only here at the beach, but also inland as well, close to 40 to 44 miles an hour for some of the strongest gusts. Something else that's strong right now, look at this water. The winds have been crashing in. We do have a high surf warning at least until Monday. The ocean spray is also large and strong as well because of winds too. So not a lot of people are out at Pensacola Beach right now because of some of the outer rainfall bands that we've seen, but also this entire area has been encased in water. Typically that water would stop perhaps another, I would say maybe 8 to 10 yards away, but combined with high tide, we've seen the water come all the way up here, which is essentially eliminating the beach right now, perhaps also leading to some minor beach erosion as well. I'm looking down the way, the lifeguard stands, they preemptively anticipated this storm too, so they brought the lifeguard stands up as well because they knew that the water would get under those lifeguard stands and they didn't necessarily want those to wash away or to also wither away and become victims of this storm. We want to go inside now because, Julie, we know this storm will have a far-reaching impact too, not just here along the immediate coastline, but inland as well, with a flood threat too. Julie?
Absolutely right, Tevin, and this is going to be one possibly that makes its way all the way to the Great Lakes, believe it or not. Right now, looking at live radar, we do have some rain working its way, of course, in through Louisiana, also Mississippi, Alabama, but This is where we're looking at the potential for flooding as Cristobal continues to push northward. Once it does make landfall, you get a flash flood watch here for much of Mississippi, also Arkansas, Little Rock City to watch for potential flooding for you. How much rain still to come with Cristobal? Well, it is looking at least maybe 2 to 3 inches all the way into the Midwest. So we could actually see this system work its way all the way into Wisconsin, which would be extremely rare. In fact, it's only happened 3 times since we began keeping records. What's going to happen and what's going to help that happen is the fact that our jet stream is way up here in Canada. We have a cold front here that's going to be pushing this way, so that's going to help pull up a lot of that moisture, again, potentially all the way to the Great Lakes by the time we get into maybe the middle part of the week. Plenty of moisture to go around with Cristobal, a huge system. It is going to be on the move early this week, heading northward. And again, we're going to have to watch out for the flood threat, also the severe weather threat with this, as some more thunderstorms could develop, but looking likely that we could see some flooding here, particularly in Arkansas, Mississippi. All right, I want to get back out to Mike Seidel right now. He is in Grand Isle, and I know that flooding is certainly an issue where you're at, Mike.
Indeed, we've got the water that's come in from the Barataria Bay. This is not coming directly in from the Gulf of Mexico. It's coming in from the backside. And what we're doing now is going up towards one of the pumping stations. They've been turned off because the water got higher than expected. Some of the water now 3 to 4 feet deep. And we've got the mayor here, David Commandel from Grand Isle. We're following one of his vehicles. What's the plan at this point?
The plan is we got many, this is where the heart of the system is. And like I said, we didn't expect that earlier. The water came in. So you're going to see my guys still fighting to put the pumps up and making sure that we get, as soon as the water recedes, and whatever's trapped on this side of the levee and the roads, we're going to go ahead and start pumping out.
Yeah, so people can get back into their homes. And most of the people here, as we talked about earlier, are residents. They're not vacationers because we have the mandatory evacuation.
Right. And you can see what's happening right now is this is behind toward Barataria Bay, and this is where the road, we want to come in and continue our levees on this side and turn into the pump station. One of the heart of the systems that watch yourself.
Watch it out.
Yeah, and the oak trees, like I said, they were coming in, and we want to make sure that we do it.
Okay, we're going to continue following the situation here in Grand Isle as we await the landfall of the tropical system, which is immaterial because we got major impacts across the Gulf Coast. We'll go back to Tevin Wooten in Pensacola Beach next.
All right, I brought Deadline to Disaster next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Like you're working, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Gulf Coast. This is Mike Seidel in Grand Isle. But over there on the other side of the screen, you see the live picture from Gulfport, Mississippi. One road underwater. And again, some angry surf throughout the Gulf Coast since Friday night in advance of Tropical Storm Cristobal, which will make landfall in this area in the next couple of hours, next several hours. And also over to the east of there, to past Christiana, Mississippi. Boy, remember Camille 1969. And again, another shot of how much water is over the beaches on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. Also a lot of heavy rain we had this morning, more coming in, and still that tornado threat, that low-level tornado threat will continue right into Monday, all the way inland up through parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and into Arkansas, maybe even western Tennessee. And there could be some tornadoes on Tuesday as the system heads into the Midwest. We'll keep an eye on Chicago for sure. Back here, we're in Grand Isle. We're behind what was the levee, the low-level levee on the backside of the island, about 4 feet, did not hold back Barataria Bay. We've got more rain coming in. We also have the mayor over here, David Commandel, and we're at another pumping station, David, which is turned off because the water got too high to keep it running.
Exactly. You can see that we came through the nights with the workers I have, and you can see that the neighbors are coming in and enjoying themselves to get to the pumps. But what I'm saying is we took all the switches off. There's nothing we can do until the water resides back into Barataria Bay. So that's another pump station. We have a total of 16 of them, and in the meantime, that's one of them. That's one of the main of the arteries at the back of the residence that we'll make sure that we're going to pump out.
Okay, thanks, David. We'll check back with you. Again, a lot of the island is underwater, including a lot of Route 1, and that's the only way in and out, thus the mandatory evacuation, which kicked in on Friday morning for good reason for visitors and everybody, but a lot of locals stuck around. Let's go back to Tevin Wooten. He's on the coast at Pensacola Beach, Florida. Tevin, I haven't checked your radar lately. Are you in line for some more squalls? We've got one now knocking on our door here in Grand Isle.
Oh
Well, yeah, Mike, you know that we have our eyes closely attuned to the radar because we are watching those outer bands. They're almost like bicycle spokes, folks, that sort of just flare out from the center of the storm typically, but these flow out from the center and towards the east since this is the east-loaded and the east-dominant storm. So yes, occasionally you can get those outer bands that do come through. Right now we're drier. The clouds are still here. I'll take you out to the Gulf of Mexico because that is where some of the outer rainfall bands are coming from the south and from the south and east. So over the last day, we've seen the dominant flow in the lower levels of the atmosphere change from the east, and now we're out of the southeast. And eventually, I think we will still have that strong push on shore, even into Monday. So we won't necessarily get rid of the rip current risk threat or the high surf warnings that we have in place. At least I would say until the end of the day Monday. But here's what happens when you shut off a big machine like this. We're talking about this tropical storm, and we're talking about the ocean. It takes it a while to sort of become pleasant and constant. So there's a lot of perturbations or waves right now that even though it's like plucking a guitar, even though the initial motion has been plucked, if you will, there's still that up and down undulation or change that you get, that being the disturbed waves. And the waves are so strong right now, it's not advised to get into the water. The skies are drying up, so we do have people coming out from the resorts and from the hotels. A couple of girls and people are in the water right now. If the lifeguards make it here anytime soon, the lifeguard will let them know it is not safe to be in that water. We certainly do not advise that, and that's really been the theme for a lot of folks coming out. Of course, everybody's been cooped up because of COVID-19 over the past several months. This is likely the first time a lot of people are actually getting to enjoy their beach vacations, but it's sort of been spoiled and dampened upon by Cristobal. Let's go inside to Carl Parker now for more expert analysis on this storm. Carl.
Hey, Tevin, we've got an ongoing surge threat, unfortunately, and we're talking about a life-threatening surge in southern parts of Mississippi. Now nearly 5 feet there, Bay Waveland Yacht Club. That's what we were concerned about all along as that flow drives into that sort of concave nature of the coastline. It piles up even more water, so there's an ongoing storm surge warning in northwestern parts of the Gulf Coast of Mississippi and also into eastern Louisiana. And you've got a very large wind field that has yet to come through. That's the hallmark of this storm. It's a huge storm. It's going to take some time for that asymmetric wind field to come up and across the coast. So it's going to be windy right through tonight and through a lot of the day tomorrow, finally starting to let up some by late tomorrow. There you see the winds of 30 miles plus per hour there coming into the coastline. So occasional gusts to tropical storm force, now up to 38 miles per hour Pensacola. Farther west, it's getting a little gustier in New Orleans. It actually hasn't been as windy nearer the center of the system, and that's pretty typical of an asymmetric system. You've got more weather well away from that center, and that's the way it's going to continue to be going through the rest of the night tonight. Well, we're also watching a severe threat in the northern plains, and here's Julie with more on that.
We sure are, Carl. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Wyoming, but really just getting started here. It does look like we'll see some stronger storms develop later on this afternoon and this evening. But for right now, looking at this particular severe thunderstorm warning for Utina, that's hard to say, isn't it? It's 60 mile per hour wind gusts, radar estimated with this, and some possible sizable hail as well. Here is the bigger picture, though, looking very likely that we could even see some development of some supercell long-tracked storms developing later on this afternoon, this evening. Fargo, the Red River Valley, kind of one of those spots to really watch for that. And we're talking about possible tornadoes as well along with that. Our Torcon up to a 5 now here as we get into North and South Dakota. So we'll continue tracking these storms for you right now. Looks like the first development between around 4 and 6 p.m. Also, continuing to follow Cristobal out of Gulfport, Mississippi.
Premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 92 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, partly cloudy, high 92, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 73, winds light and variable. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 86, chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Two. All right, folks, come to your TV screens, get a little bit closer to that cell phone screen or that computer screen. We've got some remarkable video that we want to show you here. This is from Gulfport, Mississippi. You can see the angry ocean waves splashing against some of the the seawalls there. You can also sort of see how some of the overwash on top of the roadway there from the heavy rainfall and also the flow from the Gulf of Mexico that spilled onto the roadway. So this is certainly a site that unfortunately we knew it was going to come to fruition, and there it is right there, folks. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We're about 2 hours to the east of Gulfport, Mississippi. We are here live in Pensacola Beach, Florida. And we're sort of in between some dry air for right now, although this will not last long. I guarantee you, give it 5 more minutes, we'll be back in the rainfall here. A lot of people are out right now trying to enjoy the last bit of sand that they can before heavier storms do move in. We want to move now to bring in our Charles Peak and a storm tracker here for the Weather Channel. Charles is in Gulfport, Mississippi right now. He is seeing some of that overwash onto the roadway and the angry waves splash into the seawall. And Charles, I want you to kind of explain to everyone how quickly something like this can happen.
Well, Tevin, I've been driving this Gulfport, Biloxi area all morning, and literally in about the last hour to hour and a half, the winds picked up, started these waves, and just started crashing tremendously along here. I'd come by earlier, and it wasn't much, and now all of a sudden, some very angry waters. And unfortunately, you still have some kids walking out in some of it. That always worries me that they just don't know that they can get washed out with this. So I really hope people will be cautious. I know it's a tropical storm, but there's still dangers to it.
Yeah, we can never just get away with saying it's just a tropical storm because we still see significant hazards and impacts. Can you talk to us about perhaps any cars on the roadways? What was that like? Do we see people driving through flooded roadways? I know a lot of beachgoers are out this weekend, or is everyone sort of locked in their houses or their hotels right now?
Yeah, Tevin, I've had quite a few areas along US 90 here that's been flooded, sometimes as much as 6 to 8 inches of water, sometimes from tidal surge, and most times just from heavy rainfall. Quite a few vehicles have stalled out and had to be towed out of the water. So it's been very treacherous, and we say turn around, don't drown is always the safest thing.
Have you heard any word on any sort of significant water rescues ongoing there?
No, I've talked to the law enforcement here a couple of times, and as of yet, when I talked to them last time about 30 minutes ago, they didn't know of anything ongoing, just having to get vehicles out of the water.
All right, that is Charles Peak, one of our storm trackers here at the Weather Channel. Charles, thanks so much for your time. We certainly appreciate the work that you do. Back here in Pensacola Beach, I said give it time, and here's another outer rainfall band that is here. You sort of get that precursor of the strong winds that come through first, and you can sort of see that you can get that gust, and you're like, oh no, it's here. And sure enough, the rainfall does pick up shortly thereafter. Let's go inside now to Carl Parker for more on this storm. And Carl, I do want to ask you, if you've got the radar pulled up, I'm looking at the radar myself, and I'm seeing not necessarily this outer rainfall band that is of concern, but it looks like there is a more substantial band of rainfall just to the south of this initial burst of rainfall.
Yeah, that's right, and it's now getting very close to the coast, as a matter of fact. You can see this area of heavier rain, and so what that's going to do, you know, whenever you've got a tropical system, you've got much stronger winds aloft. So when you get into these lulls where there's not as much rain like that right there, the winds are going to let up a little bit, but when the heavier rain comes through, and you see it right in there, that's coming towards Dauphin Island in southern Mississippi, that is going to bring down that stronger wind aloft. So it's going to get a lot windier as that moves through, and that is not the only concern. You also notice there are some discrete cells out here, right in here and then right in here. When you've got those individual cells, because there's a lot of shear in the atmosphere, they're more capable of rotating and producing water spouts and tornadoes. So that too is going to be one of our worries series going through this afternoon. There's a tornado watch in effect until 5 p.m. local time for southwest Alabama and also southern parts of Mississippi. Ongoing surge threat, 1 to 3 feet along the Florida Gulf Coast, but particularly here in southern Mississippi, southeast Louisiana. Storm surge warning is ongoing there as well. And, you know, we've talked about the fact that this is a very asymmetric storm. All the wind is on the east side of the circulation. You've got a huge area of wind that has yet to come through. So as that moves through, going through tonight and into tomorrow, it's going to continue to be windy right through the next 24 hours. It's finally going to begin to back off by the time we get into tomorrow night, but it's going to be a very long duration event, a long period of wind, which means more battering of the coastline there, more gusty wind, and more of a surge threat continuing through the rest of today. We'll have much more on the storm coming up in just a few minutes.
With Dish, you get the Subaru.
All right, folks, right now there is a high rainfall threat, the potential for flash flooding, strong rip current risk as well, and also high surf advisories stretch all along the northern Gulf Coast. That along, of course, with the tropical storm warnings coming along with Tropical Storm Cristobal. Strong surf and rough winds right now here along the northern Gulf Coast. Welcome back into the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of Cristobal. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten live for you from Pensacola Beach, Florida. But it's not just me in this coverage. This is a team effort, folks. We've got Carl Parker, Julie Martin, Mike Seidel, and many others here at the Weather Channel to help you weather this storm. Here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, well, now we're weathering an outer rainfall band right now. It's like clockwork. You feel the winds pick up, you give it about 2 to 3 minutes, and all of a sudden the skies darken up and the rainfall pushes on in. The winds have been close to about 25 or 30 miles an hour sustained, maybe plus or minus 3 miles an hour, depending on where you are. But it seems as if some of the strongest winds, rather, have been far removed from the center of Cristobal. In fact, we've actually had about 44-mile-an-hour wind gusts measured at the Naval Air Station and also at local high schools in Pensacola proper. As for us here along the beach, we've also picked up, I believe, the strongest gust that I've seen with my anemometer was close to about 32 to 34 miles an hour. So that is certainly significant here. We have succeeded, or exceeded rather, tropical storm force winds. The oceans are angry right now. I want to take you out to show you just how strong the waves are here coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. Typically, this would be, you would have plenty of beach, but because the water is coming in with so much force and fury, Carl, unfortunately, not a great beach day today. That combined with the rainfall and the wind. People try to come out here, Carl. They'll, sit for about 2 or 3 minutes, and they've got to quickly scramble back inside as we deal with more rainfall. Carl?
Yeah, not a great day, that's for sure, Tevin. And, we're lucky that the storm didn't get any stronger than it did, but it always had this dry air on the west side, and that dry air wrapped around the south side and right into the center, and that is a big part of what prevented the storm from getting stronger. That and the fact that it's such a large storm, and large storms just generally don't ramp up very quickly. As we look at the radar and satellite combined here, you've got a lot of weather coming in with this banding right in there that's moving towards the north central part of the Gulf Coast. And so that is going to be the business end of the storm, more so than the center. A purely tropical storm shows winds that get much, much stronger as you get closer to that eye wall. But in a non-tropical system, the opposite is true. It's actually a stronger wind is farther away from the center. And this is more like that. It's a hybrid, basically, between a tropical and a non-tropical storm. But we've got an area of heavy rain that is now approaching. It's coming towards the Gulf Coast of Mississippi and Alabama. And as that moves in, it's going to grab more of that strong wind that's aloft and bring it down to the ground. So the weather's going to get a lot hairier here. And as a matter of fact, we're getting a report now of winds gusting to 45 miles per hour in Biloxi. So we're going to see even more of that going through the next few hours. It's going to be very gusty indeed with that massive rain coming through. And then also notice these discrete cells, these individual cells that are coming up towards Pensacola and Destin. Would not be at all surprised if we get some water spouts out of those. There's a tornado watch in effect just to the west and southern parts of Alabama and Mississippi going until 5 o'clock. We're still piling up the water along the northern Gulf Coast in some areas, particularly right in there where the coastline is concave and you've got the flow driving right into that. Nearly a 5-foot surge in southern Mississippi. That is life-threatening surge. For the most part, though, it has been below that. And there you see the ongoing storm surge warning in effect for southern parts of Mississippi and also southeastern Louisiana. But a very large storm, and Tevin, as we mentioned, sort of a combination of a tropical and non-tropical system, and because it is so large, it's going to be going on for a long time. Another 24 hours of this along the northern Gulf Coast.
Very difficult for me to hear you guys right now in the control room and in the studio because of the heavy rainfall that we're seeing. So forgive me if I'm talking over you, Carl, but this is some of the strongest rainfall that we've seen so far coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico right now. Visibility, I mean, this happened within a matter of minutes. Visibility is down to less than a quarter of a mile. In fact, you can't even see right there. That is the direction the pier is in, but if you look that way, it's completely or essentially gone or dissolving with the heavy rainfall that is here coming off of the Gulf of Mexico for some of these outer rainfall bands. Speaking of outer rainfall bands, I am not the only person going through it right now. We've got our crew scattered all over the storm to cover it for you at home to show you what it looks like and to show you why it's not always best to be out in these storms. We're going to go now to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who is in Grand Isle, Louisiana. And Mike, this storm is about 30 miles away from you in Grand Isle, but it's moving at a crawl at about 5 miles an hour. So you've got perhaps another, I would say, 5 hours to go potentially before landfall. What do those outer rainfall bands look like for you?
Yeah, and the landfall here is kind of immaterial. We're not talking about a distinct tropical storm with a core and a right front quadrant. So we're getting some rain right now. There's a band that has come through us. We had some pretty heavy rain, but notice it's coming down vertically. We have very little wind now as we are near that broad center of circulation of Cristobal. We're here in the streets of Grand Isle, and if you get off Route 1, Louisiana Route 1, this is what you see. Look at these neighborhoods all the way back to Barataria Bay are underwater as the water comes in from the back. You also notice the trees surrounding me, and those trees are here, and they build the homes within the trees to protect them from strong winds, tropical storms, and hurricanes. We've also got the mayor, David Commodell, here on the back of the flatbed truck. We're practicing that safe distance, and we've been talking to him all morning about how surprised they were that they got this much water, although there was a surge watch up for 2 to 4 feet. We've seen more than that in some areas, and we've got pumps, but the pumps are not on yet because the water is too high.
Exactly. You can see the maintenance shop. My guys are in and out the maintenance shop at City Hall, and you can see the City Hall again going to the left right here. That's the town of Grand Isle. This building was built in 1919 for the first Coast Guard station. So it's been here. We refurbished it since Katrina. And you can see the trees, like Mike said. There's a tunnel like going toward Barataria Bay. This is where the natives, and you look to the left, this is the Catholic Church in the 1900s. And over there, this one went through Betsy in 1965, the new church, Catholic Church. And you can see the water, and you can see the trees, and you can see how the water comes in at the backside. And usually that's a major storm, but it means it's a tropical storm. It pushed more water in, and like you said, the eye is on its way.
And this is why you put that mandatory evacuation in effect Friday morning at 6, because there was a lot of chatter in the grocery. Yeah, this is not going to be a big deal, mostly from the locals. But this is why you get at least the visitors, the RVs, the campers, the boats off the island, because we just heard that Route 1 is now closed.
Exactly. That was the main thing between the council, myself, and the chief. We had to make a decision. We got criticized by that, but it's the first thing you want to do because you got a state park with about 55 campers from all over the United States. So we made sure that we had to get them out, you know.
And building codes have improved dramatically with FEMA since Katrina. You notice just about everything you see. It's hard to find anything that's not on stilts for good reason.
Exactly, exactly. You can see the metal roofs, and now you see it in front of us as we're going. You can see the oak trees, the tunnel. And this is where the natives like to live. They like to live to protect from the storms. When it's blowing 100 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, like we had gusts up to 50, you just got a little breeze here. So that's been here since the early 1800s when they started building. And that's where the true natives from Grand Isle live at.
And this goes to the fact that this is a broad circulation, even though the center is not far from us. But look, hardly a whiff of wind here.
Exactly, yeah. What would happen if a Category 2 would come, you know? And you can see the older houses remodeled. These here been in the early 1900s to the right. And the first grocery store in the early 1900s is right up ahead. You're going to see on the right-hand side. We refurbishing it a little bit to the area to the right. We got with the family, and this is the homes of the Augustines, and that's where the first mailbox, the post office used to be in the early 1800s. And look at the native, look at the trees. It was always protected. This has been here since the early 1900s. It's still here, the building.
It's been through a lot.
It's been through a lot of storms. You had wooden floors that buckled through the storms. But again, you're going to see us. You're going to see us turn around and make a left. You're going to see some more people at it.
Okay, Mayor David Commandale, thanks for the tour here of Grand Isle. As far as you can see, water everywhere. Route 1 is closed. You can't get in here, and it's going to take a while for that water to back off and to be pumped out. It may take 3 days, as the mayor said, to pump all the water out of these neighborhoods back on the Bayside. Let's go back to Pensacola, where they don't have the flooding situation, but boy, that surf is ramped up, and you're still getting heavy rain and a lot more wind, Tevin, than we're seeing here near the center of the tropical storm.
Mike, I think I just heard you mention the wind, so I'll go ahead. I'll try to pull out my anemometer if I can really quickly here and measure the wind speed. Earlier, we had 31 miles an hour, 31.3 miles an hour. I think we're back down to about 20, so occasionally we do get those strong gusts at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. The strongest we've seen today, right around 44 miles an hour. So not sustained, those were gusts. Sustained winds, though, on the order of about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Yes, we do have high surf here as well. The visibility is reduced. The tropical storm conditions are here. We're likely to be with this for at least the next 15 minutes or so. The concern, though, will be water spouts coming onshore, as we do have decent amount of wind shear. So at the surface, in the lower levels where you and I live and work and play, the winds are coming almost out of the east, but you go up in the atmosphere just a little bit, and we have that strong southerly flow, and so you get not only that turning of wind with height, but also the significant rotation and the change of wind speed with height as well. So directional shear and speed shear is what we have here. That's aided to a couple of water spouts that have formed off the Alabama and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Off the Florida coast, I haven't seen anything just yet here in Pensacola, although it's going to be a bit difficult to see, so I have to watch the radar very closely. Difficult to see, though, at times because of the rainfall coming in right now. The winds are strong as well. The rainfall is heavy. The surf is rough, too. In fact, high surf advisories and warnings close to about 9 to 12 feet for some of the highest waves crashing into the large breaking waves and right onto the shore here. So we're going to monitor that here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. In the meantime, let's work our way indoors where it's dry there, hopefully, to Carl Parker. Carl.
Yes, it is dry here, Tevin. Thank you so much. And let's tell you a little bit more about the winds, what's going on across the northern Gulf Coast. Now, notice the flow of the wind. So you've got an easterly flow coming across the northern Gulf right in there. Very strong winds over the open water where there is no friction. But once that wind hits the land and starts to turn back down to the south, well, it's coming over land at that point, and that friction actually slows the wind down. That's why you can actually sort of see the outline of the land in those lower winds there. Winds now gusting to 45 miles per hour in Biloxi, 38 in Gulfport. Very strong wind offshore. And as we get more of this heavier rain coming in, it's going to bring that wind down to the ground a little bit more. You've got stronger wind aloft. And in fact, what we've got here in these little arrows are tropical storm force winds at 5,000 feet or so off the atmosphere. And so where these heavier rains come in, they can bring that down to the ground, and we can easily get winds gusting to tropical storm force. So you see all that big mass of heavy rain that's coming up towards the barrier islands right now, moving towards Gulfport and Biloxi and Pensacola and Dauphin Island. All of those spots are going to be in for some rougher weather coming up over the next hour or two as that heavy rain moves in, because it's going to bring that momentum down to the ground. It's not very far off the ground at all. Here in Pensacola, this is what we were just looking at with Tevin. That line of showers coming through, again, go up to 5,000 feet. You've got tropical storm force winds there, and so those heavier bands of showers will bring that down to the ground. So there's this large area of very strong wind on the east side of the circulation. Very large area, this big asymmetric storm. It's got a long way to go before that comes up and across the northern Gulf Coast. It's going to be a good solid 24 hours of additional wind, which is finally going to begin to taper off by late tomorrow. And this is the model forecast showing you that core coming up and into Louisiana and Mississippi. We bring some of the stronger winds inland finally as the core, and that big band comes on up. And And then finally by tomorrow night, it begins to relax some. Still seeing an onshore flow, but it's not quite as profound by the time we get into tomorrow night. The other thing that we're going to see is this heavy rain. We've had ongoing flash flood warnings in north central parts of Florida and also south central Georgia. And as we look at the model forecast, you see this heavy rain coming down in Mississippi, in Louisiana in particular, nearer the core of that storm, where we're going to see a little more convergence, winds coming together, and that's going to add to the formation of showers and storms through the late evening hours and early morning hours. So it is very likely that we will get flash flooding in southeast Louisiana and southern parts of Mississippi. We expect that there's going to be easily 5, maybe 6, 7 inches of rain in these areas going through the next 24 hours or so. All right, let's go out to Julie right now and talk a little bit more about what's ahead. Julie?
Yeah, we've got flooding to deal with. Still a lot of moisture out there, Carl. And this new video into us just now showing you one of the water spouts we're seeing. This is at Perdido Key, Florida here, just offshore, heading toward Orange Beach, Alabama. So this video coming into us new here at the Weather Channel. One of many water spouts as a result of Cristobal. Not only that, but we've even seen some tornadoes spin up, one yesterday in Florida near Orlando. So definitely not out of the question that more of this will come as well. Also, as I mentioned, plenty more rain to come. In fact, we have some big flood concerns right along the Florida-Georgia line right now. This is in Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties. A flash flood warning for you. We've already picked up in excess of 9 or 10 inches of rain here so far just today, radar estimated anyway. And look at all of the rain coming in right now, just sitting over this area. So flash flood warning there ongoing for you. All of the moisture working its way now up into Georgia as well. But those flood alerts are up for much of Florida, certainly central Florida, the Big Bend and the Panhandle, and then over toward Louisiana. That's where we're seeing also, of course, as Mike's been showing us, just some really bad flooding in places like Grand Isle. So still a lot of rain to come with this, maybe as much as 3 to 5 more inches. Tallahassee for you does look like we're going to continue to stay unsettled throughout much of the week here, but the bulk of the rain moving out from this system later on.
All right, I brought in insurance.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 91 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 73. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 84. Chance of rain 80%. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Low 74. Chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage. We have 2 tornado warnings to tell you about right now. One of those in North Florida in Lake County. You need to take cover right now in Lake City as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. This is Columbia County under warning right now. We're seeing a very well-developed rotational signature showing up just north of Fort White right now. That area of bright blue and the darker color right in there, that is the potential tornado, and that is coming right towards Lake City. It's going to be moving towards Bass more immediately at 3:33, and then moving towards Lake City, we think at 3:53, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. You've got very little time to react here, so please, if you're in Bass in particular, you've got a storm that is coming your way that is very dangerous. That is a strong signature, could very well be a tornado with that storm. Also, another storm just off to the west here showing some rotation. It's not being warned on for a tornado at this time, but just north of Branford and generally headed up towards I-10 and also towards the northeast. But Bass and Lake City, please get to your safe place right now. Looks like we've got a brand new scan has just come in. Still seeing a very strong rotation now southwest of Lake City and not very far away from Bass at all. That's right along that. Let me just get a look at this. I'm going to move this up a second. Looks like Route 47. So right along Route 47 and coming towards Lake City, and timing that out one more time, that'll be coming into Bass in just about 10 minutes or so. So again, you don't have a whole lot of time to react. Get to your lowest, most interior room and as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. Lake City, it's going to be coming in at about 350 or so, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Then down into the central part of the state. This is north of Orlando. Another tornado warning to tell you about here. This includes the Leesburg area and just outside of the Villages as well. This storm is now moving to the north, and we'll take a look at the velocity on that in just a second. Unfortunately, computer is locked up, but we're going to take a look at that tornado warning. That is for Lake County, and the worst part of that storm is now just north of Leesburg and moving to the northeast, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. All right, we want to get back out to, and oh, there we go. There's is come back up now, and I'm going to show you this very quickly. There you see the velocity signature now just northeast of Leesburg and moving northeast. So that will be coming towards Carlton Village about 3:36 and Starks Ferry at about 3:48. So again, very dangerous storms now in central and northern Florida, and we're going to have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. Let's get out to Mike Seidel right now. He's been in Grand Isle, and Mike, very interesting storm, not one that has a whole lot of wind near the core, but certainly because it's been so large, it's been piling up the water, and that is the worst of the effects there in Grand Isle.
Now, by far, Carl, it's the water in the streets and on the highways. And what we're showing you now is some of the pumps. This pump is actually on. Some of those are not running because they're underwater. Until that water gets out of the way and leaves the area on the other side of the levee, they will not run. But right now, we've got the mayor, David Comadell, on the other end of the truck. And David, tell us a little bit about these two pumps. One is diesel, one's electric.
Exactly. You're going to see the electric one because we never lost electricity, Mike. We got a generator on standby, and in the meantime, we got the one right here, that's diesel motor on this side of it. And you can see the main thing is you see the water's not coming over the levee in this area. So what's happening? We get to pump the residents on this side to push the water. So we came in and we put this type of generator, diesel motor pump, and that's 12-inch line, and that'll make sure that we get the water. Now we have another one by the telephone pole all along the levee, and you can see that now that it's not coming back into the community, we can pump it back to Barataria Bay. So that's a good sign in this area here. So again, that's where we at, Mike.
Okay, thanks, David. David Comadell, mayor here of Grand Isle, Louisiana. And as we often tell you, don't look at the center of the storm, especially with this one. The worst weather by far has been in the Sunshine State of Florida. Let's go back to Carl Parker with an update on that tornado warning near Lake City. Carl?
Yeah, Mike, a couple of very serious tornado warnings now in north central and central Florida. And we'll take you first of all into the north central part of the state. This is near the interchange of I-75 and I-10. That's Columbia County under warning and heads up in Lake City as a possible tornado is coming your way. A very strong signature showing up right in there. That area of brighter color and the darker color, that's where the rotation is, and that is just about ready to come into Bass, moving north now at about 20 miles per hour, northeast 20 miles per hour, moving into Bass at 3:35, so just about 10 minutes from now, and then coming into Lake City at around 3:54. And you notice also there's another circulation off to the west here north of Branford. That is not being warned on right now, but would not be surprised if we see another tornado warning coming out in that area as well. Now, I can also tell you that we're not seeing any debris signature with either of those rotational signatures as of yet, but certainly some strong rotation showing up here. Heads up in Lake City as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. And then to the south of that, in the central part of Florida, looking at a tornado warning now that is in effect for, this is in effect for Lake County and includes Leesburg. We'll take a look at the velocity data, and we're seeing a strong signature here as well, and that is now lifting off towards the north. We'll have more on this tornado warning coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
Domino's is serious about food safety.
Only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. We have a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about. One of those in north central Florida near the interchange of I-10 and 75. That's Columbia County under warning. This is now southwest of Lake City, and we're seeing a rotational signature right along Route 47, right in there. Now southwest, just about ready to cross 75, moving towards Bass and also towards Lake City. So we're looking at Columbia here more immediately, and then Bass just a few minutes after that, probably about 5 minutes or so, and then beyond that, we're going to be talking about a storm possibly getting towards Lake City, though it's not as well defined as it was moments ago. So there's a look at the timing coming towards Bass pretty quickly here, and then getting towards Lake City at about 3:47 or so. But as you look back and go a couple of frames back here, you see it was more well defined, a more profound signature right in there. And you also notice, perhaps just off to the west, there's also another rotational signature that does also appear to be broadening out some. That is north of Brantford, actually a couple of them. And so this area in general seems to be prone to rotation right now, and it's not surprising given that we've seen a lot of this in the last couple of days. Also, another tornado warning in effect in the central part of Florida, that for Lake County. And as we get down here just north of Leesburg, that is going to be headed away from Leesburg north at about 20 miles per hour or so, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. We want to get back out to Tevin Wooten right now, and he is in Pensacola. And Tevin, I know that it's been pretty hairy at times when you have those bands coming through. The winds can get very gusty indeed with all that very strong wind not very far off the ground.
Yeah, Carl, the winds are still strong here. I think the good news for anyone that does want to squeak out some last-minute beach plans, I know a lot of people are checking out of the resorts and the hotels right now. We're dry for a moment, and I think we actually will be dry for another hour or so, but there's that slight edge of one sail to our east that we have to watch. It could potentially scrape us, but overall, in terms of rainfall, we're dry for now. The strong winds are still here. Some of the strongest winds we've seen all day, right around 44 miles an hour for gusts, but sustained winds near about 25 to 30 miles an hour. If you do come out, although it's not advised, the beaches are open because they're public beaches. However, the water is closed. The red flags are flying. The water's been closed since the beginning of yesterday. So no one is allowed in the water. The lifeguards are out here patrolling, making sure people do not get in. In some instances, you do have people thinking they could get into the water, and so you occasionally see a lifeguard or hear a lifeguard, unfortunately yell at some people and tell them to get out of the water, but because it's not only for that person's safety, but also for the safety of the lifeguards too, because it's too dangerous for them to be in the water right now. I mean, you just saw the oceans itself, very strong and rough surf right now. Very strong high wind advisories and high surf warnings and advisories through the evening today and over into tomorrow morning as well. In terms of when this thing starts to die out and crank down, I think we've got pretty much another, I would say, about 10 to 12 hours or so before we can let that happen. So I think into tomorrow morning, we have that potential to see maximum wind gusts right around 35 to 45 miles per hour. However, we do start to wind down the wind machine thereafter into Monday evening. Now, as we do wind down the wind machine, the ocean has still been perturbed and disturbed, so we'll likely continue to see the ongoing high surf advisories and perhaps rip current risk into portions of Tuesday and Wednesday. Let's go to the west by about 2 hours and 2.5 hours to Mike Seidel. Mike is in Grand Isle, Louisiana. Mike, is it drier there for you and windy, or are we still windy and wet?
We have little, if any, wind. We're near the center of the circulation. In fact, now we're seeing some blue sky pop up here as we look off towards the south, towards the Gulf of Mexico. We're about 2 blocks in, and once you get inland from Route 1 on this barrier island, this is what you see. Look ahead of me. It's just water everywhere. Now, this water is coming in from Barataria Bay. It's come in from the backside, which is pretty typical. This is not coming over that 10 to 12 foot berm on the Gulf side. That's keeping those places in pretty good shape. But you've got to recognize all the building codes that have improved. The roofs here do not have shingles for the most part, and everything back in this neighborhood is on stilts. So although it is a mess and there's a lot, 2, 3, in some spots 4 feet of water, the homes are fine. Everything is built up on stilts, up about, gosh, what is that, about 8, 9, 10 feet. Got some locals out there enjoying the calm here in Grand Isle, Louisiana. This is about 2 hours south of New Orleans. They put a mandatory evacuation in effect on Friday morning for good reason, and now we just have to wait for the water to back out. It's going to take a day or two to get all the water out of these streets. In the meantime, quite a storm. We've had tornado warnings ongoing in parts of Florida and the Florida Panhandle. We'll update you on the severe threat. And the rain and the wind headed towards Little Rock, Memphis, and eventually Chicago this week. It's all coming up here on the Weather Channel.
Is that net carbs or total?
Next Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. I want to tell you about tornado warnings now in Florida. One of them in north central Florida along the interchange of 75 and I-10 near Lake City. That is Columbia County, under warning until 4 p.m. Here we're seeing a pretty strong signature that is now just south of Lake City. As we step back here, you can see the vector appears to be pretty much to the northeast, so it looks like it may pass just to the east of the heart of Lake City, but it's going to be very, very close. Now moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. It's coming towards Watertown and again skirting by Lake City, and still a pretty robust circulation there. Have not seen any debris in that as of yet, but we're talking about a very serious storm here that could very well be producing a tornado. So heads up in Lake City, especially south and east of Lake City, and also in Watertown, as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. All right, we'll take you down to the south. I also want you to notice that a lot of these storms are showing some rotation, so you've got an environment here that is favorable for spinning storms, and also an ongoing tornado warning for Lake County that is just northeast of Leesburg. Here we're seeing a broader rotation. We're actually not in the best spot for radar, but we can very clearly see that the storm is rotating, and that's moving northeast as well. It looks like into a largely rural area west of 19. But as I mentioned, a lot of shear in the atmosphere, winds at the surface coming out of the southeast and at about 5,000 feet coming out of the south or even south-southwest. And so that turning in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is going to be favorable for spinning storms, and that certainly is why we've got a tornado risk over the next couple of hours here. All right, we want to get to Mike Seidel. He's in Grand Isle in Louisiana, and Mike, a lot of issues with water there, as is often the case in those low-lying parts of southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, this is your basic barrier island. The official elevation is about 7 feet, so it doesn't take much. And when you have a surge of 3, 4 feet, we don't know what the official number is at the gauge, but I can tell you what we've seen back here. We're talking to the mayor, Mayor David Comadel, and we're going through some of these neighborhoods. Now, these are basically locals in this area. This is not the rental properties or the motels or hotels. Most of those are out on Louisiana Route 1, and a lot of that is underwater. But everything here, just about everything is on stilts. You can see someone back in the back there pulling a four-wheeler through the water. We've seen boats coming and going through this water. The water's going to back off. Most of these homes by far are fine, but it's the process of just getting this water pumped out. Here comes a boat right now through the water. How you doing?
Cajun Navy.
Cajun Navy. So there you go. They've got their good-looking dog on board. Let's talk to the mayor about what we're seeing and the timeline on getting this water pumped up, knowing that we're still going to have a southerly wind pushing water into the bay and back into where we are through tomorrow.
Well, you can see it right behind you. The last time we just filmed a few minutes ago, we looked like the water's not coming over, so we ought to start pumping in this area. And like you said, you can see to the left and to the right, this is where the natives live. They're protected by the trees for the hurricanes. And the last time we've been flooded like this, it was a major little storm. Barry. And like I said, a little tropical storm. You can see the families we have here. And like I said, since we elevated their homes, and that's why we're trying to get levees to protect our people.
Okay. There you go. Everybody's up there high. They're safe. Just waiting for the water to go out. Let's go over to Pensacola, Florida, where they've had a lot more weather in the state of Florida. Tornado warnings, much more wind and rain. Tevin Wooten, you've seen that today alone. You've got the winds gusting over 30. Meanwhile, where we are near the center, the wind is almost right now dead calm, and we've got some blue skies overhead.
Yeah, Mike, the strong winds have really dominated the headlines here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. The winds have really driven everything, especially when you consider the heavy rainfall, but also the strong flow and the swells here from the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, we just had a swell come through. Look at the way the water's escaping out. It's sort of kind of folding under. You have some that's going right back out, but some of that's also carried towards the east here because of the sand that's sort of piled up, because that's how some of the beach has been eroded away because of the strong swells that have really built in. Right now, people have come back outside. It's dry right now. The beaches are technically open all the time. The water is not, so a couple of people are getting into the water. That is not advised. Lifeguards here have been going and patrolling the beach all day today, yesterday actually, making sure people don't get into that water. So if we can pull up the radar, I'll get you the forecast. I can assure you a lot of these people will be right back inside once the rain comes through. I'll show you where we are right now. We're in sort of a lull, a dry slot temporarily. However, there's a larger or more substantial area of rainfall about 30 miles to our south and southeast. So occasionally we do have those outer bands that come through. Again, dry right now. I don't see any blue sky. I am able to see some sunshine though, but overall very thick cloud coverage and strong low-level moisture that we know is coming in with this star all. Let's go inside now to Carl Parker. He's got more on a tornado warning with this storm.
All right, Tevin, it's gotten a lot more busy here in the last few minutes, and new tornado warning, an extension of the one that's been in Lake County. This is Marion County under warning until 4:15. The motion here is northeast at 20 miles per hour. Let's zoom on in and take a better look at this storm, and you can see that it's now northwest of Umatilla and moving into largely rural areas there, northeast of Leesburg and also northeast of the villages, but certainly one to watch, especially as it gets more up farther to the northeast. Now, I want to take you into the northern part of the state. We are still watching rotation now just south of Lake City. Let's take a look at the other warning in Columbia County. And right in there, we're seeing a pretty strong circulation now just south of Lake City. Please get to your safe place right now in Lake City. Looks like it's going to pass to the south and the east of downtown Lake City. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a few minutes.
Domino's is serious about food safety. That's why.
Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 92 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, cloudy intervals, low 73. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 84. Chance of rain 80%. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Low 74. Chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We are following tornado warnings now in northern and central Florida. An ongoing warning for Columbia County. This is around Lake City going until the top of the hour. And so this storm is now moving northeast at 20 miles per hour and just about on top of Lake City. Pretty strong signature now right along Route 47 there. And it's going to be passing just to the southeast of Lake City. So please, if you're near Lake City, if it's you're on the south side of Lake City, it's basically over you right now. And if you're on the east side of Lake City, it is going to be coming very, very close. So please get to your safe place right now. We don't have actually a debris signature at this time, but we have been seeing a pretty strong rotational signature that coming into Lake City in just a matter of moments. And then beyond that, it's going to be coming up and across Route 41 there, Route 90 as well. So please, if you're near Lake City, get to your safe place right now. You notice also several of these cells are showing rotation. So we've definitely got an environment that is favorable for spinning storms right now. There could be a number of tornado warnings coming out in that area. Marion County also under warning in central Florida, and we're looking at a little swirl here northwest of Umatilla, and that is moving into largely rural areas. No town showing up in our tracker there, so we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. But dangerous, what is shaped up to be a very dangerous afternoon across many parts of Florida. And I want to get back out to Tevin Wooten. He's in Pensacola, and Tevin, this storm is just a beast of a storm in terms of its size. Thankfully, it didn't get much stronger over the last couple of days, but certainly because it is so large, just going to be a repeated round of showers and storms coming in with a lot of wind. It's just going to go on and on and on right through the rest of today and tomorrow.
Yeah, Carl, and that's the thing. This storm isn't necessarily weakening, but it's also not strengthening either. So we still have to deal with what we have on the table with those 50-mile-an-hour, or that movement and those 50-mile-an-hour winds towards the center. We want to get to the Deputy Director of the Louisiana Governor's Office. We want to talk to Casey Tingle. And Casey, can you take us through what your preparations and plans are as Cristobal moves closer to land?
Sure. This afternoon, certainly are concerned about it slowing down and potentially dropping more rain over the southeast portion of our state this afternoon and this evening into tonight. We have prepared our search and rescue assets should they be necessary, coordinated with all of our coastal parishes in helping them to prepare.
And speaking of preparations, what has it been like preparing for hurricane season 2020 in the middle of a pandemic?
Well, it certainly has been unique. I think that's a very valid point. A lot of work going into what our shelter plans are across the state and how you would evacuate and take care of those things, but also reiterating to the public that there are some things that have not changed, such as if evacuations are called for, having our constituents across the state follow those instructions, because that can save their life.
And speaking of some of those risk areas, can you take us through the highest risk areas right now in places that are susceptible to perhaps maybe some flash flooding, especially if they're lower lying?
Yeah, what we're seeing coastal flooding is from, basically from Grand Isle up around to the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain there. Certainly those are things to watch. And then as the rain bands come through across southeast Louisiana, it's just a matter of where those bands come and how long they stay there. But we're watching that whole area very closely.
And Casey, typically when we get to hurricane season and we're this far into, or this early into it, we have a couple of rounds of maybe storms to kind of catch our breath and prepare. What has it been like preparing for a substantial storm so early in the season? I mean, we're only 7 days into it.
Well, one of the unique things perhaps about Louisiana is that we prepare to do this year round. So we had some tornadoes in the northern part of our state in April that we were responding to those in the midst of the COVID situation that we've been responding to since early March. So at the state level, our local and parish partners are always preparing and getting ready. And we've got a very close working relationship with our federal partners. So it certainly is early in the season, but we prepare for this year round, so it didn't catch us off guard.
All right, Casey Tingle, the Deputy Director of the Louisiana Governor's Office. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Tingle. We want to go now, we stay with Louisiana in that theme and get to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who is live for us in Grand Isle. Mike?
Hey, Tevin, back here in Grand Isle, where a lot of the town from Louisiana Route 1, there's the beach over that berm. That's about a 10 to 12 foot berm in the distance, and all the way back to the bay is underwater. Also notice the blue sky. It's the center of Cristobal. Gets on the coast here shortly. It's not your typical tropical system. That's why we have tornado warnings continuing all the way over in the Florida Panhandle. More on those tornado warnings and tomorrow's forecast, where this heads next and the impacts next.
Win at mealtime.
Right now, heavy rainfall, strong gusty winds, and of course a flash flood threat and a tornado threat as well imminent as Tropical Storm Cristobal is nearing landfall in the lower 48 and the northern Gulf Coast states. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We have our crew spread all along the northern Gulf Coast and of course in Weather Channel HQ to cover this storm for you. We are here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. Of course, the kids are running around right now. They're just trying to get out and enjoy the last bit of dry weather that we have, because we do have more rainfall pushing in. And in due time here, I would say the next 30 to 45 minutes or so before we see another onslaught of heavy rainfall. Some of the strongest winds we've seen right around 44 miles an hour. And of course, behind me here, the angry Gulf of Mexico right now that is pushing a strong swell inland and covering the beach. Another threat that we have with this storm, though, that is a tornado threat, a series of tornado warnings right now throughout the spine of Florida. We want to get into storm specialist Carl Parker, who is in the Weather Channel right now, to cover that part of the story. Carl?
Yeah, Tevin, we've been watching some very dangerous storms in the north central and central part of the state. Columbia County under warning. That's a reissue for a storm that's been rotating for quite a while, passing very close to Lake City right now moving more north-northeast, and that warning going until 4:30 this afternoon. Here's a look at the velocity data. So you see that area of sort of brighter green and then the grayish color right in there. That is the rotational signature. We have not yet seen any debris signature associated with this, and that's coming into Wilburn right now. So heads up there in Wilburn. It's basically right on top of you. You need to get to your safe place right now. Moving north at 20 miles per hour, but as I mentioned, a little to the east of north. And if we extend that track beyond that, that's going to come across Route 25, it appears, and then into largely rural areas beyond that. But a lot of these storms are now showing rotation. You see right in here, and there, of course, is the tornado warning storm, right in there, right in there, right in there. All these storms are showing some level of rotation, so that is indicative of what's going on in the environment. There's a lot of low-level shear. Would not be at all surprising to see some more tornado warnings popping up. Another one to tell you about, Marion County in central parts of Florida, and then an ongoing warning for Lake County as well. We're watching that little appendage on the southwest side of the circulation, and that is moving off to the northeast. That too is going to be moving into largely rural areas, but as we mentioned before, in this case we're also looking at storms, several storms with some level of rotation on them. You see that rotation that's coming up through central Florida there, but there are other storms that are indicating that as well, and that's because there's just a lot of wind shear right now. There are winds coming out of different directions. You've got almost an easterly flow near Ocala there at the surface, but winds coming out of the south or southwest at about a mile up in the atmosphere, and that shear is what's giving us that tornado threat. So all of this weather is a very long way. That's a good 500-600 miles away from the center of circulation. The storm has definitely taken on some non-tropical characteristics, but it's still packing a punch, and we've got winds now gusting to 39 miles per hour in Biloxi, winds now gusting to 47 miles per hour in Gulfport. So some of the strongest wind that we have seen yet now moving in, and that has been piling up the water. We've got a storm surge now of 5.1 feet at Bay Waveland Yacht Club. So even though high tide was late this morning, we've still got water piling up as the winds continue to push into that concave nature of the coastline, and an ongoing storm surge threat here in the north central part of the Gulf of Mexico. All right, let's get back out to Tevin in Pensacola Beach. And Tevin, as we've been talking about for a long time, not the strongest of storms, but because it is so large, it's going to go on for a long time. It's just going to be hour after hour of this pounding of wind and rain.
Yeah, Carl, and I was checking out the water vapor imagery earlier this morning over the Gulf of Mexico. It was interesting to sort of watch. We actually had a dry slot, and I was concerned that initially that dry slot would be a little bit more towards the west, and that would cut off a lot of the precip here in Pensacola Beach. However, it looks like that drier air gave way to plenty of moisture, because we've just seen an onslaught of rainfall here and strong winds as we progress throughout the day. Carl mentioned the high tide that was earlier today. We had a high tide here right around 11:53, but one thing that I did while I was on my morning stroll, as I always do when I come out to a lot of work trips, I kind of noticed where the coastline is and where it was and what the water's doing. Yesterday, this entire thing was beach. Everyone was out here, lawn chairs, maybe a few umbrellas, although the winds were still strong yesterday. But right around, I would say 8:30 or 9 this morning, the water came so close, it was all the way up here. You can sort of see the debris line. Got a couple of twigs over here and part of a branch or something like that that drifted in from the ocean, from the Gulf of Mexico. So you can certainly see how high tide combined with with also the strong push of winds also brought a lot of the water from the angry Gulf of Mexico all the way in. So the beach is technically open, although getting in the water is not allowed. The ocean is closed. Look at that red flag out there on the pier about a quarter of a mile away. That red flag lets you know that the beach is closed, or the water is closed, but the beach is open there. And you can see too how strong and how high some of those waves are as they crash into the stilts of the pier and make their way on shore. The lifeguards actually had to move their lifeguard stands back in preparation of Cristobal. A lot of people are out here right now, but it's like ants marching every which way. As soon as that rainfall, that outer rainfall band comes through, the strong winds pick up, people scatter, and they go right back inside to where they came from because they don't want to be out here in harm's way. Of course, we are monitoring those outer rainfall bands right now. We are in a dry slot, but I think the next 30 to 45 minutes will be telling in terms of what we see with substantial precip and also stronger winds too. So we want to work our way towards the west, where they too have had their fair share of strong winds and heavy rainfall. That is where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel, who is in Grand Isle, Louisiana. Mike.
Yeah, bigger problems here, though, not with the wind and the rain, but the flooding. It came in from Barataria Bay. That's out there. Can you see where the bay starts and ends? You can't. The water has backed in from the bay with that onshore flow. Now the wind is almost calm. Keep in mind the center of this broad circulation is near us, but it's not a typical tropical system where you have a core of strong winds. The strongest winds are well away from the center. As Carl mentioned, we just gusted almost 40 miles an hour in Gulfport, and that's a long way from here, over there on the Mississippi coast. So behind me, this is Louisiana Route 1, and in the distance there's dry pavement. We're starting to see the water come down a bit. High tide was at 10:55. The next high tide is not until later tomorrow morning, so we're seeing the water back off a little bit. But ahead of us and in the front of the flatbed here is the mayor, David Comadel from here in Grand Isle. Has been mayor since '94. We'll start moving, and you can explain to us what's happening as far as the levee system goes and how long it's going to take for this to back off, because you're not going to be pumping this particular area back into the bay.
Exactly. We're talking to my supervisors and looking at the weather. And like you said, you're just starting to fall and low tide. But like you said earlier, we're worried about high tide tomorrow morning. So again, it's right back into the bay, and you're going to see as the evening goes by, it'll be trickling back in. So again, it comes up, it goes down. You can see like this home in 1940. It's been here. That's the elevation in the 80s.
It's been through Betsy, Katrina.
All of them, every one of the storms. So again, you can see the lower pylons, that's the earlier storms. So the water comes in and it goes back out in this area.
Yeah, let's talk about the ocean side, I should say, the Gulf side. And there's that berm that goes up to about 12 feet, and that kept the water from coming in from this side, from the south side.
Exactly. And like you say, we got about a mile of damage, and we're going to see that a little later on. It's showing where I don't have rocks to protect that beach and that hurricane protection sand dune. So that's what we're lobbying hard, and we're going to show you the damage that just this tropical storm caused, where we can convince the Corps of Engineers to put rocks in the Gulf of Mexico.
From the wave action.
Exactly.
But here, as we saw earlier, we can show you the video showing the water over the beach, but getting into that area between the levee and the beach, kind of a no man's land of grass and sea oats, and so it never even got up to the levee, at least here. But as you're saying, as we get closer to the bridge, there is no levee.
Exactly. That's what's happening. And we started a project with the Corps. On the eastern side, we have rocks protecting us. It doesn't have no erosion on the Gulf side just to protect the levee. But on the western side, severe damage, putting rocks, and like I said, we got to continue rocks so it can work.
Okay, we're going to continue our trek. Now you're looking back towards the east. We're heading west-southwest on Route 1. Some blue sky overhead. We've lost that rain squall, so now we're drying out a little bit. We've probably not even had 2 inches of rain here. We had a couple squalls early this morning, and then we had one about half an hour ago we showed you here on the Weather Channel. But by and large, we have not had a lot of rain, but we have had that surge and the water all over the streets here. The other issue has been well away from the center, Carl. This is an interesting storm. It's asymmetric. It's got a wide circulation, and thus the spin-ups and the tornadoes and the warnings we've had recently in the Florida Panhandle.
Yeah, we've got enough wind shear to get a number of storms rotating, Mike, in north central Florida, and got some new warnings to tell you about right now. One of those in effect for Baker, Bradford, and Union counties. That is going until 4:45. This cell moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. You can see the little appendage on the southwest side there. That is southwest of Lake Butler. So not moving real fast, but it looks like it's coming right towards Lake Butler. So you need to get to your safe place right now. Moving at 10 miles per hour. That's going to be coming in about 4:30 or so in Lake Butler. So please get to your safe place right now as that is moving up and along that Route 121 there. Also to the north, an ongoing warning, this one for Columbia County. And in the velocity data here, this does appear to be sort of weakening. You can see how it's sort of elongated right now. But also notice there's rotation here, a little bit right there, a little bit right there. So that just gives you an idea of what's going on in the atmosphere right now. There's a lot of low-level wind shear, and that's why we've seen a number of tornado warnings popping out within the last hour. Marion County under warning here. This is northeast of Leesburg. Largely rural areas are going to be affected. Got a little bit of rotation showing up northwest of Umatilla, and that's going to be moving to the northeast into largely rural areas near the intersection of Route 40 and also Route 19. But a lot going on here just within the last hour, as I mentioned, so please be on your toes there in north central Florida. So here's the latest on the storm. It is a 50-mile-per-hour storm. It's moving north at 5 miles per hour. Never really did get its act together. We had been watching this exceptionally dry continental air on the west side of the circulation. That wrapped in underneath and actually right into the center of the circulation, so it was never really able to wrap tall thunderstorms, deep convection, as we say, about that center, and without that, you don't see a lot of intensification. That on top of the fact that the storm has just been a very large storm, and large storms tend to ramp up very slowly. But it does have a large wind field. That's the area of strong winds there, 30+ mile per hour wind, and you can see there's a lot of that is yet to come in, and for that reason, this is going to be a long duration event. Winds now gusting up and over 45 miles per hour along the coast. That'll continue through tonight and through tomorrow morning, and then will gradually begin to wane in the afternoon along the northern Gulf Coast. But it's going to be quite a while because it's going to take some time for all of that to move in. And we're now beginning to see some of the stronger winds affecting these coastal areas. Taking a look at some of this wind here, you notice how it really drops off as you get over land, and you see much stronger wind out over the open water where there is no friction. And right in these areas that are right on the water, like Biloxi, we're gusting to 39 miles per hour, and in Gulfport now gusting to 47 miles per hour. So some of the strongest wind that we have seen yet now coming into that northern Gulf Coast. And as the storm slowly moves north, it's going to continue to be very gusty through late tonight, even up into southern Mississippi, parts of Alabama, and southern Louisiana. And then finally by late tomorrow, that wind's going to begin to taper off. But we're still seeing an onshore flow there, so we could still be looking at some elevated water rises there right along the northern Gulf Coast as high tide comes in again around the middle of the day tomorrow. Julie?
All right, Carl. Well, we have a lot going on. New video coming into us right now showing the rain Florida's panhandle is seeing, and it's really been pretty persistent, to say the least, over the last couple of days. In fact, some areas in and around Jacksonville, you've picked up in excess of, say, 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. And of course, we're very concerned about flooding as that rain is continuing to fall in and around Jacksonville as we speak. So I want to take you out now to live radar and show you what is going on right now. Aside from the tornado warnings there in Florida, we also have some flash flood warnings right on the Florida-Georgia line. So this is for Lafayette, Madison, and Taylor counties. Goes until 5 o'clock. But boy, it has just been pouring here now for hours, and we're getting reports of rainfall in excess of 10 inches just today alone. So very concerned about flooding here. This is just outside of Lake City, including Madison and Perry. Now crossing over into Georgia as well. So heads up there. We've got more rain to come with Cristobal. There is no shortage of the moisture, especially on the eastern side of this storm. Flood watches are up for much of central Florida, also the Panhandle, the Big Bend, at least through this evening, if not beyond that. So how much rainfall still to come with this? We're still looking at maybe up to an inch or more. But again, some of those isolated pockets, it's really hard for us to even estimate how much rainfall is going to continue to fall here in places like Tallahassee. So in Tallahassee, expect the rain to continue through tomorrow, and then maybe some spotty hit or miss storms as we get later on into the week. But we'll time this out for you, looking at, again, those bands. You'll see some of those heavier bands even just to the east of Tallahassee. Looks like we'll quiet things down by the time we get into this evening, with some lingering rain coming on perhaps in the morning hours here for you. So in general, another inch or so. Again, that's kind of a broad brush way of looking at that, though, because Tevin, as you very much know, once you get some of those bands setting up, you could easily see much more than that. So flooding is going to remain a concern with Cristobal.
And yeah, we're here in Pensacola Beach, Florida. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten, where we've really been talking about the outer rainfall bands all morning long, since about, I would say, 10 to 10:30, and then they've just been coming and coming and coming and coming. Well, now we've got a lull, and we do have some drier weather. The wind, though, has been sustained close to 20 or 25 miles an hour. Some of the strongest gusts at about 44 miles an hour. That was not only here on the beach, but also on the mainland as well in Pensacola City proper. All spurring this. Look at the angry Atlantic here. A strong rip current risk today and tomorrow as well. We've got team coverage on Cristobal all day long right here on the Weather Channel for you.
You may not see them.
They're live on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 89 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 73. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon, high 85. Chance of rain, 60%. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms, low 73. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain, 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We are following what has turned out to be a very dangerous afternoon in north central Florida. Tornado warning ongoing now for Baker, Bradford, and Union counties until 4:45. The cell is at least not moving very quickly. It's moving to the north at about 10 miles per hour and actually more northeast right now. So the circulation sitting right in here south of Lake Butler. And as I step back several frames, you can see the vector is almost exactly northeast right now. So let's take that forward. Looks like it's going to slide just past Lake Butler, but then go towards Rayford and Ellerby in the longer term if we've still got a rotation at that time. So heads up in those towns. You may have a possible tornado coming your way after some time. Again, it's not moving that quickly right now. Also, an ongoing warning for Columbia County until 4:30. This signature has really washed out. There's just not a lot to it. It's not a real tight signature right now, but we have seen quite a few of these cells rotating. The environment certainly favorable for tornadoes, and they tend to pop up and down. When the updrafts get a little bit stronger, that rotation gets a little bit tighter, sort of gets cinched, but oftentimes you'll see them collapse just as quickly. But I also want you to notice here in the central part of the state, on either side of 75, west of Ocala and particularly east of Ocala, these cells right in here, they've all got that sort of look about them where they're kind of flaring out. There's not as much on the south side, and they're kind of flaring out towards the north and east. So that's indicating that you've got some rotation in these cells here. They've all got that look about them, and there is definitely wind shear in place in this region. Low-level winds are coming out of different directions, with the surface winds in orange coming out of the southeast or even east in some areas, and our winds at about 5,000 feet up coming out of the south. So that turning of the wind is giving us some spin in the atmosphere, and storms can take that on, they can acquire that, and that's how they get to rotating. So certainly we're going to watch this very closely through the rest of the afternoon, but we want to get closer to the core of this storm, a good 500-600 miles away, and that's where Mike Seidel is. And Mike, we've certainly seen some wind in the area, we've seen some rain, but the biggest problem where you are has been the water rising in that area.
Yeah, by far. We've had maybe 2 inches of rain. Our winds, I couldn't find a gust in this area over 40 miles an hour. So it has been all about the flooding, and it's all coming in from Barataria Bay over to my right. Now we're on Route 1. We've come over the main bridge, and we're in this area of Grand Isle before you exit and head towards back towards New Orleans. We're about 2 hours away. And typical of a barrier island, you've got to deal with Mother Nature. Everything here is up on stilts. We've got the mayor, David Commodell, here. He's been on the back of the truck with us, a safe distance away, although we love him to death. And he's giving us kind of a play-by-play what we're seeing and what has happened here. And this is, you know, this is a tropical storm, and it doesn't even really have a core. It's not really a typical tropical storm, and look at the impacts you have just from this.
And this remembers this, like I'm telling you, for a hurricane. When we came in and you looked at it, it was like Hurricane Juan, and our people's in shock. You see the residents left their cars, trucks, taking to what they expect that, Mike. So now you're seeing in this area, out of the came from Barataria Bay, comes over the road. Now we got to pump that out, which will probably take about 3 to 4 days. But we got more pumps coming in to help us pump this out.
So you're going to add pumps here. We've already seen the water come down in the distance. Chris, I don't know if you can spin around and show us that debris field in the distance. Is that a little too far away? Maybe a bit too far away, but you can see the water has come down on Route 1. What we're driving through is about 6 to 8 inches deep of salt water, and now we're coming up here to where the water again is backing off. But either side of Route 1 here in Louisiana, Route 1 in Grand Isle has the flooding. Now when we get back into town, the main part of town over the bridge, it's primarily on the north side and not on the Gulf side. What's going on here, Mayor? Everybody's...
The sheriff, that's our sheriff.
Oh, that's the sheriff. Hello, Sheriff.
That's the sheriff of LaFouche Parish. Yes.
How's the sheriff? How's the sheriff of Jefferson Parish?
No, LaFouche Parish.
LaFouche Parish.
This sheriff always comes in and checks with us.
Well, he appreciates that, right?
Yes.
People in Grand Isle have dual citizenship.
Oh, okay. He says that the people in Grand Isle have dual citizenship. That's funny.
This sheriff's unbelievable. He's always checking on us during the storm, before the storm, and after the storm.
That's great. How are things up in LaFouche Parish?
Look, I'll tell you, we've had thunderstorms that are worse. It's the first hurricane where I needed suntan lotion.
First hurricane where you needed sun. Well, it's not a hurricane. It's just a tropical storm. Okay, we're going to go to Tevin Wooten, who's dealing with a lot more weather, not dealing with the flooding like this, but a lot more visual weather with the wind, the surf, and the squalls. Tevin's over there at Pensacola Beach. Tevin, save me, please.
Mike, we're not really dealing with any inland flooding, but we do have that tidal flooding right now. The high tide was at about 11:53 earlier today, but still getting that onshore push of winds here, and so the strong surge and the swells are coming right through. Of course, some of the kids are running around. They're trying to enjoy the skies while they're dry, but if you look off in the distance, that's the Gulf of Mexico. Beyond that, we've got another onslaught of rainfall on the way here as Tropical Storm Cristobal still rages on. Perhaps, I would say, 9 to 12 foot breaking waves crashing right in right now. So we do have a high surf warning in effect here. The beach is open, the water is closed. Of course, we're tracking this storm every which way possible for you from Pensacola through the Twin States and the Bayou as well.
We want to support the...
Premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back. We are still following a tornado warning now in Florida. That one to the northwest is actually going to be allowed to expire here coming up in 1 minute, but we've got one that is ongoing until 4:45. Baker, Bradford, Union counties under warning until 4:45, and this is moving northeast to 10 miles per hour. Now, it's not quite as pronounced as it was moments ago. We're still seeing a circulation right in there, that area of red and green next to each other, and the vector here appears to be just about northeast. You can see it's not as profound, particularly right in there. It was really strong right there, and then has weakened a good bit since that time. Nonetheless, we'll go ahead and track it out and see where it might be headed here, coming across Route 121, I should say, towards Rayford perhaps and Ellerby, if it is still going at that time. And that's an open question because a lot of times the updrafts are not strong enough to sustain these things for long periods of time. But as you look farther south, there are a number of cells that are interesting. All of these cells that are coming up on either side of 75 are showing some level of rotation in the velocity data, and so certainly we'll want to keep our eyes on this area. There's a pretty good bit of wind shear, which is to say winds coming out of different directions at different levels of the atmosphere, and that is generally supportive of tornadic storms when you've got enough instability to get them going. So we'll keep a close eye on this as all these storms continue to roll northward, and we'll have more on the storm coming up here in just a few minutes. We want to get out to Tevin Wooten right now, and he's in Pensacola. And Tevin, as we've been talking about for a long time here, long duration storm. It comes in wave after wave. There are periods of time when you don't have much weather, and then suddenly it seems like it's not so bad, and then that changes dramatically.
Right. Right, Carl, it's one of those things where you come out here, you think you're going to have a great beach day. Earlier today, some of the sun, it was actually out and shining. We did have a mix of sun and clouds, and so I think that gave people a false sense of security. So they perhaps came out and thought, oh, you know, it's just a tropical storm, as that phrase that we've really heard all day and all weekend long. But this is what you get. You do get strong winds, and you do get periods of heavy rainfall. And then that might be mixed in with bouts of sunshine, but overall it's nothing to say it's going to be a completely soaked day, but very difficult to go in and out. You have to monitor the weather extremely closely. And so right now, as we are watching the weather, we're watching the radar as well, I am noticing some strong gusty winds. Just about 5 minutes ago, we had a wind gust close to 26 miles per hour. And earlier today, we actually had a gust at the Naval Air Station at 44 miles per hour, sustained winds closer to 25 or 30 miles an hour. They're not closing the bridges down right now throughout Escambia County and here in Pensacola Beach and the Pensacola Beach Bay. However, if those winds are sustained at tropical storm force or beyond, so 38 to 39 miles an hour, that would then issue or warrant a closure of the bridges. However, that's not the case, but we do have to watch that extremely closely, especially since a lot of beachgoers are here on the island and they do want to get back onto the mainland eventually as they're trying to travel back and forth. So we're going to monitor that here. We do want to get back inside to Carl Parker because, Carl, the big question on everyone's mind too, even though the forward speed of Cristobal is right around 5 miles per hour, is a landfall imminent at this point?
Yeah, it all depends on you know, where you consider the center of the storm to be. And when you look at this long loop here, you can see that there's this larger circulation. There was a broader circulation in here, but within that, there was that little circulation, that little spin that looks like it may have ended up becoming the center of circulation. That actually moved to the south for a little while, right in there, and then kind of stalled out for a time, and now is being sort of pulled around very quickly to the north, very much like you know, carnival ride within a larger circulation. So, you know, the question is that actually the center of circulation? Are they considering that the center of circulation? If so, then it might be very close to making a landfall, and we'll see about that. But, you know, it really is, as Mike Slidell has been saying, really immaterial because all of the weather has been well away from the center, unlike a purely tropical cyclone in which the winds get stronger and stronger towards the middle, towards the eye wall of the storm. In a storm that has got some non-tropical characteristics, as this one certainly does, a lot of the weather is displaced from that center, and you can see that very clearly in this case. We're not seeing very strong wind right about that tight little core, which is sitting in here. Rather, all the weather is out to the east here. There's this huge area of strong wind, and that is slowly going to come up and across the northern Gulf Coast, and because the storm is moving slowly, that's going to make it last for a long time. It's going to be a long duration event with winds gusting 30, 35, 40 miles per hour through the night tonight into the morning tomorrow, finally beginning to taper off later in the day tomorrow. And you can see that strong wind now coming up and affecting parts of the coast there in Mississippi and also in Alabama. The wind not so strong as it comes across the land and back out into the open water. Certainly friction has a lot to do with that. But where this water is coming, where the wind rather is coming right off the water and into the coast, that's where we're getting gusts to tropical storm force there in Biloxi. Winds now gusting to 47 miles per hour in Gulfport and 33 in Mobile. And this is going to continue all night long. Much more coming up.
Okay, everyone, our mid-weather moments.
All right, want to get you up to date on the tornado warning now in northern Florida. This is north of Gainesville, Baker, Bradford, and Union counties under warning right now. You can still see that little appendage that's very close to Lake Butler and moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. Now see the green and red that is showing up right there. That's where wind is going towards the radar and moving away from the radar as well, using the same principle that makes a race car whine and do a high pitch as it's coming towards you and then sort of drop off and pitch as it's moving away from you. And so that is coming towards Rayford as well as Ellerby and perhaps Manning if it holds on that long. We've been seeing this rotation for a while. It sort of waxed and waned in terms of intensity, but possible tornado coming your way, so heads up on that. And then as we go farther south, we're also watching some interesting cells in the central part of the state, northeast of Leesburg, and coming towards the 95 corridor eventually. Looking at the velocity data in these, we're seeing some broad rotation, very loose, broad rotation in these cells, but the environment certainly is more favorable for spinning storms right now because you've got winds coming out of different directions in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So we're going to pay very close attention to this area, and it would not be surprising if we do see some additional tornado warnings coming out here. All right, we want to get out now to Mike Seidel. He's in Grand Isle, Louisiana, and Mike's been reporting on the water rise there in Grand Isle. And Mike, as you look around you, all those houses are elevated by what, a good 12, 14 feet. So that's a way of life essentially in that part of the world.
Yeah, you have to do that because it doesn't take much, as we saw today from this tropical storm, to put a lot of the town underwater. But what we want to show you now, we've gotten out of our truck and we're back out on the Gulf, and much of the town has a 10 to 12 foot levee between the properties on Route 1, US 1, Louisiana US 1, and the Gulf in a wide area. But this part of town, down near the bridge, that's not the case. We've got the mayor, David Comadel, here, and tell us what we're seeing, because it looks like you've had some serious erosion and we don't have that wide stretch of protection like we do just a mile or two up the coast.
Exactly. The levee's about 160 feet. You got about 80 feet from where I'm standing. You can see the clay and the geotube, the texture that's sticking out. I was standing here yesterday and showed the media that this is going to be gone. The Corps is supposed to continue putting rocks in the Gulf. By putting the rocks in the Gulf, it stirs it up, it makes it like chocolate milk, and it rebuilds the levee. But they only put 5 segments here. We need to continue like we're doing on the east side. By doing on the east side, we don't have no problems on that side. They need to continue putting the rocks so we can protect it. Exactly. Without this, it's like putting 3 packs of sugar on the table, taking a glass of water. That's what happened. We lost 80 more feet of this. And tonight, it's still going to be high. Tomorrow morning, tide be high. It'll probably be another 30 feet when the tropical storm's passing us up. The government knows that it's got to be done. You got to put rocks in the Gulf. The rougher it gets, the better it works. It stirs the sediment and it throws it. Without no protection, we're just going to continue having some erosion.
But like we see back on the East Coast where I'm from with the beach replenishment every several years, that's out of the question here.
But if it's spending that type of money. But over here it works. I can bring you on the east side. You saw it earlier, the day before the storm, and you see how beautiful it works. And this side, for some reason, they won't do it. So again, I don't want to go to my senator's doors every 6 months and knock in Washington, D.C. I need another $8 million. We finally got $30 million to do it. They done spent $5 million, and they didn't do it right there. They put the rock too small. They should have finished this project. Now, I called them up, took pictures, and I told them, look, I want to work together. But it's common sense. Something that you design on that end, just listen, you put rocks in the Gulf, I'm going to leave you alone. I never bring you on that side, Alan. It's got to be done on this side. I'm worried. The storm's not over with. What you see here, and you see the tide's going out. When you come here tomorrow morning, the tide about 11 o'clock, even though the storm's not here, you're going to see all this scouring just falling in the Gulf.
More of this
exactly.
Here?
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're going to lose it. So it's time to wake up,
And many would say you're fighting a losing battle.
No, not if you put the rocks. I can show you on the east side. I'd fight the losing battle. Look at the nice, beautiful place you got here. All these beautiful places. This is paradise. Spin it right. It works on this side, it works on that side. Once you put rocks, I guarantee you never have to come back and do this.
Okay.
Just common sense.
Well, we hope you get your rocks. Then we have the latest from the National Hurricane Center, Carl Parker. Maybe a landfall, and it looks like it may be just a little to our east, Carl, based on that visible shot and that swirl.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it all depends on where they decide the center is, but could very well be that little swirl we've been watching on visible is this center, certainly an area of very low pressure. And right now we're looking at a 50-mile-per-hour storm, so it's been pretty much a steady state storm for the last 24 hours. You notice there's a definitive lack of deep cloud, that brighter color there near that center, and that's why this thing never really did get much stronger over the last couple of days. There's just been a terrific amount of dry air on the west side that wrapped around the underside and right into the center. And when you've got all that dry air in place, you're just not going to get a lot of thunderstorm development. And as we look at the visible satellite picture, we had this broader circulation and then a little swirl that developed within that actually passed down to the south of that broad circulation and now sort of rocketing back up to the north right in there. So if the Hurricane Center is going to consider that to be the center of circulation, and they're saying now that the center is actually 65 miles south of New Orleans. So I'm just going to take just measure that just to get a sense of where 65 miles south is. So that actually would be pretty close to that. So that could very well be that we're looking at a landfall not very far away from here. But again, as Mike Seidel has been saying, that really is immaterial because all the weather is well out to the east.
Is that neck carbs?
On the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 89 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 73. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Low 73. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. It has been a scary afternoon in northern Florida, a good 550 miles away from the center of circulation. We've had tornado warnings now for the last couple of hours, the most recent for Baker, Bradford, and Union counties going until 5:15. This cell has come very close to Lake Butler and is now moving northeast about 10 miles per hour. That is in effect, as I mentioned, until now 15 miles per hour, I should say, in effect until 5:15. And let's follow that area of red and green. That couplet is the rotation that we're watching right now, and we can follow that north and east, and that is going to be affecting a number of towns if in fact it does hold together. Rayford most immediately, 5:02, possible tornado coming your way, so just a little over 10 minutes or so. Then Ellerby beyond that, 5:15, and then Sapp and Manning, and we'll continue to keep a very close eye on the storm. We want to go back out to Tevin Wooten. He's been reporting on the storm in Pensacola. And Tevin, a little bit of a lull in the action right now, a little bit of a break from all that rain and wind, but you've got some more heavy rain offshore, and that's the way it's going to be going through the rest of the afternoon, kind of on and off like that.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of on and off in terms of the rainfall, and that's really the way it's been all day long. However, I do think the most substantial rain that we've seen in terms of duration is about 5 to 10 miles off of the coast. Let me take you that way towards the south and east here, because here's some of the issues. Not only do you see the darker clouds back there, of course, where the storm is coming in from, but look in front of that. That's where we have the water, the angry Gulf of Mexico right now. You can sort of see how strong the waves are as they're curling over. Let's go live now to Gulfport, Mississippi. They've also had substantial water rises there. In fact, storm surge, about 2 feet of surge on covering some of the roadways there. So if you aren't familiar with the term storm surge, that's 2 feet of water above normally dry ground. So if you combine that perhaps with some of the heavy rainfall, you're talking about not only the storm surge threat, but also the inland flood threat too. So a lot of things, unfortunately, working together and coming to fruition with this storm. In fact, right in the forecast, we did we forecasted about 2 to 4 feet of storm surge along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and that we are seeing there in Gulfport, Mississippi. We haven't seen any major storm surge issues here in Pensacola. There have been water rises, though, in the Pensacola beach area. But we want to go to Carl Parker now. And Carl, here's the situation with this storm. It doesn't just stop once it makes landfall. And you and I both know that. It continues inland and perhaps farther inland than most storms have gone before.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to make its way all the way up into the Midwest and continue to pose a flood threat as it does so. But yes, certainly it's going to be on the move here in the next couple of days and may hold together as a remnant low. And here we're looking at a little swirl in the atmosphere. It's been a very interesting evolution. We've got this broader circulation, but within that, a small little swirl, an area of lower pressure. And depending on whether or not the Hurricane Center considers that to be the center of circulation, we may be getting close to a landfall there near the mouth of the Mississippi. But, whether that is the case or not is not particularly relevant regarding the larger effects of the storm. You've got this huge area of strong winds well away from that center. So very much an asymmetrical and in large respect non-tropical sort of system where you've got all the weather displaced from the center. And that wind is now coming into the northern part of the Gulf of Mexico. And where we get heavier rain, that's going to bring that down to the ground. So we're certainly getting that along the I-10 corridor right now, where winds have gusted nearly to 50 miles per hour in southern Mississippi. And here, as Tevin mentioned, got this band of rain that's about ready to come in, maybe some breaks beyond that as well. So sort of up and down through the rest of the day today. Here we see the current winds gusting to 39 miles per hour in Biloxi, and then farther east, still gusting to 48 miles per hour in Gulfport. So again, as those heavier bands of rain come through, that's what really steps up those winds, and winds now gusting to 32 miles per hour in Pensacola. A lot of heavy rain on the way, particularly in southeast Louisiana and southern parts of Mississippi through tonight and through the overnight hours, and there could be some flooding as a result of that. And flooding has been the concern in Grand Isle, Louisiana, and that is where we find our Mike Seidel. Mike, over to you.
Hey, Carl, good afternoon once again from Grand Isle. Water coming in from Barataria Bay. It's starting to go down, but you really can't tell here in these neighborhoods. Most of these folks here are year-round residents and not the vacationers. Of course, everybody was supposed to evacuate Friday morning with the mandatory evacuation. That was not the case. In fact, locals surprised how high the water came, and you can see all around. And notice everything is on stilts, and look at the roofs. There are no more shingles here. These are new building codes. After Katrina, after Isaac in 2012, everything, they're trying to build things that are hurricane proof, and one thing to do is take care of the roofs. But look at all the water standing. It's going to take a couple of days at least before they can get this pumped out, because some of the pumps can't be turned on until the water recedes below the pump level. But the big story today has been, well, east of here, team coverage. More on the tornado threat in Florida. Stay with us from the Gulf Coast on the Weather Channel.
Domino's is serious.
Naked.
Extended live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal continues right now, and conditions are worsening as this tropical storm comes ashore tonight in Louisiana. Tropical storm force winds, storm surge, and dangerous flooding battering the Gulf Coast. Plus, we're tracking the threat of tornadoes as this tropical storm's bands roar ashore hundreds of miles away from the center. Water spouts and tornadoes possible from Louisiana to Florida. And the danger doesn't end as Cristobal pushes inland. We're going to break down where dangerous flooding is likely. States and states away from the Gulf Coast. We're talking into the upper Midwest. We want to welcome to our continuing coverage here of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Let's get right to it with some breaking news. The new advisory is in on this tropical storm. So for that, we're going to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori with a look at this. And as you were ingesting this new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, Jim, does anything stand out to you?
Yeah, we're about to get a landfall. That's what stands out to me. We're very close to a landfall with this. We can see it on satellite. You can't see it so much on radar because the center is really void of precipitation. But we can certainly tell by the fact that you have coastline 65 miles south of New Orleans. That's pretty much right there between land and sea. We're just about to get it. Again, all along we've been telling you about the lopsided nature of this, how the dry air has pretty much gotten entrained. It's really, for all intents and purposes, a subtropical storm. That'll be something you can read about in Post if the the Hurricane Center decides that that's the way they're going to go with it. But for everything that we're seeing, certainly wind field wise and how this has behaved, that's exactly what we've got. But looking at the visible imagery, you kind of look from here, it looks like, well, maybe we got it on shore. But then you get into the center of this, which has been broad. The Hurricane Center's been discussing this, okay? But we've had several little swirls that have made their way around that. Now, the most recent one is right here. All right, look at that, coming right up toward Pilot Town in Venice, which is this extreme southern point. And if you kind of look at everything, you don't really see any more swirls left. So you kind of wonder, and the fact that that's about 65 miles south, east of New Orleans, you wonder if that's the center. And, you know, we'll find out, obviously. It's the Hurricane Center's call if this is just actually cross land, and we'll hear about it from them. But a lot of tentacles extending far to the east of all this. Some of the main action today has certainly been over Florida with the active weather there. We've had almost a foot of rain up around Interstate 10, so we'll talk about that. But here's what you can see here. This is basically the high-resolution winds. If you take all the data out there that we have for you, between buoys, between what's going on with the hurricane hunters, between what they see, this is the new wind field that you can see. And the center being here, the storm winds being strongest out here basically is the clue that we have a subtropical storm here. Okay, there's not a lot of wind around that center. As a matter of fact, it's going to be eerily odd that within the vicinity of that center, or what would be obviously in a hurricane and eye wall, you should have the strongest winds. But we don't have that. We have it all off to the east. You're getting that in Gulfport. You're getting that in Biloxi. We've already seen tropical storm winds on the coastline. Certainly if you're on Dauphin Island, you've been watching the wind blow sideways down there as well. And some of these stronger, heavier rains have also moved in to the I-10 corridor as well. So that's with the first band. So not surprising, tropical storm warnings still posted here. They may be for a while because you saw how long that wind field extended out over the water, right? So even though the center may be coming on shore, you still have to deal with that wind field, which extends really very far, maybe over 100 miles off the coast. So dry air is kind of the key to this whole west side. That's why Houston, you may get a little light shower from the northwest, and that's about it. But a lot of this action's been honing in on north central Florida. We have the best low-level change in wind direction. In other words, surface to 5,000 feet, you're almost at 90 degrees and through here. I mean, that's not perfect, but you see these little discrete supercells even on the radar this morning. We'll watch and see what happens with this as it moves on shore, because again, this is basically, tornado-warned storms from the sheer environment versus the instability in through here. Because it's been cloudy and rainy all day, and holy smoke has it rained. I want to read you some of these rainfall totals. Jasper, Florida, 833. Hopewell, Florida, 1015. Another area around Hopewell, 11.3. So almost a foot of rain in through here. This is a storm we've been watching for a while now. It did produce some damage down there near Lake City, and now it has come up just to the northeast of Lake Butler. There is a tornado warning on it. You can see the very small couplet right in through here that Shane's zooming in on for us. And again, these are going to be transient. This isn't going to be something we're going to watch all afternoon here like a big supercell out in the Midwest, but it's going to be something that's going to kind of ebb and flow here a little bit. And if you live in Rayford, this thing is strong enough, obviously, from a couplet standpoint to impact you. Shane, let's see if we have any kind of a TDS, a tornado debris signature there on the correlation coefficient. So there's a little bit of a dropout, okay, and what that shows us is we may have some type of debris blowing around in there. And we know one thing, it's been very, very wet there. So you're getting a lot of tree damage, a lot of trees blown over as a result of this. But signature-wise, from what we see with TDS and TDS, which is the tornado debris signature I showed you, the light green color, that's where we do think certainly that we've got a chance that we have a tornado on the ground very, very close to that city. All right, so radar, as sometimes is the case, it underestimates this tropical rains. I just read you off actual ground truth around Hopewell with 11.3. You see the estimated radar is not quite picking up all that. So, Chris, even if we don't get a tornado out of some of these storms, we just even get a thunderstorm that's below severe weather criteria, the fact that we've had so much rain, you're going to see a lot of these trees going over.
And we are seeing a lot of rain right now, too, with the wind blowing hard, with the rain coming down to Biloxi, Mississippi right now. So let's get right to it. Get out in the field with meteorologist Felicia Combs, joining us live in the middle of some of the bands with this storm. Hello, Felicia.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, it's been really picking up over the past several hours. And I'll tell you, the wind is whipping. You can see that the rain is pelting, and this is really what we've been dealing with in Biloxi for hours. The rain is going to continue to come down. In fact, where we are in Biloxi, just behind me is Highway 90, and then just beyond that is the Mississippi Sound, or the Gulf of Mexico. And I'll tell you, we've saw those waters come up, they've flooded parking lots, and Highway 90 is now closed from about a little over 30 miles west of us at the St. Louis Bay Bridge, and then all the way to the Biloxi Bay Bridge, which is just east of us around Ocean Springs. And for good reason. It is not safe to be out there right now. You can tell the winds are certainly gusting. They're very strong, and they're blowing the rain around. And of course, it's this wind that's going to continue to add up, and it's going to create that storm surge that we're dealing with. So yeah, very gusty tropical storm force winds, at least here, and that's what we're dealing with. And then also, of course, the flood threat. So a lot going on here in Biloxi, and the crazy part about it is that we are not even in the cone. We're on the east side of this system, so you can kind of tell the wind's whipping around in different directions as well. We're safe. We're under the cover of a garage at our hotel, but you know, the crazy part about it is close to landfall, about 60 miles south of New Orleans, which is west of us, and we're still just getting whipped around like this. I actually ventured out a little bit earlier this morning, and portions of Highway 90 were already flooding, and then that receded a bit, and now we're back out it. But I'll tell you, the thing about this is we've got hours and hours of this ahead of us. The winds are going to continue to blow like this. In fact, Keesler Air Force Base, where we get the hurricane hunters, they are just to the west of us, and a report from them came in a little bit earlier of 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I'll tell you, standing out in these gusts, they're strong right now. They're not something that you want to be in. You're going to get projectiles. You're going to get things blowing around. So hopefully you heeded the warnings and you went ahead and put away anything in your home that could blow away, because you can tell, man, those winds are really whipping out here. And I expect that they're going to continue to pick up, actually. Now, right now, we're really stuck in a strong rain band, and this rain band, the way it's setting up and the way it's coming on shore, it's continuing to funnel those winds on shore, and it's going to continue to bring in that storm surge, but it's also going to continue to bring in this rain as well, and these whipping winds. So as long as we're stuck in this band of rain that's feeding on shore through Gulfport and through Biloxi, we are going to be seeing that possibility for the flooding and the storm surge. So yeah, we are gonna kind of walk out here. Well, we'll make our way out here against the wind. And what I want you to see behind me is kind of the water, and then, you know, as much as it's picked up, and then it just kind of comes back down very easily. But I want you to see the water kind of adding up. You can kind of see how angry the waters are behind me as well. So there are multiple elements here in Biloxi that we're dealing with and that are making it a dangerous situation. So if you want to know what's going on out there, just hang with us on the Weather Channel. We've got you covered. But yeah, we don't want you out and about. And just a reminder, Highway 90, St. Louis Bay Bridge to Biloxi Bay Bridge, it is completely closed, dealing with major flooding issues there. I want to go a little bit farther west now to my colleague Mike Seidel, who's in Louisiana. How's it going, Mike?
A lot different over here, even though we're right near the center, right here on the coast of Barrier Island of Grand Isle. And all around us, you can see what they've experienced today from the flooding coming in from Barataria Bay. The winds here have been basically calm for about 3 hours. So it tells me we're near that broad center. It may have made landfall right over us. Hard to tell. It's not your classic tropical storm. We don't have an eye or an eye wall or a right front quadrant. But we do have the mayor, David Commodore, who's been nice to spend his afternoon with us. This is our last chance to talk to him about the water and how it's backed up into these neighborhoods.
Yes, you can see the flooding that's going on in this area here, and you see the kid playing, but the water came up. You can see a couple of feet on the piling, and what's happening, it's receding. It's going back to the back bay in Barataria Bay. Hi, how you doing? And this is families here that live here, and like I said, we didn't expect this for this tropical storm, you know. So again, you seen what we done today. You seen we showed every place they had. So we're just asking the federal government to come step up and build our levees. And in the meantime, you know, you seen the beach side, you seen the back side, and I finished putting the rocks. All I'm asking for,
the pumps are on.
all the pumps are on, being that the water's falling.
How long? How many days to get this out? You think? Couple days?
Probably with the current rate, I could get this out in 3 days. But where the residents live more in the central part with the oak trees that you seen earlier, that's where it's going to take me longer because there's a little deeper slope in that area. You know.
Okay,
so
Mayor.
Again, I want to thank y'all, and like I said, you know, we're there to make sure that we're going to. My saying is, as long as there's 1 grain of sand in my island, I'm going to keep the American flag flying.
Well, we appreciate that. You've been mayor here since 1994. You lived here all your life. You've been through Betsy, Camille. Of course, that was a little farther off to the east. Katrina, Isaac, all the storms. And it goes to show you that you're dealing with Mother Nature. You got water on both sides, and it didn't take much. We didn't even have a wind gust here to 40 miles an hour, and all this water that's got to be pumped out. Fortunately, because of the building codes, everything's on stilts.
Exactly. And like you said, you know, and every home that you see, we try to elevate them, working with the government. So in the meantime, you know, just knowing it's a tropical storm, it looked like things are changing. And in the meantime, like I said, we want to protect our people.
Right,
you know?
right. Okay. Let's go back to the Weather Channel meteorologist Chris Warren. Chris, you and Jim looking at the visible satellite photo. Hard to tell if we've seen landfall over us or not. We've had a lot of blue sky, but the wind, as you can see, there's hardly a whiff of wind, and that's the way it's been now for several hours here on Grand Isle.
Yeah, Mike, what is seen there indeed. And as far as landfall goes, Jim Cantori's right over there. I'm going to know about a half a second after landfall happens. So be sure to keep it right here to the Weather Channel. But landfall is only a part of this story. Here's Gulfport, Mississippi, because extending well out from the center of this storm is where a lot of the action is. Frankly, a lot of the bad weather. Gulfport right now, winds around 31 miles an hour. And just look at this mess. And look at all of this water that we're seeing. The winds with this large system pushing the water onshore into areas that should be dry right now. And that is what we're looking at. The storm surge threat that exists, and there's a flood threat from the rain. So you can get flooding in a couple different ways with this tropical storm. And where the watches are, storm surge watch, including Grand Isle, where meteorologist Mike Seidel is at the moment, and then the storm surge warning with the winds coming around this system, pushing that water. And notice too, this goes right up to around Lake Pontchartrain, and this is where around Lake Pontchartrain where coastal flood advisories are currently in effect. And the flood advisories, you notice this too, going from well to the west of Grand Isle in South Louisiana, all the way over here into Mississippi, into Alabama, and then stretching the coast here through the panhandle of Florida. Talking about some big threats from what is a big storm with that little circulation right there getting very close to landfall. The storm surge flooding that we're seeing right now, anywhere from about a foot to more than 5 feet, about 5.5 feet, getting closer to 6 feet, with these winds pushing all of that water, likely doing some issues there on the coast, some beach erosion that we've seen, and getting around is tough, as we saw with Mike as well, some of the flooding. So looking at the history at one location, Bay Waveland Yacht Club in Mississippi. As of early yesterday morning, there was some rise, getting up 1 or 2 feet, but now seeing that rise from this morning really start to pick up. And that's another one of the dangers. If you're not paying attention, you don't know what's going on, this water can sneak up on you, and it can be dry, when you take your afternoon nap and you wake up and then it's flooded. So that's one of the things you have to think about and deal with if you're in these areas and people tell you to leave, you got to leave. That's why. Shell Beach, Louisiana, now up to about 6 feet. And you can see that steady rise started yesterday morning, continuing today, and then really that uptick above 3 feet throughout the day today, and it's still on that upward tick. So as far as the storm surge potential and the forecast goes, generally speaking, around and these are low-lying areas too. It might not sound like a lot, 1 to 3 feet, but that's above normally dry ground, and that extends all the way over to Apalachicola, into around Biloxi as well, over to Morgan City there in Louisiana. So we know too that the impacts from this storm are going to extend well to the north. We're going to get into that. That flood threat that extends all the way up to the Midwest could pack a pretty big punch with wind too.
As 789.
Currently in our area, 90 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Monday night, thunderstorms. Low 73. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now on the Weather Channel, tracking Tropical Storm Cristobal. We want to get a update now from the National Hurricane Center. Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center, kind enough to join us via Skype, along with storm tracker Jim Cantori. And Mr. Graham, as we know, the storm, no storms are alike, right? They can have some similarities, but each one is unique in its own way. And the forecast is as good as it is, as good as it can be. So far, the way things have been playing out, have there been any surprises so far?
Yeah, you're right. Most of these storms are so different. We never compare seasons. We never compare storms. Here's one that's different as well. So the track pretty close to perfect. But what's interesting in this situation is the whole center fairly exposed. I mean, you can see this entire center exposed with these little swirls. So when the swirl gets to the north part of the actual low, it'll speed the system up. When it gets on the the western half and the bottom, it'll actually slow the system down. So that's always one of these very interesting factors with these storms.
Ken, I'm going to play off of what Chris was talking about, the fact that you're kind of honing in on that center, because you guys essentially are going to have to call landfall on this at some point. It's close, but what are you guys looking at for landfall? Maybe you could zoom in on that visible and give us a few more specifics.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a conversation, Jim, that we just had here in operations. And really what we're doing is looking at the mean center. So we're taking that entire exposed area there and trying to find out, okay, where's the mean? Where's the middle of that? Not looking at each individual swirl, because the entire low pressure system is really this open area there. And that's what we're doing. So we're going to look at that mean center. It's close. I think we're within the hour for landfall. But these little swirls, we saw that slow down to that 5 miles an hour, Jim. And that's when this swirls down on the bottom side, slowing it down. Watch what happens in the next couple hours as that swirl gets to the the northern part of it. It'll help pull it forward up to 7 miles an hour now, and maybe even speed up more.
And as we look at that center coming on shore and the official landfall happening, is this a situation we don't want to get too caught up with landfall, because we're seeing tornado warnings, flooding happening in Florida? This is a big, massive system here. What's the overall message just going through the next couple of hours?
Yeah, the next couple of hours, if you look at how large this system is, we've seen severe weather in Florida. Switching over to the radar, you can just see all the rainfall. In Florida, right through Alabama, Mississippi, it's the heavy rain. It's just a dangerous rain. And we also have, of course, the storm surge. Those tide values have come up, and we saw that storm surge, very dangerous storm surge. We're coming off of that high tide, but in some areas, depending on your location, even if we make landfall, some areas see a delay in some of that high water. So we still have to pay attention to those tides and that storm surge, even over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and Ken, exactly right. If you look at the wind field from this thing, that extends all the way out into the Atlantic for a couple more 100 miles at least, even though we're out of the high tide, we're still going to hold that water up, aren't we? Because the wind is just as strong offshore for several hundred miles.
That's exactly what happens. We've seen that so many different times. You get that initial push, the winds trap the water in here. We start looking at the Rigolets, we start looking at Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard Parish, and the Mississippi coast. But with time, as we move north, all of a sudden you switch the winds. Other places, even west of the river, could see some of those water levels start coming up, even well after the landfall.
And Ken, as we track this storm, as you mentioned, it's going north. At what point will the National Hurricane Center hand off the storm to the local offices as it continues to go way far north into the United States?
Yeah, we're going to be watching it real close, and the Weather Prediction Center eventually takes that. And I'm glad you mentioned it because this is something that we're talking about. I mean, you look at this. I mean, this is an area of concern. Look at the areas that could get the potential of that flash flooding, the high risk, the moderate risk, stretching into Arkansas. Look with time. Tropical moisture is, Jim, you and I we've all talked about it, just so efficient. With time, some of this moisture getting up into Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, you start interacting with any frontal boundaries up there, you can get some intense rainfall and even some wind. So it's a concern not just on the coast, but well inland over the next several days.
Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks,
we do appreciate that. And of course, here at the Weather Channel, we have live team field coverage tracking this across multiple states just along the Gulf Coast being impacted by this tropical storm. Let's get right now to meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is live right now in Pensacola Beach. Tevin, how has the day played out for you and what's going on right now?
Well, Chris, I think this is perhaps the most substantial outer rainfall band that we've been in all day long. We are here in Pensacola Beach, Florida, and let me tell you, it's been interesting to watch. We start the day, we did have a mix of sun and clouds, and one or two showers come through, but they were very minuscule and very minute in nature. And then all of a sudden the winds picked up, and I'm talking about sustained winds right around 20 to 25 miles an hour. I've got my anemometer here. I just caught a gust at about 25 miles an hour, but the strongest gust we've seen so far today, that was 44 miles an hour at the Naval Air Station, and also at some of the schools too, at Pine Forest High School and also West Florida High School. Both of those are on the mainland in Pensacola City, and they too had gusts at about 44 miles an hour. So a very strong storm here. Of course, that wind energy is churning up the Gulf of Mexico here. You can see how the waves are crashing over and coming in. Some of the highest waves between 9 and 12 feet. So we do have a high surf warning that stretches into Monday, along with this tropical storm threat as well. Of course, we've got this storm covered from multiple angles, from northwestern Florida to the Twin States, and also right through the bayou.
Oh, we love our new home.
It's better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
This thing encompasses most of the Gulf of Mexico, not just Louisiana, but storms all the way to Florida.
It's a 2.4-foot water rise here at Dauphin Island, easily visible here.
This is about the water. It's about the rainfall. It's about the storm surge over the next 24, 48 hours.
A landfall looking imminent. Welcome back to our coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Here's what we know at this hour. Louisiana Governor Edwards requests federal assistance for Louisiana communities threatened by tropical storm. 4,500 power outages reported in Louisiana, and the city of New Orleans issues voluntary evacuation order for areas outside of the levee system in Orleans Parish. This includes Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, and Irish Bayou. So again, tracking this tropical storm, as we just heard from the director of the National Hurricane Center, spoke with us live here on the Weather Channel. Multiple threats that are going to extend well inland. Rain and flooding rain, surge, all on the table in Florida. We've been tracking tornado warnings today. But with this storm, we're about to enter that next phase, Jim, of the going on land phase. Any moment now expecting, if we don't already have, landfall with this system.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I was just looking at the close-up visible, and Shane maybe will get this up for me here in a second, but talking about how you've got two little swirls left, and this is what Director Ken Graham was just talking about. You know, we're kind of watching these pivot around each other, but the whole low itself is coming north. Thank you very much for that, Shane. Let's talk about what we're kind of keying in on here with Chris. You can see the broad center, but look right in here, and then look maybe just right out here. Okay, so two little swirls out there that are getting ready to come ashore. So we're very, very close. Even Ken said we're probably within the hour of this landfall. But what's been interesting is all the weather that's certainly associated with the area outside of landfall. We got a lot to talk about even after landfall. So once the tropical storm comes ashore, it's not just going to go to sleep. We're going to have a lot to deal with, especially with high water issues, more rainfall, and even up into the mid-latitudes as we get this thing north toward Canada. So the latest advisory here. From this point on, you'll hear, I would think, of a landfall, certainly given what we're dealing with there. 65 miles south of New Orleans is pretty much right on the coast. All right, we're about 65 miles from the coastline and through there. So you can see the visible, again, as we kind of zoom in on this for you, very, very close here, this very broad low. Not a lot of thunderstorms around it. A lot of the weather has been north and east and even well east of the center for hundreds of miles in through here. This is a pretty funky thing going on here with this. Let me see if I can skip ahead. So what we're looking at here is the high resolution winds. And this is the point I wanted to make. Even if I have to draw on this, I got enough of the map, Shane, so let it load. So that's the center, all right? And you know that the wind field is spread out, as has been discussed by the Hurricane Center ad nauseum with their advisories. You've got about a 200-mile wind field of 30 to 50 mile per hour winds that extend out from the center offshore for about 200 miles. So all of this still has to come in. So it's going to keep the water up in Biloxi and in Gulfport and some of these areas. So there you can see the map that I'm talking about right there. That little pink area is 50 miles an hour. Then the little bit more fuchsia goes to 30. But, you know, that's a decent wind field. And look who's impacted. You're talking about literally from Dauphin Island up through Mobile Bay, Gulfport, Pascagoula, Biloxi. That water's going to stay high, and we already had the video, Chris, of this certainly sitting over some of US 90. All right, guys, let's find out. One of the worst areas here for water rise has actually been down in Mississippi. So let's talk to Felicia about that.
That's right. So let's go ahead and go right now to Felicia. Last time we checked in with you, Felicia, it was really coming down. Has anything changed in the past several minutes?
Yeah, you know, it's not raining quite as hard right now, and that's kind of been the story of it. You'll get this very heavy rain, you'll get the very gusty winds, and then you'll get a little bit of a break, and then here they come again. So that has really been what we've been dealing with. So it's, you know, one of those kind of misleading things where you think, oh, it might be calming down a little bit, and then you see it here. You've got another gust coming very shortly after that. So a new development here in Biloxi that just took place, though. We've now got a flash flood warning ongoing for actually a good portion of the southern part of Mississippi, and for very good reason. We've had the same rain band set up over us for hours at this point. We're seeing street flooding. In fact, street flooding so bad that Highway 90 has been closed from the St. Louis Bay Bridge all the way to Biloxi Bay Bridge. So that's a little less than 40 miles of a major highway being closed because of the flooding that we've been seeing. And we haven't even gotten to landfall yet, although it is imminent. We have more from Biloxi coming up after the break.
You may not see them, but you're on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to the Gulf Coast. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, and it is a Sunday evening now. We're watching Cristobal about on land. Maybe it's made landfall. It's a big, broad circulation. And even though we're right near the center, wind is calm, and we haven't had much wind at all today, and only a couple of inches of rain. But I wanted you to see some of the erosion from this dune line that's on the beach. This is about 3 feet, and that's been eaten away. Now, we were in pretty good shape. We talked about this yesterday because we've got about 75 yards or so between high tide and the levee system here. So the levee goes up about 10 or 12 feet, and the water got up to that palm tree at a high tide this morning, late morning. The next high tide is 11:40 on Monday morning. We're still going to have an onshore flow, so the water is still going to come up higher than it should, but not as high as today. The concern now is the water backing out of those neighborhoods. We've been driving with the mayor through Gulfport, I should say through Grand Isle through the afternoon, and this is some of the video we shot, and just about everything to the north of Louisiana 1 has water under it. But also keep in mind that everything here is built on stilt, so that's good. And the pumps are on where they can keep the pumps on, but some of the pumps are still underwater back towards Barataria Bay. That's where the water came in, so those pumps will not be turned on until the water goes down. He thinks it will take a couple of days, at least maybe 3 days, to pump all the water out of the streets and back into the bay. Again, it came in from the bay. None of this water got in to the town. It was all stopped by this levee system. Well, the tide is going out. Still some rough surf. I checked the buoy offshore, peaking at about 12.8 feet this morning. Now the wave heights have backed off to about 8 feet. So we're seeing that improve. Again, here we haven't had the rainfall that they've had off to our east. We haven't had the severe weather, and I've yet to see a wind gust in this area over 40 miles an hour. And today, boy, it's not been very windy at all. We had some squalls this morning, but after about 8 a.m., they moved out and the wind died down. So, Chris, now we're just waiting for the official word of where the center came on shore. But we've had pockets of blue sky. The winds right now are basically dead calm here in Grand Isle.
Right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, even after this storm does come on shore, the effects and the danger are still far from over. In fact, the outer bands of this storm making their presence known in Florida yesterday and again today. We've seen tornadoes in progress in many areas across parts of Florida. An EF1 tornado started out as a water spout over Lake Conway before crossing onto land and damaging some roofs and uprooting some trees. And we're seeing some of this damage, some pretty significant damage. Anytime you can see down into someone's home from the air, that's certainly a sign of a pretty strong storm, a strong tornado coming through, taking off big limbs as well, coming down onto people's homes. So the threat from this tropical storm extending hundreds of miles, in fact, away from the center of this system. Here in Lake County, Florida, again, that was yesterday, this is today. And still seeing that threat for more tornadoes. And you see right there off in the distance a pretty obvious funnel extending from a really dark sky going down beyond and below the tree line right here. So that threat for more severe weather, including tornadoes, does exist. It remains this evening. And Jim, what concerns you the most out of the threat we're looking at through this evening?
There's been so much water in the Florida Panhandle that even if we don't get a tornado, some of these storms with the wind gust 50 miles per hour are going to take down more trees. Speaking of rainfall, Chris, we should talk about that. We've got a section of I-10 that's closed because of the water there in Madison County. Mile marker 262 to 273 because of the high water there. They've had anywhere from, goodness, 8 to almost 12 inches of rain in that area. So the tree, we've literally gone from drought to deluge in the Florida Panhandle here. Let's talk about yesterday's tornadoes because pretty high-end EF1, and if you saw the video of this tornado, you're like, boy, I can't believe it was only that. But again, you have to match the damage to, you know, what the damage says it was for a tornado, and the rating was a high-end EF1 and through here. 12 EF0s, by the way, in Orange County, Florida, the most recently one on July 7, 2017. The last tornado stronger than that, EF0 or EF1, was February 23rd, 1998, and it certainly could have been stronger by the looks of things, that's for sure. All right, guys, again, landfall is imminent here. It depends on where the Hurricane Center wants to put the center. As we just talked to Ken Graham a little while ago, there are multiple swirls within this broad low itself. So is one of them south of Grand Island? Is the other one near Venice? You know, the whole thing is bodily moving and drifting on shore very, very slowly here. But notice, again, some of the features that we're watching. This one band here, which is now setting up right over Biloxi with the flash flood warning out. This is where we had the tornadoes and the flooding earlier. And there, you know, maybe just enough sunshine here before the sun went down that we're going to get a couple of more of these that could spawn a tornado. The best shear is going on in Florida right now. All right, you got your low-level winds coming in out of the east, your winds at 5,000 coming in out of the southwest and through here. So there's plenty of low-level shear. So these are what we call low-top supercells that we typically get with a situation like this. So here's the tornado watch that we have. It's not where we've had the tornado warnings, but that doesn't mean we can't get a tornado here in addition to the heavy rain. But right along I-10, we're getting all that overwash and that water push. Think about how this area is shaped. I mean, this is a great shot of showing that shape. So with all the wind coming in here, guess what happens? It just piles up. You know, so we got to high tide, and even though the tide is past on the high tide, we're still keeping that water up because there's so much wind. And we showed you that product that showed the winds 200 miles offshore that we are getting those strong winds. Here's the shear. So there is some of that present as well for low top supercells in the Mississippi and Alabama coastline. So keep an eye on it, guys.
Only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 89 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. high 85. Chance of rain 60%. Monday night, thunderstorms, low 73. Winds light and variable. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Back here on the Gulf Coast, meteorologist Mike Seidel, Sunday evening in Grand Isle, 2 hours south of New Orleans. This is a barrier island. One way out is Route 1. That was closed earlier because of water over the highway. There's still some of that has some water, but that's receding. But back in those neighborhoods, take a look. This is where the water came in from Barataria Bay last night. In fact, they had to turn the pumps off because, as we showed you on the Weather Channel, some of the pumps are underwater. But you can see all the water out there. Now, granted, everything here, just about everything is built on stilts. Certainly all the residential spots. There's still some restaurants and businesses on the ground level. But where we're standing in our location, it's higher ground. And anything on this side of Louisiana Route 1 is in good shape because we've got the levee and a big wide area between the levee and the ocean. Or I should say the Gulf. The Gulf is going out right now. It's taking its time because we still have that push of water. Next high tide is tomorrow morning at 11:40, so we'll be watching that one, but it's not going to be as high as the one we had earlier today. Not a whole lot of rain here, a couple of inches of rain, that's it. We did not get blasted. Again, this is one of those tropical systems that was asymmetric. It was east side loaded, and the wind field extended out, the tropical storm winds extended out over 200 miles in the northeast quadrant. That means the Florida Panhandle. And we had spin, so we had tornadoes and tornado warnings as late as just an hour or so ago. So not your typical tropical system. As you get farther east, you get into the meat of the impacts as far as wind and rain. That's where Tevin Wooten has been all day, getting hit by rain and also by maybe some sea foam. I don't know how close you are to the ocean, Tevin. You got some sea foam in your face?
Well, so Mike, here's the unfortunate thing about this storm and the sea foam and the power of the water that we've seen. The swells have been so high and the waves have been so high, we've actually had water come all the way up and encompass and encase the entire beach. So a lot of the sea foam, as it was lifted up, it was also brought pretty much to encompass the entire beach. Now, the good news is it does look like the water is retreating back somewhat. High tide earlier today was right around noon. But I want you to take a look at how much fury and how much force is coming through out of the Gulf of Mexico right now. Those waves are about 6 to 8 feet high, maybe plus or minus a foot or two. However, southeast of here by about 100 or so miles, some of the strongest wave heights, or the highest wave heights rather, right around 16 feet. So that is how much Cristobal is churning up the ocean right now. And then I want you to go and take a look at the pier here. That's about a quarter of a mile away. And ever so often when we get a strong outer rain band that comes through, a lot of heavy rainfall comes through, it reduces the visibility. But also you can sort of see how the waves are crashing right into the pier as well, almost as high as the pier in some instances when those waves are crashing in. Now, because the water has pretty much covered the entire beach, and in anticipation of this, the lifeguards here, they actually moved the lifeguard stands up such that they would not be brought back out into the ocean or carried away, or even also sort of engulfed in sand too. So overall, they've been prepared here in Pensacola Beach. In terms of the forecast, we've seen strong waves and also strong winds too, some of the strongest winds today, right around 44 miles per hour. So that wind energy has unfortunately churned up the ocean. There is a high rip current risk today, likely tomorrow, and perhaps into Tuesday as well. And so the beach is open. Jim, you know this all too well, but the water though is closed and will likely stay that way because much like a guitar, when you pluck that string, there's still some vibration after the initial pluck. So that's what we're dealing with here too in terms of the water that will likely carry the effects into Tuesday and Wednesday. Jim?
Yeah, that vibration is going to last for at least 24 hours or more there because this is such a lopsided storm. Tevin, appreciate that report. He's got one band of rain he's dealing with right now. There's another one offshore that's pretty heavy, and that's rotating all the way into Pascagoula and Gulfport. A lot of road closures there, a lot of water, a lot of high water along the Mississippi coast here as we speak. So let's get into this. Again, we're still dealing with a 50-mile-an-hour tropical tropical storm. Landfall is imminent. As we talked to Director Ken Graham a little while ago, he said, within an hour we should certainly have something in through here. And we'll talk a little bit more about why that is as we kind of close in on the visible. I mean, you see this big gyre in through here, which is right side loaded with all the action. Boy, I'll tell you, we just missed getting hammered in New Orleans with the rain. Look at this. We're playing essentially with New Orleans and Biloxi and Pascagoula and Gulfport. I mean, that's how far away the heavy rain is right now. But here's the big gyre, okay, that Ken was talking about in through here. Within that, the little swirls that we've been watching. This is really the last one right here. So what you focus in on is where's the center point of this whole gyre, and it certainly looks like it's made its way pretty close to land, somewhere between Grand Island and also Venice, which is over here in this area. So that's kind of what it's looking like right now. This thing's very, very close to landfall. We'll leave it up to the Hurricane Center, obviously, to call that. They will have the call on it as we go on in time. Now, here's the problem, and this is what we were talking about with Tevin, is you have an area of 30 to 50 mile per hour winds about 200 miles offshore. As the storm comes in, all of this is coming north. All right, guys, stick around. Much more to come. Our continuing coverage of Cristobal coming up on Weather Underground.
Extended live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal continues right now on the Weather Channel. And conditions getting worse as this tropical storm moves onshore this evening in Louisiana. Tropical storm force winds, storm surge, and dangerous flooding battering the Gulf Coast. Plus, we're tracking the threat of tornadoes and scenes like this as this tropical storm has bands moving onshore hundreds of miles away from the center. Water spouts and tornadoes possible from Louisiana to Florida. And then the danger does not end as the storm pushes inland, where dangerous flooding is likely all the way north into the Midwest. And we want to welcome you now here to our continuing live team coverage on the Weather Channel of Tropical Storm Cristobal. So with that, we want to get to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori for the latest on the storm. But before we do that, we want to show you some brand new video coming into the Weather Channel. One of the areas vulnerable to tropical systems and to some very heavy rain and flooding is the New Orleans area, the greater New Orleans area, low-lying areas, a lot of it below sea level. This is some of that new video coming in right here. The winds whipping around. My guess is we're looking at Lake Pontchartrain here.
I'd agree with that.
And with these waves like this and seeing, now I'd say that's definitely the case now. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so really cooking there, Jim. When you're looking at that, of course you want to reduce your speed with high winds like that going across the lake. But really with this system, what do you think, as we're still in it, Jim, here, what do you think the calling card of this system is going to be?
It's just the extent of the issues, all the way into Florida with the heavy rain, the flooding, the tornadoes that they've had over the past couple of days now, because we had some more today. And the fact that we're really not done, Chris. This thing just is going to collapse as it comes ashore. We have a strong wind field left to go with it tonight, and I think even flooding across southern Mississippi. And New Orleans, by the way, 995 millibar pressure. That is their lowest pressure ever in the month of June, beating 998 millibars back with Bill in 2003.
Still early June.
It's still early June.
Right.
Let's hope we're not in for one of those kind of hurricane seasons, but you never know. The Hurricane Center is already watching something off the East Coast, for goodness sake. All right, let's talk about this. Again, latest advisory, 50 miles per hour. Now, 65 miles south of New Orleans, Louisiana is pretty close to the coast. And we talked to Dr. Ken Graham, the director of the Hurricane Center, just a little while ago, and he was talking about, we'll probably see within an hour, and this was at 20 after, a landfall, and I couldn't agree with him more. But let's focus on some of these other issues that are going on. Still some very, very heavy rain over Florida, and it's kind of interesting the way this whole thing is behaving. It's like a big low pressure. You got a big warm front extending out from that, and then of course the cold front offshore with weather through here. So think about this now as more of a big weather system that's got a lot of potent elements with it, as opposed to this tropical storm entity, because it is very, very far reaching. Looking at the visible as the sun is starting to go down, again, a very broad center. You can see where that 995 millibars come all the way up toward New Orleans. They could even drop another millibar. It's not out of the question. But your eyes probably go on that little swirl right there, which has already come ashore down near Venice, right? But it's part of, and it's been part of, the broad low pressure itself. But if you look at this, it kind of appears that the center point is now at least across land. So we'll see. We'll see. Again, it's the Hurricane Center's call as to when they put this through. Is it going to be Buras? Is it going to be Venice? Is it going to be Grand Island? We'll see. But here's what I'm watching. We mentioned the fact that you've got the large TS here, and this wind field, which is lopsided on the east side. This goes out about 200 miles from the coast. All right, that's a problem with 30 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's going to keep the water up. It's going to, some of these roads that are impassable in southern Mississippi, and friends just text me from Pascagoula, they're like, Cantore, the water's all over the place. It's a pretty bad tropical storm here, as tropical storms go. And then you go all the way, into north central Florida, where we've had 8 to 12 inches of rain. In Madison, Lake City's had a tornado today. It's been nasty. It's been nasty, to say the least. So again, we're void. We're very what we call asymmetric. All right, it's not this perfect donut in through here. All the action is on the east and the northeast side. That's why the tropical storm warnings continue in through here, and they'll probably stay up for a while because the winds I showed you offshore are going to be up for a while. This isn't just going to wind down. So this one rain area that we're watching needs to continue to be watched. That's why we have the flash flood warnings out for I-10, that corridor in Mississippi, but we also got them out a little bit farther to the north too. We'll keep an eye on some of these stray cells and maybe a couple of these discrete low-top supercells. You still have a great shear profile here, so we can't rule out another spin up, but this rain has been tremendously heavy. As a matter of fact, that little area that I just highlighted is probably pretty close to mile marker 262 to 273. That part of I-10 at last check was closed. So we've had about 8 to 12 inches of rain in through here, and there it is right there. Florida Highway Patrol website reports I-10 eastbound closed from 262 to mile marker 273 due to flooding. So when you close an interstate, which was civil engineered to be above, some of the worst flood potential, that's a statement through there. So you'll notice right here, we just had a little pop with some darker red. That could actually be where we're getting some of those totals now up toward a foot. And you can see it's very close to the interstate. It's right on top of it. All right, guys, again, the other area I want to watch, last graphic here, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson County. Look at what is to come offshore. And with a 2 mile per hour tropical storm moving, Chris, there's going to be a lot of water piling up here on the Mississippi coastline.
And Jim, with that, where that flash flood warning is right now, we want to get a firsthand account, see what it's like there on the ground with the wind and the rain still coming down hard in Biloxi, Mississippi. That's where we find meteorologist Felicia Combs joining us live now. Things let up a little bit at all, Felicia? You're getting crushed earlier by some of that heavier rain.
Yeah, Chris, it actually has. We were just checking out the radar, and there was kind of a band of embedded, very heavy rain that we were going through earlier within the larger band of kind of showery weather within this rain band. And the heavier rain is lifted north of us, but we're still stuck in kind of that showery southern end of that rain band. Now, here's the thing for Biloxi. How quickly is that going to lift to the north and get us out of the rain, with the exception of some pockets of rain here or there? How long is it going to kind of go, westwardly and continue to feed rain into us? We're still getting some of the gusty winds, but I'll tell you, it's not nearly as gusty here as it was earlier. Another thing I want to point out to you, you can kind of see the water churned up behind me. This is the Mississippi Sound, and typically you wouldn't see white caps on this like this, and actually we had seen high tide just before noon today, and that's when we were really seeing the highest of the water, but it has since actually started to recede, believe that or not. We'll be in low tide later on tonight around 10:30 tonight, and then the next high tide here for Biloxi will be around lunchtime tomorrow, just after lunchtime tomorrow. So if we're continuing with this persistent onshore wind, certainly when we see that high tide again tomorrow, we could see some issues. So that's something we're going to have to watch. It's that persistent onshore wind, even if you're not getting the freshwater rain that contributes to that storm surge, all that piling of energy of that water up against the shore. But you'll notice just from me standing here, it's obviously windy. I wouldn't advise being out in it, but it is certainly not quite as gusty as it was. Oh, well, Mother Nature is like, well, what are you saying? Maybe I won't say that anymore. That was a pretty good gust, but yeah, so that was probably the highest gust that we've seen in a little while, and just as quickly as it has come, it's gone. But I will tell you, a good portion of Highway 90, which is also just out behind me, has been seeing flooding. We've seen flooding near some of the casinos as well. So I've heard from some of the people staying at the casinos on the water that Biloxi is known for, that management is saying, the highway's closed. So if you're here, you're stuck here, because a lot of those casinos are placed in between Biloxi Bay Bridge and then west of us to St. St. Louis Bay Bridge, and Highway 90 is closed there. So yeah, we're really seeing a lot of people just having to shelter in place, which I think is great because obviously this isn't something you want to be out in. Another place that's getting some of these impacts a little bit closer to the landfall, that's our own Mike Seidel. Hey Mike, how's it going?
Hey, Felicia, right here, we don't have the wind or the rain that you're having farther to the east. We're right near the center of where the storm has made or is going to make. I know Jim and Chris have been tossing it around. We're seeing a lot of blue sky. Now, this is looking off towards Venice and Burris in the mouth of the Mississippi. But I want to tell you, we're not talking about an eye. We don't have an eye wall. We don't even have a right front quadrant. All the action has been well east. That's why we've had the heavy rain today, the severe threat, tornadoes yesterday, and EF1 confirmed in Orlando, and tornadoes, at least tornado warned storms earlier around Lake City. So that's where all the real life-threatening weather has been per se. Here on the coast of Louisiana, here one of the few beaches, we've had the water come up. Now, it did come up past the high tide level, which is actually where those rocks are, and came up into this area between the beach and the levee. The levee gives up about 10 or 12 feet. So those areas on the other side between the levee and Louisiana Route 1 are fine. Everything is pretty much fine because it's all built up on stilts. But look at the video we shot back in the neighborhoods as you go on the other side of Route 1 back towards Barataria Bay. That's where the water came in, and that's where we were going around showing you the neighborhoods today. And again, everything's on stilts. The wind has not been an issue. The wind right now basically is calm, and we've had this for several hours, 3 or 4 hours. We've only had one little squall come by. That was a torrential downpour, but it came down in this direction. The tide is going out, low tide later on this evening. This is an area which is kind of strange, unlike the East Coast and the West Coast, where sometimes, many days, they just have one tide cycle. The next tide is until 11:40 tomorrow morning. We have had some beach erosion, but other than that, just big waves, which are calming down now to about 8 footers. And by the way, you're wondering, Chris, about these rocks. These are certainly not native to Grand Isle. These were put here by someone who, we were told, wanted to build a casino. That's the story we're hearing. Anyway, these were put here. These did not roll in from the ocean. This is not a rocky coast. We're not in Maine by any means. So that's why the rocks are here.
Okay. All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, and it's so interesting to see that fact that you're dry right now, but other areas far from it with this system. You're so close to the center of the storm, too. Let's take a look at some of the other issues that we're dealing with. It's the water being pushed inland or being pushed on any of the larger bodies of water, say like Lake Pontchartrain as well. So surge and coastal flooding and flash flooding from just the heavy rainfall, all a possibility here. This past Christian in Mississippi from Charles Peak, getting a look at what I believe the windshield wipers are probably going mostly because of the spray coming over the wall right here. And it looks like we are getting the new advisory in right now. Is that right, Jim?
Yeah, we could. I mean, here's the deal, Chris. The National Weather Service in Lake Charles about 1 minute ago said that we have gotten a landfall with Cristobal over southeastern Louisiana. Is it Grand Island? Is it Venice? Is it Burris? We haven't seen a town name, but you know. The towns don't. I mean, the towns do go all the way to the coastline, but they're trying to decide, I guess, which way. The low is so broad. I mean, we got a 995 millibar pressure in New Orleans, so I mean, you have a really large low pressure system there. So we'll get the official word from the Hurricane Center as to maybe a point, if you will, but it's really hard because it's a very, very large area that came through. But according to Weather Service in Lake Charles, it's weird that it came from them versus the Hurricane Center, but either way, they're calling for landfall right now in southeastern Louisiana. Chris?
Right, and it's pretty sparsely populated too, so trying to say exactly
the town,
yeah, being a town can be tough, but we know regardless of the fact that whether it has or it hasn't, where it has, we are expecting to see multiple issues lingering for hours, if not days, frankly, out of this. So breaking right now, we're saying southeast Louisiana don't have an actual location for this, but pressure 993 here, and winds still around 50 miles an hour at 5:10 Central Time here, local time. The tropical storm Cristobal making landfall here on this, the 7th day of June, and this, the third named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. A, B, C, Cristobal making landfall today, June 7th, just moments ago here. So off to a very busy start. We're off to what is going to be days of threats out of this. And Jim, when you look at this and you look at landfall, I mean, it's one thing to have systems that develop and get named before the official start of hurricane season, or even after the official start, but to be talking about landfalls, because you can have a real busy season with no landfalls, or not a bad season. You can have a slow season and a very bad season with just one landfall, right?
Well, it's interesting, Chris, because if you look at things, Arthur was only 25 miles off of Cape Hatteras, okay? Bertha landfalled near Charleston, and now you've got Cristobal landfalling. So we've had our 3 first storms have almost landfalled, 2 out of the 3. Does that set a precedent for the season? Not really. You can't.
You don't know.
You can't put that together. But I certainly think it's interesting. So 992. I'm wondering if New Orleans, which just set a pressure record,
if it's going to go down,
if it's going to go down, a little bit. It certainly could. By the way, the pressure record they set was the lowest in the month of June. So I'm wondering if they're going to actually go down a millibar or 2. But it's interesting there was no town named. It's kind of somewhere in this Grand Island, Burris, Venice area that it looks like it came ashore. What do you think, Chris?
Well, it's because of the nature of it too, right?
It's just so large.
It's so large, but also that kind of, I think, in a way, speaks to the overall system itself. The fact that hundreds of miles away in Florida, we're seeing some of the worst damage out of this because of the tornado threat.
Yeah, and the flood threat that they've gotten there. By the way, the Hurricane Center's official statement does not have a landfall point. When we have these well-defined tropical systems that have an unquestionable eye, like Matthew, if you think about it, when the center comes across. Right. Okay, it's clear, and you can have a point. It was Mexico Beach. It was Mexico Beach, clear as day. But this is such a broad low. We've just labeled essentially southeastern Louisiana. But I can tell you, it was between Grand Island and Venice that the center point of this low pressure was. Interesting. East of Grand Island. So there you go.
So Jim, over the next couple of hours here, what are you going to be most interested to see play out?
I want to watch the flooding that's going on along I-10 in Mississippi, and I also want to see the flooding that's going on along I-10 in Florida. Those are the 2 areas. Could we get a quick spin up in Florida? Yes. There's some pretty good shear that still exists there with these low top storms, and it looks like we're still getting some deeper convection in Mississippi. So does that flood threat move inland, Chris?
Yeah, and then inland beyond that into the Midwest. We got a lot to talk about here this evening with this storm.
Thank you.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, we have a landfall, according to the Hurricane Center, at 5 o'clock this evening. Cristobal making landfall just east of Grand Isle, Louisiana. And so now it is onshore, very broad center. So it was tough to pinpoint exactly where that center came ashore, but it is now onshore. Here's the deal, though, and this is the takeaway I want you guys to have, is we're not done with the weather. We have a long night ahead of us with heavy rain threats, maybe even some severe weather as well, and all this will gradually move on to the north. And we're going to keep the water high, too, especially on the Mississippi and Alabama coastlines because of that long fetch to the east of this low pressure system, which is coming onshore. So here's the official word. Again, east of Grand Island, 50 miles an hour, pressure 992. We've also set a low pressure record for New Orleans at 995, which could actually go down for the month of June. All right, up there where Interstate 12 meets Interstate 55, north of New Orleans and Lake Pontchartrain, that's where we find Chris Bruin in Hammond, Louisiana. Chris, tell us about your conditions this evening.
You know, it's been mostly a rain story at this point. We've been dealing with rain, better half of the day. We've had showers through the morning. They picked up in intensity. Those tropical downpours. We've been seeing that all afternoon. We've got another one about to come in. We can actually pull up the radar and show you. And it's as those bands come in that the winds pick up. Here in Hammond, we're kind of protected. We got a huge tree canopy, you got a lot of pines, you got a lot of oak, and we're not on the lake shore, about 10, 15 miles from the water. So that's protecting the persistent winds. But as these bands come in, that's when you get the wind gusts to kind of pick up and bring in the heavier downpours. They're not long lasting, at least right now. That may change, but they aren't long lasting. And the strongest winds we've seen anywhere from 30, maybe 35 miles per hour. Those are only gusts that we occasionally clock. Overall, though, we're managing fairly well. Ponding, of course, the ground is saturated, and it's interesting in this part of Louisiana compared to where everyone else is located, where you have a lot more low-lying swamp and bayou marshland. Here you have a bit more pine, so you have to have a little bit higher ground to get that type of vegetation. So you have a lot more oak and pine, and this area can handle a bit more rainfall than, say, areas that are dealing with the surge, the extra water, and the rain all at once, where they pump it out. Of course, they got to wait for the water levels to recede before they can start pumping things out. And we drove in from New Iberia. It's very interesting, the characteristics of the storm. Everyone's pretty much on the east side. It's been dry. Once you get to the west of Baton Rouge, we haven't seen a lot of rain at all. In fact, it barely was raining at all earlier today, and the winds aren't super strong. We've got that northerly component here because we're getting that offshore push, bringing out that counterclockwise spin around Tropical Storm Cristobal. Of course, making landfall officially just a few minutes ago. And we're going to continue to see conditions like this through the afternoon. I think the worst of the weather is going to be overnight and through the morning. And what's going to happen is that core, don't just focus on the core because that's not where the worst of the weather will be at all. But as it starts to push in through Louisiana and certainly getting in Mississippi, the winds are going to be whipping back around, and we're going to get then banding features to set up off the Gulf. Once we get that off the onshore flow. So you're going to get, once the wind shifts, you're going to be pulling in that moisture, that tropical moisture from the storm, and that will set up banding features like we've been seeing in parts of Florida for the last 36 hours. So that will be when we get some of the worst as far as the heaviest rainfall and the potential for flooding, because at that point, many areas will have seen anywhere from 3 to 4 inches and certainly more. We've already had double-digit totals and isolated pockets there on the Gulf Coast. So manageable, Chris, but again, the rain really the biggest threat, especially once you get this far inland and you're kind of away from the surge problems.
Yeah, and really a big wild card as well. Meteorologist Chris Bruin, thanks so much. Want to get back over to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori talking about that rainfall. Chris is inland, but not as far inland as it's going to go. States, we're talking the Midwest.
It's going all the way
north.
to Canada.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pretty decent low pressure, too. So there's going to be a lot of wind up into the Great Lakes as well as into southern Canada here. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to watch for New Orleans. And I know you think, okay, landfall, our threat's over. Not really. We're going to have to watch that band of rain that's north and east of you across Mississippi. Should it pivot west as the storm goes west and northwest, it's going to bring all that onshore, because remember, this is so lopsided. We've got such a long train of rain and wind sitting offshore. We could still have our worst impacts for New Orleans well after landfall. So that's your takeaway from this. All right, then on, as Chris was mentioning, this thing's on its way. It's going to get pulled up around the backside of the upper ridge, which is basically kicked it to the west a little bit and then taken up into Canada, but it's going to change itself. It's going to become more of what we call a mid-latitude cyclone and a pretty decent low pressure at that, with a much larger wind field. And this time you will have winds on the western side of it that you'll deal with over Minnesota, perhaps Wisconsin as well. So here's the atmospheric moisture. Not surprising. You bring a huge slug of deep tropical moisture all the way north. It wasn't only in Louisiana, but we had the secondary push into Florida, and that was preceded the system itself. So very likely flooding. This is what scares me. Usually when you see the WPC do that, that should put you on high alert. So again, remember, well after the landfall, the worst of the weather may be still to come for New Orleans in terms of flooding. All right, Chris, over to you.
Yeah, not the time to turn off the TV and watch a movie and go to bed. Nope.
It's not.
Far from over here with that threat for some flooding, so tracking it all for you, including the threat for some severe weather. Water spouts and tornadoes still on the table with this tropical storm.
The Great American, only on the Weather Channel.
mean, this thing encompasses most of the Gulf of Mexico, not just Louisiana, but storms all the way to Florida.
It's a 2.4-foot water rise here at Dauphin Island, easily visible here.
This is about the water. It's about the rainfall. It's about the storm surge over the next 24, 48 hours.
Oh, welcome back to our coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Here's what we know at this hour on the Weather Channel. The tropical storm did make landfall around 5 o'clock Central Time in southeast Louisiana. 5,000 power outages reported in Louisiana. And the city of New Orleans issues voluntary evacuation order for areas outside of the levee system in Orleans Parish, including Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, and Irish Bayou. So I want to go back right now to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori, because even with landfall, it's going to be a long ways to go before we're in the clear, because part of it's just such a big storm. And then the rain is always a big threat with any tropical entity, named or not. Oh, and you mentioned this, we're looking at a nowcasting kind of situation.
Right, so now you watch areas like Mississippi where we have the flood warning out. On I-10, it's like I-10's getting picked on tonight, both in Mississippi and also into Florida. We've had a foot of rain in Madison County there. The eastbound lanes at I think mile marker 262 are closed there for about 11 miles, so that's not a good situation. Plus, you're not really seeing this taper down because it is, what we call a subtropical storm versus just purely tropical. The center, and Mike Seidel's been pointing this out for the last 2 hours, he's in literally no wind, so he's a part of that broad center that made landfall as of 5 o'clock tonight. And in case you're just joining us, again, Cristobal making landfall at about 5 o'clock, just east of Grand Island. All right. Was it Buras? Was it, that area? I don't know. But east of Grand Island is what we're getting in terms of official landfall point. Winds were at 50, pressure's 992. And this 992 pressure is interesting because there's no reason why that's going to just go away or fill quickly. So we've already set a pressure record in June for New Orleans at 995 millibars. Do we tick that a little bit lower than that? It's possible. So look at the infrared when you don't have the radar. We have them both, but I just want to show you. So look at the enhancement going on there. That's deep convection. That's deep tropical thunderstorms going on there. Same thing here over in Madison and Lake counties. And we even had a severe weather risk there earlier on. So we'll see what happens with these tentacles that still sit offshore, albeit they're going to continue to rotate onto the northwest. So if you're in Arkansas watching us, if you're in Missouri, Illinois, all this is coming your way. Granted, it is a heavy rain threat and even a little bit of a wind threat, because what's going to happen with this storm is interesting in its own right. So again, we look at the broad center. This was the one main swirl which came in with this. So it's kind of a fool center, if you will. So if you look at that, you think, well, that's got to be the center, right? No, well, the center was broader than that, and east of Grand Island would have made the landfall point here as of 5 o'clock. So this is just one of those little vortices that's spinning around. We'll see what that does, but there's been so much dry air on the southern flank of this. Hopefully that'll save New Orleans from getting any of this flooding. But the areas to the north of that are right in the enhancement. So Pensacola, you've got rain, maybe a little heavier rain coming up. And the other thing is, too, is look at where the wind is, Chris, in position of landfall. It's right here. So all that wind is just pushing that water inland. We've seen flooding in Waveland, past Christian, Gulfport, Biloxi. It's going to keep that water high probably through tomorrow.
Yeah, and then as tomorrow also, as you're back on in the morning talking about the threat going north, we could be waking up with some serious flood issues.
Yeah, we could. That's going to be a big concern tonight.
So near that landfall, meteorologist Mike Seidel in Grand Isle, Louisiana, where there's been some flooding, some erosion. Looks like some showers not too far away from you. Mike, first off, what are your thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on the landfall so far?
I can tell you that we have had hardly any wind here since early this afternoon. It just collapsed. We did have a good shower about 3 hours ago. This is looking east to northeast, so you can see the blue sky. I'm not trying to give you any impression there's an eye, because there is no eye, but that's the direction where we had landfall of that broad circulation. But then we look down the beach. This is looking west-southwest, and if we punch up the radar, you can see some rain showers coming at us now from the west-southwest. Before the landfall, everything was coming in from the southeast yesterday, last night, and this morning. With that said, we've had generally 1.5 to 2 inches of rain here in Grand Isle. The biggest issue we'll show you as we go through the show this evening, back across Louisiana Route 1. Just about all those neighborhoods are underwater. Fortunately, they're on stilts. We'll come back, check back in with Jim and Chris and Tevin and all the crews on the Gulf Coast as Cristobal has now made landfall.
Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back into our continuous coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal, the latest in, making landfall just a little while ago, just a bit away from us in Louisiana. And we're here in Biloxi. Now, here's the thing. Biloxi actually outside of the cone, but I would say Biloxi, the southern portions of the Mississippi coast, really getting battered by this storm, as this was a east-loaded storm. And you'll notice the wind's still whipping around for us here in Biloxi, but the big problem along the Gulf Coast of Mississippi is the risk for flash flooding, now under a flash flood warning for this area. So you've got a couple different things that we're dealing with here. The flash flooding, in fact, we were just a little ways away from Keesler Air Force Base, and I've been checking that, and the official reporting from Keesler Air Force Base from late yesterday morning has us getting over a half foot of rain already. So that's a lot of rain. It doesn't have anywhere to go, so the flash flooding risk is continuing to increase. Because of that, because we've seen some flooding already. Just behind me is Highway 90. Now, typically, this would be a pretty busy road. This is also known as Beach Boulevard, but it's actually shut down here. And it's shut down from St. Louis Bay Bridge to Biloxi Bay Bridge, which is encompassing a good portion of all of the casinos. So the Harrah's, the Gold Nugget, the Hard Rock, all kind of stuck in place if you're staying there right now because the highway is closed. We've seen dangerous situations where the water has already been covering the road. Now, the one silver lining that we'll see right now, you can kind of also make out behind me some of that water. That is the Mississippi Sound or the Gulf of Mexico, and we are actually going away from high tide. High tide happened earlier just before noon, and we're going to continue to approach low tide, which is just after 10:30 tonight, and that low tide is going to help to pull back some of those storm surge totals that we were talking about. Of course, a storm surge warning remaining in effect here in Biloxi for 3 to 5 feet of inundation. We're going to continue with these persistent onshore winds, which is what causes that storm surge to add up. And then we have high tide just after lunchtime tomorrow. So we're going to have to continue to monitor the threat of flooding, both from freshwater and from saltwater here in Biloxi. Want to get out to or back into Chris Warren right now. Chris, here in the studio, and you know, we just had landfall, but I think we've still got several more hours to go of dealing with this weather from Cristobal.
That's exactly right, Felicia. Thank you so much for that. Also, the wind and the rain and the possibility for more of this. The outer bands have been producing water spouts and tornadoes. This one in the Orlando area yesterday, the EF1 tornado, started out as a water spout over a lake there, Lake Conway, before crossing onto land, and it did cause some damage as well. So we're seeing some damage. This is hundreds of miles away from the center of this tropical storm, which now has made landfall, but we're far from done yet. Here's some of that damage. When you look from the air and you can look down into people's homes, unfortunately, it's a sign of a pretty strong storm, and we are still looking for the possibility that more warnings, no tornado warnings right now, that we have. None have been issued at the moment, but we have had some today, so certainly is a likelihood that we could see more of this while we still have daylight, and then it's also still possible after the sun goes down. Looking at the threat here for some severe weather this evening, and part of the dangers with the storms, Jim, will be the very heavy rain and the threat for flooding that will be ongoing for the next few hours, at least possibly for days, when you factor in the overall track of this tropical storm.
Yeah, and you know, as this thing moves north, it's going to have a deeper low pressure, Chris, when it enters the north central United States than it has right now. So you're going to have an expanding wind field both on the east and the western side of this. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Here's yesterday's tornado, high-end EF1. Not bad. I mean, it certainly looked like it was even going to be stronger than that by looking at some of that video there. Last tornado, by the way, in Orange County, Florida, February 23rd, 1998. They've had 12 EF0s, most recently July 7th of 2017. So we may have had another tornado today. Wouldn't surprise me at all in Columbia County or even up to the north of that toward Lake City. So that was the area that got hit today. Flood watches are posted, so they're anticipating Cristobal making its way north with its heavy rain shield. This is a high risk of flooding. This goes through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, maybe we've gotten enough dry air on the bottom side of this to kind of take New Orleans out of this, but let's just watch it tonight. That's what we're going to have to do. Right now, the heavy rain band is set up right in here. All right, they're getting absolutely crushed with rainfall. As a matter of fact, my friends who live in Pascagoula just lost power there, so we got power outages associated with that. And then you can see this heavy rain threat coming up through Arkansas and Missouri. Now, it's been dry in the Florida Panhandle. It's been dry in Tallahassee for a good part of the winter and even the spring. In some cases, we were anywhere from 6 to 12 inches below, what we would so far have this year. So they took a lot of that rain. Granted, they still had flash flood warnings with their 8 to 12 inches of rain they got. So talk about a drought buster in through here. But we'll watch this low kind of get caught up with a cold front. So a lot of deep moisture heading north. You can see this area where it's already raining. We're expecting another 3 to 5 to maybe even up to 8 inches of rain tonight. And it's not just near the coast, it's inland. So it's not just Harrison County. These areas inland will get it too. And look at this, Little Rock, St. Louis, up through Memphis. And think about how wet it has been over the last month up and through here. It doesn't take as much rainfall to flood this area, but we will have a decent low pressure. There's Cristobal's remnants right there, and here comes a wave on the cold front. Look at the wind gusting all the way up to the Canadian border.
With Dish, you get the hop weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Once again, back on the Gulf Coast, we've got crews fanned out. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here in Grand Isle, a barrier island. We're about 2 hours south of New Orleans. They had a mandatory evacuation that kicked in on Friday, and I want to show you why. Look back. We'll show you what it looks back to the north of Louisiana Route 1. These are the neighborhoods that were underwater, still underwater, as the water backed in from Barataria Bay with that onshore flow. Our peak surge at high tide earlier, late this morning, was 2.8 feet, so that's about half of what they had over in Waveland, Mississippi, which was up around 5 feet. So we expected a 2 to 4 foot surge, and we got 2.8. So it all kind of played out, but the water came back into those neighborhoods. Now the wind is calm. It's been calm for most of the afternoon. The center of this broad circulation moved in just to our east over the past hour or so. But again, this is not the typical tropical setup where we have a tight core. The strongest winds are near the center. The strongest winds with this have been basically well off to our east, although I did see some buoys off the coast late yesterday and last night that did gust up to 51 miles an hour. Now we've got a shower, but the showers now are coming in from the west and southwest because the storm has moved off to our north and northeast. You can see on the radar we have one of those hitting us right now. It's not very heavy by any means. And again, hardly a whiff of wind with this. Now, Keep in mind, as the center goes inland, we're going to get stronger winds off the Gulf, and some of those feeder bands could still impact us tomorrow morning through lunchtime. So we could still get some tropical downpours and some gusty winds from those feeder bands kind of on the tail end as that storm heads up towards New Orleans and then up into the Midwest over the next couple of days. Let's go north of New Orleans, over on the other side of Lake Pontchartrain, which is kind of rough right now. Let's check in with Chris Bruin. You've moved, Chris, to Hammond, Louisiana, and they're going to be in the thick of it certainly tonight and through a good day, a good part of tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you know, we are on the west side of Cristobal, which, no surprise, it was dry. Barely any rain. You get west of Baton Rouge, that moisture source kind of just gets cut off. It's battling that dry air, and there has not been a lot of rain. So winds weren't bad at all. A little bit of a breeze throughout the morning, but aside from that, this is when you start to get more of the activity. You get to Lake Pontchartrain and certainly Mississippi. Mississippi, I think, is really taking the brunt of the storm, especially when we look at some of the storm surge aspects past Christian, areas around Bay St. Louis and Waveland, Mississippi, all seeing issues with storm surge and rising water near bodies of water, up the bayous, up some of the rivers, and near the coastline. That's where some of the worst issues have been. Here outside of Lake Pontchartrain, we have noticed a little bit of a surge issue near Mandeville, starting to see enough of a rise to cover the road. Isn't unusual in a situation like this, but just to let you know, if you are driving on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, but even down near New Orleans and Lakeshore Drive, there has been wave water kind of crashing over. Now here in Hammond, it's been mainly a rain issue. Winds haven't been bad. We've had gusts over 30 miles per hour. We'll expect those to increase, especially as we go into the overnight hours and we get those more persistent bands that set up. And training is really going to be key. Where those heaviest bands kind of line up round after round, that's where we're going to run into issues. The heaviest rainfall, Jim, is well off to the east in Florida, where we've had some of those double-digit totals in the Panhandle.
Seems like Mother Nature wants to beat up on I-10 tonight for some reason. The same thing, again, that we're seeing with the flood warning sitting over I-10 in Mississippi. We were also seeing in Florida, in Madison County, with just tremendous double-digit rainfalls and through here. So again, guys, let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Pass Christian this evening, as Charles Peak has shot some pictures for us. This is an area that's seen some very heavy rain. They've seen overwash, especially in the Waveland area. I can't believe some of the pictures I'm seeing there as well. But now we've got tree damage as well. All right, we got some pretty gusty winds, 30, 40 miles per hour plus in through here. And because of so much rain, so yeah, these tree roots are just kind of sitting there to bowl the water, and it doesn't take as much to knock them over. Not really sure about this particular tree, but you can see the branches of it just kind of blowing around there, and it's sitting on a power line. So the power line is coming on down and through here. Guys, in case you're just joining us tonight, again, Cristobal has made landfall as of about 5 o'clock Central Time, east of Grand Island. It was interesting watching Mike set out for a couple hours with literally no wind where he was. So he was in the center of this very large eye. 50 miles per hour, 992 pressure as a result of this. It is now making its way north toward New Orleans. And of course, as we lose the sunshine, we're going to lose the visible images. But here's the problem. This is what Chris was talking about a little bit. We still have these tentacles that kind of extend out from the center. As the storm center moves north, these too will come north. So we will watch the active weather, the heavy rainfall associated with that come to the north. And again, you can see how broad this eye is and really how rain-free it is, with the exception of a few showers that Mike's going to deal with coming at him from the west side. 30 to 50 mile per hour winds coming right into the mouth of the Mississippi. Guess what? They're going to hold the water up even now as the tide comes down.
Months on select Subaru models, now through June 30th.
Extended live coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal continues right now on the Weather Channel. Conditions are getting worse as this tropical storm moves on shore this evening in Louisiana. Tropical storm force winds, storm surge, and dangerous flooding battering the Gulf Coast. Plus, we're tracking the threat of tornadoes as Cristobal's bands move onshore. Waterspouts and tornadoes a possibility from Louisiana to Florida. The danger doesn't end there. As the storm pushes inland, it will continue to move to the north into the Midwest, where dangerous flooding is likely with some strong winds as well. We want to welcome you to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. We want to get right to it with Storm Tracker Jim Cantori for the latest on this storm. We watched the center of the storm as broad and as kind of not as obvious as it could be move onshore. But even before that, tracking tornado warnings, flooding remains a threat and surge.
Yeah, especially along I-10. And the fact that we have such a lopsided storm, Chris, means that wind field that's sitting off into the Gulf of Mexico right now for 200 miles south to the coast.
We got a ways to go.
We got a ways to go. Exactly. It's going to keep holding that water up at least through another high tide cycle, at least through one more high tide cycle. Now, it's going to come down a little bit, but it's still going to remain high in a lot of these areas. Seen a lot of flooding in Biloxi and Waveland, in Pass Christian, all these areas. And it really has a lot to do with this track, too, because if you think about it, here's our low right in through here, and you can see all the landfall stuff coming through. So if this is the broad low right in here, look at the east side of this thing. All right, it's just pushing the water all the way up in here and along the Mississippi coast. So we've got issues. Mobile has high water as well. They talked about maybe getting some water into the convention center there. Here it is. Latest advisory is at 5:10. We already had landfall, so that's out. But no, actually, no, it's not out. 50 miles south-southeast of New Orleans. So the coast is about 65 miles. So it's come inland, all right, and made its way on shore. Latest visible images of the day, you can see these tentacles which still lie well offshore. And through here's the heavy rain up in Madison, Columbia County in Florida, maybe a tornado earlier. I think there was one. Saw some video of that, and maybe even certainly some flooding up in Lake County as well. Talk about going from drought to deluge. How many months did we talk about the adding rainfall deficits in the Florida Panhandle? 6, 8, 10 inches, 12 inches, and now, of course, that's the end of that. So again, here's this broad center, which has come ashore now. With the halfway point, your eyes probably go to this little vortex. That's what made it so difficult, because within that we had several of these vortices that were rotating around the actual low center itself. So it made it very, very difficult to call a landfall. Either way, the action is not with the center. It is east of the center, and you can see it this evening in a couple of spots where we're still very concerned about flooding, especially along that I-10 corridor, and the wind will stay up. This is a case in point. Look at this area. This is about 200 miles off the coast, all right? So if that's 200 miles, and these winds within this pink area are 50-plus miles per hour, yeah, it's going to remain windy. The rain is going to keep adding up, and some of you may actually start to experience power outages. Think about it. All that water that's falling, fresh water, the roots are sitting in that water, the trees are swaying around. Finally, they give way like a loose tooth, and those trees come down, and on the power lines, you start losing power. A good friend of mine, Pascagoula, just lost her and her family's power. So that's going to be the case. Florida Panhandle, down through Dauphin Island, though it's also pushing water up. This is what I was talking about earlier. Look at the way this is kind of shaped like this, and all that water is coming right in there. It has no place to go. It has no place to go at all. Western side of Lake Pontchartrain, northwest side, very, very high, up around Mandeville, for example. So it's like taking a plate full of water and tipping it. All the water is going to go to one end, right? Well, it actually is reduced on one end because Lake Pontchartrain very, very shallow in through here. Look at this. The buoy offshore, still gusting to 49 miles per hour. And that's not even in the rain. All right, that's just the wind field around this thing. 38 at Pensacola, 40 as we take you to Biloxi, and all that is being shoved up toward the coastline as well. And of course, the heavy rain threat that we've got in addition to that, along the rain, which continues now double-digit totals in Madison County in Florida. Again, I think our tornado threat may have come down just a little bit through here, Chris. That's the good news. The bad news is our flood threat's going up.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we want to go back out right now and get the latest on what's happening in Biloxi, Mississippi. And that's where we find meteorologist Felicia Combs. Hi, Felicia.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, we stepped inside briefly. We're going to talk to the mayor of Biloxi, Mayor Gillich. We're social distancing. We're inside. And Mayor Gillich, you just made it into us. So tell me a little bit of what you were encountering as you were trying to make it in.
Well, you know, with the amount of rain, I think you said about 80 inches over the short period of time, we had a number of low spots that have water on them. And the Highway 90 is closed by the Mississippi Department of Transportation between Bay St. Louis and, of course, our bridge. So there have been a number of extractions of people going into water and not so heavy-duty cars, and they've been, you know, our police department is now trying to make sure everyone knows which way to go and how to exit, to leave the casinos or the hotels that they're in. But most of the, it's been a little bit more intense than I thought it would be, but so far so good.
You were talking to us a little bit earlier about the stoplights that you're seeing, and I think it's never too many times to tell people what they need to be doing with some of those stoplights that were out.
Right. I think MDOT had inadvertently shut all of them down, and it should have been flashing where people normally know to be cautious and act as if it was a four-way stop. That didn't happen for a while, but I think they're back in a flashing mode, and people know what to do. Just use common sense, and you'll get through this.
Yeah, and we're likely going to continue to see the fresh water kind of rising. We're still keeping the eye on the storm surge. So you can tell us a little bit about what is closed in Biloxi right now, what people should expect as we head through the next 24 hours.
Well, again, the roadways that normally they've been blocked off where they normally are anticipating you shouldn't go through. Highway 90 between the bridge and this place right here has some difficulty. So you won't see that traffic. But at first, people were just following one another and you wind up to a place where you can't get there from here.
Yeah, we saw a lot of cars getting stuck. So you said it's a little bit more intense than maybe you were expecting, and we've got a little while left to go on this storm. So personally, you've been through this. What do you think about it?
Yeah, like I said, it was the wind gusts were more than I anticipated. Being that far away from I think Grand Isle was where the center crossed, but it's just been a long storm, I think. And again, we're hoping to get this over with and get on with life the rest of the week.
And so obviously Biloxi known for the casinos and people coming to visit. We've actually spoken to quite a few people who are here to visit. So it's speaking to the people who are in the hotels, the casinos right now, who might not be from here and they're trying to leave. What would you tell them?
Right. The exit, and most people get here through I-1 or I-10. You have to use I-110 to cross we are on a peninsula, and you have to cross a bridge to leave the peninsula. And most folks will go from the east or the west through using I-10. There have been no closures on I-10 or even the north-south Highway 49. So once you reach that off of Highway 90, you'll be okay. And our PD is actually helping folks with those directions as well as the casino and hotel staff. So.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Gillich, for joining us again. Of course, he's been with us through the entire storm, talking to us and making a really good point that this storm has been going on for a long time, and it's going to continue. I know a lot of people might be a little caught off guard by this intensity, but this is what we're dealing with, and this is what we're going to be dealing with. Heading a bit west now to our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. Mike, you're a little bit closer to the landfall area, but certainly a more east-loaded storm.
Yeah, by far. We have a surge here of 2.7 at high tide, which is officially a little before 11 this morning. The water came all the way up here and all the way up to that palm tree. Beyond the palm tree is that's what we call the levee, and that's where we're dealing with no problems at all because of the fact that the levee is up 10 to 12 feet, and that saved us. We come back out here, you can see how the water has now backed off. We've got a low tide this evening, another high tide coming back in late tomorrow morning, 11:40. That's not going to be as high as far as the water goes. Now, the highest water surge was over on Shell Beach. Now, that's on the south side of Lake Bourne. Lake Bourne feeds into the Gulf, so the water got pushed up and in there and then down to the south side. Shell Beach with a surge of 6 feet. Waveland had 5 feet, so a lot more surge over there. Right now, the winds are very light from the southwest. They're coming around. We had east-southeast winds gusting 30, 35 at times. Last night and this morning with the squalls. All day long, pretty much since lunchtime, the winds have been almost dead calm. Now I'm starting to feel a light wind from the southwest. And as we go through this evening and tonight and tomorrow, as the center goes farther in, there's a lot of wind off the coast from the southwest and south. So these winds will increase again. We could gust over 30 miles an hour. We could get our strongest gust tonight and tomorrow from the entire storm because we just didn't get any of the good squalls. They were well off to the east, as Felicia noted. And the flooding by far has been on the other side of Louisiana Route 1. Take a look at the pictures. We were in those neighborhoods this afternoon. 2, 3, 4 feet of water backing in from Barataria Bay. They've got the pumps on where the pumps are not submerged. It's going to take several days to get all that water out of the streets. And meanwhile, we still have that onshore flow continuing pretty strong through Monday and Monday night. So touch and go back there. But again, as you can see, everything, almost without exception, is built up on stilts. We saw the locals and the neighbors out on the porches and they were in good spirits. They're used to this. This area gets brushed by about every 2.3 years from a tropical system. So this is a spot that is known for tropical weather. Jim, Chris?
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, thank you so much. And we want to get to some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now, showing the extent of some of the flooding. And you can see a little bit of a debris line there and then the water going all the way across the road here in Lafourche Parish.
That area, of course, it was raining hard earlier. That moved on, but still, this is why you see all these homes down here. And you've been down here; they're all up on stilts, pretty high, because with a storm like this and the path that it took, it pushed all that water inland and created this storm surge situation. So it's not just Louisiana; it's also Mississippi.
No, certainly not. Yeah, it's basically every Gulf Coast state except
Texas. It really is. Look at this out of Waveland. Holy smoke!
Oh man.
This is pretty incredible. Some of the pictures coming out of Waveland are sadly impressive.
Look at the stop sign.
Oh yeah.
Look how high up it is on the stop sign.
So the average stop sign is what, 7 feet? So that's 5 feet of water.
That's
right
a lot.
There. That's 5 feet. This is Beach Boulevard, Chris. This is what I was talking about with Christina earlier on. Look at the water that's not only coming on the right on the beach, but also well inland from the boulevard.
Too, right?
Holy smoke! Yeah, this is pretty incredible flooding. This is the push of the Gulf, essentially, right up into this area.
Yeah, this is why you get out when you're told to get out. And my thinking is, too, people here probably saw this coming based on, past history.
Yeah, and what's interesting is some of these areas, especially after Katrina, were built up very, very high. This was not one of them.
But you see some of these homes.
The homes were. Yeah, right. Absolutely. But you can't protect the whole beach. You can't put rock, big rock on the whole beach. But here's the deal. Shane just tells me 5.8 feet is what we had, 5.8 feet above, mean water. So that's how high the water got there. And you can see how shallow this area is to get that kind of water in there. That's why you're kind of looking at the base of the stop sign, which, like I said, average goes about 5 feet. Then the sign on top of it's another 2 feet. But either way, I mean, this is just unbelievable. And obviously shot by a drone. These aren't people driving around getting these pictures.
But Jim, when this comes back around, look at the pier. Well, it's going to get up. You see the pier in the distance here. When the camera goes back overhead, to me, it looks like the water is. Oh, and someone left their truck behind. See that? Right there. Look at that. It's like the water's going over the pier.
Yeah, you're right. It does, actually. That's interesting.
From the air.
Yeah, that's a great pickup there, Chris. Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. It's as far as the eye can see, and that's why this is the #1 killer in any hurricane, okay? It typically is the storm surge. That's why when you get an evacuation order.
Right there.
And, yeah, oh, wow, dude, I can see that.
You see some, like, the white
It does
foam.
look like it, yeah, it does look like it's coming over the top. Either way, there's no dry ground in the shot. Okay, maybe to the right where that grass is, but that's it. Everything else is wet. But that's why we ask you to leave, guys, is to get out of the way of storm surge. I mean, obviously, Waveland has certainly seen higher than that. Katrina had 28 feet of this. Can you imagine 28 feet? And all this has been rebuilt since Katrina. All that.
So you say 28 feet. That's scary.
It was unthinkable then.
Yeah.
It's still unthinkable.
Yeah.
Because you just can't imagine what it does. But, we knew we weren't going to get that out of this. But that's pretty high water for a storm. How far is this, Shane, that we're talking about? This surge from the actual center. So just use Buras, or if you want, as a landfall spot, Buras to Waveland, and see what the distance is. And that's quite a ways from the center. And we always talked about this, how we would have water rise even into Mobile Bay, into Pensacola Beach, all these areas, Chris, that are very low, 60 miles from the center, with a storm that was very, very ill-defined in terms of its center.
And some of the numbers we're seeing and expecting, it might not sound like a big deal, but you're talking about some low areas, and consider we're talking about water over dry ground. Right. It can be a big deal. That's why there's storm surge warnings, and you can see for parts of Mississippi, a big chunk of coastal Mississippi, at least half of it, if not 2/3 of it, into Louisiana. Storm surge watch is still in place, and of course, with that coastal flooding, a serious concern. In fact, we saw with that video ongoing right now with that surge, with that push of water. But we look at this circulation, and this is what I was talking about here. It might not sound like a lot of water, but if you're basically at sea level, and you go 5 feet above sea level, above normally dry ground, you can see scenes like that video we were just looking at. So, and issues can be too. If you've ever driven, say, this stretch going across Florida, there's times that if you had a tennis ball, you could throw it from the road to the water. I mean, it wouldn't have to be hard. It's just like just right there. So a lot of these areas, it doesn't take a lot to get some flooding, get some erosion, and the integrity of some of the roads nearby could be compromised as well. So this is what we're expecting. This is what we're thinking, anywhere from 1 to 3 feet along the Florida coastline. But again, where we're seeing some of the big issues right now, parts of Mississippi and Louisiana still expecting 3 to 5 feet of surge. So stay with us here on the Weather Channel, tracking the impacts as it now next moves inland. Could be days before this thing's out of here.
Looks like
on the ground. Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
As we track Tropical Storm Cristobal, we want to take a live look here at Mobile, Alabama. It is looking pretty nasty right now on the roads. And frankly, it's about to get worse. Pretty heavy rain band heading into your area right now. So this is going to be hanging around for a while. Some very wet, possibly flooding rain as we're expecting. Wet roads, and the potential that some of these roads could be flooded here is certainly within the realm of possibility. So from here in Alabama, also in Florida, heavy rain, and Mississippi. Mississippi is where we do have some breaking news coming out of. So with that, let's go to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori right now.
Chris, I just want to parlay off Mobile, though. Here's the problem with Mobile. Not only do we have the heavy rain, but the wind is out of the southeast. So it's pushing the water back up in the bay. Whatever's trying to fall and come back out in the bay can't do that. Right. So that's they have to worry about that, certainly with the flood. Let's get to this tornado warning, though. This is Smith County. The city of Raleigh is in this. This is kind of odd because it's kind of, the hook is laying on its side. Okay, in this fashion and through here. So this thing is literally moving almost due west at about 38 miles per hour. And that's where it is right there. Let's take a look at it, Shane, with the high resolution radar. Not a strong couplet here. Not sure if we've got Jackson's sight on or how high we are from the beam. I'm sorry, what is it? Is it Jackson? Okay, so not how high, I'm not sure how high we are, but you can see how Raleigh is in this. Not a strong couplet at the present time, but there it is, right within there. But it's like I said, it's kind of weird because it's kind of shaped like that. It's kind of laying on its side like that, and the whole thing is moving that way. So the rain will probably precede this before it comes on through. Keep an eye out. Could go just to the south of Raleigh, certainly given the direction that we have here. But Raleigh, you're just on the edge of that, so we'll see, what this does as it moves on off toward the west-northwest. This is, again, a part of landfalling tropical systems, especially on the north and east side. You can get toward brief spin-ups. It will not last long. Looks like it's relatively weak, but still, take the tornado warning seriously because it's more than likely going to be rain wrapped. All right, guys, again, looking at some of the towns, Cohea, 6:39 p.m., and that's on the western end of this. That's provided it stays where it is and continues to head that way. All right, another area that may deal with some heavier rain, certainly as we get into this evening, is going to be our friend in Hammond, Louisiana. That's Chris Bruin. Chris, talk about how they've been dealing with that, at least on the lake today. Has there been any kind of lake flooding on the western side of that? Because we know that huge water area gets pushed with a southeast wind like we have here.
Yeah, and now that we're starting to see that wind starting to shift, it's been mainly out of the northeast and east, especially north of Lake Pontchartrain. But now we're starting to get more of that southeasterly flow we are getting a little bit of that water push up, especially near Mandeville. There has been a little bit of overwash on some of the local roads there, right on the lake shore. Again, it's common anytime you have tropical systems, no business is flooded, but that is something we have noticed, that water coming up because of that elevated water rise on the north shore now of Lake Pontchartrain. Earlier, it was on Lakeshore Drive near New Orleans where some of the worst of the water and flooding had been. All right, here in Hammond, we're about 15 miles north and west of the shoreline of Lake Pontchartrain, so we don't have really any surge concerns here. It's really going to be that flash flood threat. We are under a flood watch, and that's because it's been raining like this for much of the day. The heaviest rain is yet to come, okay? So we can pan out and show you what we're looking like. Winds, just notice from my vantage point, they're really not bad, all right? Especially once you get into a little bit more protected area. You got a lot of oaks and pines in this part of Louisiana. You get far enough inland, you raise the ground just a little bit out of the bayous, and you start getting into pine and oak vegetation, and that's what we're seeing. So we aren't having that surge issue, but we will have that risk for flash flooding. And that's also going to protect us from the worst of the winds. However, more trees means the potential for limbs coming down, especially if we were to get a stronger gust. No one's to say we can't get tropical storm force winds. We haven't seen it yet here in Hammond, but overnight we could have some embedded stronger cells come through, and that could knock down a large oak limb. That could take out some power. So power outages, but really flash flooding is going to be the biggest concern. Even look at the flags here. They're barely moving. When the rain picks up, we get a little surge of wind, and you'll notice the flags kind of taking a flight. But other than that, the winds have been very tame in Hammond, especially inland from the coast. It's the rain here once you get north of the lakeshore.
I want to point out a couple of things to our friends watching us from the Mobile area this evening. First of all, the flood warning that Chris talked about up and through there is ever present for Mobile. Remember the wind flow coming right up in here, so they're just pushing that water up as the rain tries to get out. Looking at live pictures from Charles Peak. We're going to do that in just a minute, but here's what I want to point out to you. Look at that little appendage right there. You see that moving up on the east side of the bay? There's some rotation with that, all right? It's broad right now, and it's not enough to initiate a tornado warning, but this is going to come across the bay. So we need to watch it if it holds together and makes its way closer, excuse me, to Mobile, because it certainly has the potential to do that. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these pictures here that Charles Peak's got us for us. You hate seeing this, but this is what happens when you get inundation with water. Where is he, Christina, again? Pass Christian. Okay, that's right. Pass Christian. So this is all about what we've been talking about today, essentially from Pascagoula west through Gulfport. Felicia's been talking about that in Biloxi and Gulfport. Now over toward Waveland, the inundation of water there, and also Pass Christian, where you can see this person probably driving, where they shouldn't have been. And I don't know if it was the water moving that pushed them or they just couldn't see the road. Guys, stay out of the rainfall where you can't see the roads, please. It's a matter of life or death.
This is Charlie.
Better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
This thing encompasses most of the Gulf of Mexico, not just Louisiana, but storms all the way to Florida.
It's a 2.4-foot water rise here at Dauphin Island, easily visible here.
This is about the water. It's about the rainfall. It's about the storm surge over the next 24, 48 hours.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Here's what we know at this hour on the Weather Channel. Cristobal making landfall 5 o'clock Central Time in southeast Louisiana. 5,000 power outages reported in Louisiana. And the city of New Orleans issues a voluntary evacuation order for areas outside of the levee system in Orleans Parish, including Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, and Irish Bayou. And right now, we want to go back to some of the new pictures we're seeing coming in. Live look here. One car that didn't make it on the left, and Jim on the right. I watched a truck make it through here a few moments ago. I don't know. I'm not sure how big those wheels are on that Jeep, though. Regardless, it's not a good idea for a number of reasons we can get into. But looks like this one's going to make it.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing pretty good there. Again, I'd love to know how that other car got in the ditch where they couldn't. I mean, Chris, that water is high enough, though, where you can't see the road, right? And that could have been one of the issues there and why that went in. I'm just speculating. But
it could have been higher half an hour ago or an hour ago.
You're absolutely right. Plus, it could have been moving faster.
Yep.
And sometimes that's enough to make, these cars are so sealed now, they almost float. So,
and that could be what happened here, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you get to a deep point in the water, and your wheels aren't real big.
That's not a Jeep. The Jeep that you saw come through there has a much higher wheelbase than that particular car there. Hopefully they got out okay. Hopefully. The problem is this is water that's come in from the from the sea. So you're talking about something that's probably ruined the electronics of this vehicle. Could be a total loss. You hate seeing stuff like that, though, because you just put lives in danger. Then people got to come after you. You put their lives in danger. It just goes on and on. We've certainly seen worse situations, guys. Do us a favor. Stay out of the flood water. Very, very heavy rain coming down in Mobile, Alabama right now. Notice the wind blowing, too. So that wind is pushing Mobile Bay to the northwest. All right? That is where the city lies, to the northwest of the bay. So now you've got all this water up there that's coming down from the sky that's trying to get back out in the bay that's having a hard time doing so because the water from the bay is so high. We're also watching a little couplet that's kind of making its way across the bay right now that could have a water spout with it. We will see a tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Mobile if they think that is going to make its way on shore. That hasn't happened yet, but I do want to let you know about that. All right, guys, again, we're not done with this thing. Now that we've had a landfall, as Chris said, around 5 o'clock local time, it's going to keep on moving north. And what's interesting is the pressure about when it gets in the Midwest is going to be deeper than what we had at landfall. So 992 millibars, we're talking about something that could be 982 or maybe 980-ish. And it's going to be a much wider storm, so there's going to have wind and water issues with it. Obviously, the huge slug of tropical moisture that's associated with this has come in. It's still very slow moving, so the chances of piling up the heavy rain have already come to fruition, especially for Mississippi and northern Louisiana. New Orleans, your saving grace could be, as the storm moves this way, the dry air that we've seen so ever present with this, let's say here we are tomorrow morning, undercuts this and maybe forces or keeps the heavy rain band to the north. Maybe, if we're lucky. But the fact that you're in that high risk for flooding, please keep that in mind. Storm keeps moving north. We're in much more saturated soils here. All right, it's also inland. So this isn't sand, this isn't loam. It is going to, not absorb the tropical moisture as much as it would. But here comes a pretty strong trough over the Rockies. It's going to be a strong cold front. This is going to energize Cristobal. And I think we have to watch this because I can't remember the doggone storm. Maybe it was Aaron. We've seen them in the past. But sometimes when these storms come inland and they've got a decent signature as they will, and this one will, sometimes these mid-latitude jets can really energize these. And all of a sudden we wind up with a massive damaging wind swath in addition to the heavy rainfall. So here comes the cold front. Here's the jet energizing this thing right over Illinois, Missouri, okay, and then it heads north up into Canada and deepens into a low pressure. You see your wind field expand out big time, but look at this. The corridor of damaging winds and flooding rain is going to be right up and through here. Could be 5 to 8 inches of rain over Iowa. It's been a wet spring up and through here, all right? So here's a quick look again at the radar, watching this come in Monday morning across northern Louisiana into Arkansas during the day and night. St. Louis, you will deal with this. In Chicago, you will get it on Tuesday night. We'll be right back.
10 Top 100 Weather Moments.
Welcome back into our continuous coverage of Cristobal, of course, landfall just a little while ago in Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs here in Biloxi, Mississippi, where one of the places that is one of the few places along the Gulf Coast that is under a storm surge and tropical storm warning that is stretching through portions of Louisiana and then just a bit to the east of us to Ocean Springs. So a tiny chunk of the northern Gulf Coast included in both those tropical storm and storm surge warnings, and for very good reason. We haven't had the rain stop falling since it started earlier here in Biloxi, and one of the big problems that we're starting to deal with is flash flooding. That's one of the big concerns. Keesler Air Force Base, not far from where we are right here, and they're actually reporting more than 7 inches of rain since about 11 a.m. yesterday morning. Now, Biloxi is a water city, surrounded by water for about 3 sides, and I'll tell you, I'm gonna get Rodney to kind of check out this boat here. We've been watching this boat that you can see well behind me. And we were watching it a little bit earlier, kind of connected to its moorings, but it seems to have broken away from its moorings or the security holding it into place, and it's kind of washed up towards shore at this point. It's just kind of floating around freely at this point, and that is kind of one of the dangers that the boat owners faced. We spoke with a boat owner when we first got here, and he was telling us that they kind of weigh it and make a decision if they're going to take it out of the Mississippi Sound, take it upriver to what they call Hurricane Hole, where it's a little bit safer. And you know, I think maybe a lot of people heard that this was a tropical storm, heard that we were out of the cone in Biloxi, and maybe weren't expecting this intensity, even though we were saying, you know, this is an east-loaded storm. Even though we're outside of the cone, it's still going to get pretty bad here. So it's something we're going to continue dealing with for the next several hours. And of course, I want to get over to Mike Seidel and Grand Isle, where you guys are also dealing with some of those flooding issues.
Indeed, but we had the flooding on the other side, on the Gulf. Oh, I used to like to say the Gulf side, but on the other side in Barataria Bay. This is the Gulf side, and what we're seeing now is the tide has been going out since late morning. Now at high tide, we did have a surge here of 2.8 feet. Over in Shell Beach, over in St. Bernard Parish, northeast of here, they topped out at 6 feet as the water came in and into Lake Bourne. It was pushed down towards Shell Beach. So the water goes out, it will come back in. This is an area on the coast where most days you only have one tide cycle, so the next high tide is coming back in late morning tomorrow, 11:40. Water will not be quite as high, but we're starting to feel that southwest wind because the storm has now made landfall, so the wind is coming in from the southwest. It will be picking up. It'll be a lot breezier by tomorrow morning, and we're going to get probably a few more gusty squalls, some of the feeder band coming in on the tail end of Cristobal. Want to show you what it looks like, though, on the other side of Highway 1. On this side, we're protected by the 10 to 12 foot dune. On the other side, they have about a 4-foot dune, and that was breached. They've got the pumps on, getting the water out of the streets. But look at all the water as we go through with the mayor. We appreciate the mayor taking us around in their Army vehicle and kept us safe today. But you can see all the water. These are homes that are mostly year-round residents, and they're used to this. And notice they're all on stilts. As far as rainfall goes, we've had 1.5 inches to 2 inches in the area. No major issues from that. It's all been the flooding on the back areas from Barataria Bay, and we had some surge here, Chris, and a little bit of beach erosion. By the way, I've been getting texts and things and stuff on social media about these rocks out here. They're saying, Mike, we didn't know Louisiana had a rocky coast. Well, it doesn't. These were put here years ago. I don't know how long ago. The story is told that somebody wanted to build what we're hearing is a casino, some commercial structure out here, and they started putting the rocks here, never got the permit, so the rocks remain. So, Chris, that's the answer to the question. Where did the rocks come from? They did not come in from the Gulf of Mexico, for sure. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not a rocky coast, but it's a coast with rocks, if you will. Meteorologist Mike Seidel, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Meanwhile, you probably don't appreciate some of the surge and some of the flooding that we've been seeing in some of the coastal areas here. Some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now. It's a time lapse here, Waveland, Mississippi, to give you a kind of an idea of what a day's like here. And when you look at this, and I know Jim is soaking this in like the rain is doing to the land here. You're seeing the waves getting maybe about 8 feet high as they hit that breakwater, even higher at times. But Jim, so much to look at this. Even just looking at the different, what kind of appear to be bands going by for a while too. And then, wow, this really gets inundated with water as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Chris, that catches a lot of people off guard is you don't realize how quickly the water comes up. During Katrina, I'll never forget it. I went inside for a moment just to take a break from the weather. Came outside 10 minutes later, the entire parking lot at the Armed Forces Retirement Home was flooded. So you're talking about 20 feet of water rise in about 10, 15 minutes. So yeah, it's unthinkable. It's what catches people off guard. It's what traps them. It's what kills them. So again, this is a time lapse, and it certainly didn't come in with that magnitude. But like you were pointing out, Chris, kind of later on, there's a little water rise at the beginning, and then you seem like you get maximized right there. All right, you get it right there. Quick look, guys, at why we're going to keep the water up All right, you can see why. Look at this wind field offshore. Even with the storm now onshore and moving this way, you're going to keep strong winds pushing that water up into this area, which is so surge prone. It's shallow, and the water has no place to go once it gets in there. We're starting to see the water come down, but it's going to stay up as long as that wind stays up through tonight and tomorrow.
You may not see them premiering next Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Tropical Storm Cristobal. If you're just checking in, coming in off your plans this Sunday, seeing if it made landfall or not, it did officially make landfall around 5 p.m. local time here in the Louisiana Gulf Coast. Now we're in Hammond, okay, so we're about an hour north and west of New Orleans, and the core of Cristobal made landfall near Grand Isle and the mouth of the Mississippi River. That's about an hour south of New Orleans, so about 2 hours south from here. So we're still tracking the core of this storm, but don't forget, the core is not the main part of this. It's all of the feeder bands, and it's the eastern half where we've seen all of the problems today. From storm surge to flooding. What you see here, notice the sidewalk kind of covered in water, I would say a couple of inches. That's just heavy rainfall. This has no surge component whatsoever here in Hammond. We're a bit away from any major water bodies, so we don't have that aspect. We're also a little higher up in elevation. You can tell just by the vegetation. We got a lot of oaks and pines. Once you get above Interstate 12 and work your way into northern Louisiana and also Mississippi. So heavy rain is going to be a big factor. We've been seeing it in and around New Orleans. In fact, take a look at Lakeshore Drive. Earlier today, that's when we had those winds persistent off the lakeshore, the southeast side of the lake, where you had waves kind of crashing up over the walls and the levees and even flooding parts of the lakeshore. All right, so that's what we're doing. Now we're seeing that on the north side near Mandeville. We've seen a rise in the water there on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Now rainfall, we got to talk about that. Double-digit totals. The highest rainfall of all places has actually been in Florida, over 250 miles to our east, where you've had totals over a half foot to over 10 inches in some cases. Now my question to you, Jim, we've seen about 3-4 inches here in Hammond since this all began a couple of days ago when we started getting the moisture in. Do you think we're going to have more rain on the backside of Cristobal as it starts to lift northward, or is the worst of the rainfall pretty much the front end?
So could you double your output from what you've gotten? And the answer to that is yes. The short of it. I said I think you have a long night ahead of you there with rainfall, so you're going to have bigger puddles to kick through Chris Bruin. And it's going to be a long night with rainfall through here, not only for, Hammond, Louisiana, but also over through Pascagoula and past Christian, where they've also got the onshore push of water, and we've had a lot of high water today in Waveland. Just saw a tweet from somebody about the Biloxi Lighthouse Pier. That's just kind of floating around out there like it's kind of loose from its mooring. So there's all sorts of videos coming in from this storm. But you can see the main fetch of moisture is coming right around. So Chris is right here. All right, so Hammond, Louisiana is about right, let's see here. I'm trying to get my bearings straight. Yeah, somewhere in here. Well, this is I-12 where it meets 55, so 55 is over here. So that's where Hammond is. I got 55 and 59 confused.
Well,
Forgive me.
Pontchartrain is kind of covered
There's
too.
Lake Pontchartrain, and it's getting covered with the rainfall. There, thank you very much. That's the spot. Where 12 meets 55. That's how I remember it. It's by interstate. It's not by Lake Pontchartrain, which is what I should do. Either way, first of all, look at what's going on. Look at the heavy rain off to the west, north, east. New Orleans, kind of a little protected there. That's a little close for comfort when you start thinking about the kind of rainfall that we're dealing with in through here. So the visible imagery, we're starting to lose this a little bit. Still a very well-defined circulation. And even though this isn't the segment for this, I'm telling you, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to this mid-latitude jet when it kicks Cristobal and when it gets into the Midwest. We could have a very energetic system here, an overachiever, as this has been so far. Again, center is north now of the bayou, probably part of it over New Orleans, probably not much wind there, just some showers certainly around there, and we've had action, as Chris said. So if you kind of think about this, we've got a low pressure system, we've got a warm front that stretches to the east, and then a cold front down to the south. That kind of like a low pressure, right? And a pretty broad one where all the weather typically is off to the east and the northern sides of this, which is exactly what we're finding out. But look at this. This is a look at the wind and how far it extends offshore. That's 30 to 50 mile per hour winds right there. All right, so we still have to deal with all that. And look at where it's coming. It's coming right up into the mouth of the Mississippi. So when the water gets in there, and this is why Mississippi's so flood prone, it's shallow water, it's being pushed up there, and so it's having a hard time coming out. The wind has to lessen, plus you're going to get a little bit of change with the tide now that the winds come down. So the tide's going toward low tide, and the fact that the wind is coming down a little bit means the water is starting to drop a little bit. But we've had a lot of water, we've had waves with that water, and that's what beats up the boats and beats up the docks and things like that. So 38 miles per hour still at buoy 42067, buoy 42039, 31 miles an hour out over the water. Still decent here with 29 miles per hour, but they have come down. And let's hope that continues to be the trend. And Chris, as they come down, like we're starting to see already in places here, the water is going to also come down. But I do think it's going to take a good part of the night to do that.
And we're seeing a lot of like the video we have and the live pictures, right. A lot of the flooding, a lot of the surge.
That, yep.
Yeah, it's not over yet. A long ways to go yet. And of course, here at the Weather Channel, we have you covered with our live crews in the field, keeping you ahead of the storm.
Domino's is serious
for life.
This is extended live coverage. Tropical storm Cristobal making landfall earlier tonight in southeast Louisiana. And now the story is this. The surge, storm surge and dangerous flooding. And not just along the coast, but even much farther inland as this tropical storm pushes its way north into the United States, the interior portion of the United States. And this is one of the effects, one of the possibilities. Waterspouts and tornadoes, an ongoing threat from Louisiana to Florida, and not just at the coast, inland as well. And the danger, it's not going to be over anytime soon. We're not talking hours, but we are talking days of this significant weather. Things are interesting as they are now, are going to also get very interesting for areas in Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, and possibly, yes, Wisconsin. Not even going to rule out the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The UP could see some effects from this. Some tropical moisture coming and possibly merging with another system working across the U.S. It's going to get interesting here in a hurry. I want to go now to Storm Tracker Jim Cantor to see if there's anything interesting with the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, at least as you see it at this hour, Jim.
No, things are moving along exactly like we see it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's now a nowcast situation, Chris. And I think, like you were mentioning, you know, everybody's going to focus on that cone and where it's going to go. But this is going to be an expanding system as it goes north. It's going to get a nice injection from the mid-latitude jets. And we have seen this, excuse me, in the past, where these systems can get that and they can really cause a tremendous amount of wind damage. So I don't think the end story has been written on Cristobal by any stretch of the imagination. So now we are, as I mentioned, now casting this very, very heavy rain, which is just north of New Orleans. All right, we've had as much as a foot of rain in Madison County, Florida, which is in the northern part of the state. More than likely a tornado in Lake City earlier on. But the new advisory from the Hurricane Center, here's the 7 p.m., 50 still, 993, so we come up a millibar. Moving north now at 7. All right, 35 miles to the south-southeast of New Orleans, where their pressure has gotten down to 994 millibars, which I think is interesting. All right, Shane, we're sick of the Atlantic and we want to do the East Pack or the West Pack for some reason. It looks like my computer's having a few issues, but some good news here. Okay, there's the tropical storm. Notice the winds, 38 miles an hour now in gusts. Very close to the coast. We're still, again, lopsided. Everything is all on the eastern side of the storm. You can see that in the colors. But the fact that this air is being forced up into this little cove here called the mouth of the Mississippi, and the water's shallow off the coast of Mississippi, you're pushing all that water in and holding it up. The wind has come down, the water's come down a little bit. We're also heading more toward lower tide, so that helps us out there. But look at Bay Waveland Yacht Club, still 4.6 feet above mean dry ground. So where you're used to seeing that dry ground line, you're talking about a water rise of 4.6 feet. Anything in that, and we've seen the pictures Chris just showed them at the top of the hour, where we had pretty much inundation in a lot of these areas. So case in point, you watch the tide cycles, then here comes the storm and the storm surge, which you can see right in through there. Now it has peaked and is starting to come down a little bit. But it's going to take a while because of the wind with this thing. Here's Shell Beach, which had the highest. Look at that. Still at 5.95 feet. We're still up there. We haven't come down at all at Shell Beach. So the winds are staying onshore. Even as we go toward a lower tide, we are holding the water up to 6 feet above ground. That's pretty above dry ground. That's pretty amazing indeed. Still some showers and thunderstorms in Florida, but our tornado risk seems to be, at least for the moment, quieting. We're watching this band of heavy rain that's developing in through here. This will move north with the center and also off toward the west as well. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Again, Florida, looking at some showers coming in near Daytona Beach. That one looks kind of interesting. We'll keep an eye on it. Still raining in Columbia, Hamilton, and Suwannee County. We've had 8 to 12 inches of rain here, unfortunately. And earlier on, parts of I-10 eastbound closed from mile marker 262 to 273. And I have not heard if that's cleared yet at all. Rainfall, again, sometimes the radar doesn't estimate what's actually ground truth, but we had ground truth here of almost a foot of rain in some of these spots in Madison County. So incredible amounts of rain indeed. All right, Chris Warren.
Yes, sir.
The rest of the evening looks wet for a lot of people, especially along I-10.
It does, and one of those people is Felicia Combs, Weather Channel meteorologist in Biloxi, Mississippi, where we have been seeing Felicia. The rain heavy at times. We first came to you a few hours ago, really getting crushed there. How are things now? Looks like you got a little bit of wind happening.
Yeah, the wind has been coming and going, ebbing and flowing, but I will say we're kind of out of the rain right now. The rain is not even falling, so we're getting a little bit of a break from the rain, but we've seen so much rain already that this area, in fact, all of southern Mississippi just about is under a flash flood warning. Keesler Air Force Base is not far from us, and they've seen more than 7 inches of rain since late yesterday morning. So the rain really continuing to add up, and we know we're not done with it yet, so I do think the flash flooding issue is going to continue to be a problem. The winds gusting going to continue to be an issue as well as they're coming and going. You can kind of see the stop signs behind me, the trees blowing around a little bit. Now, this is not to say that it's crazy windy out here, but it is definitely gusty at times, stuff that you don't want to be out in. You've got some debris flying around and things of that nature. Now, you can also make out this water behind me. This is the Mississippi Sound, the Gulf of Mexico. And you can kind of see the white caps on here. This is not something that you would typically be seeing. That is very uncharacteristic of this body of water. Also, this is low tide. We're heading toward low tide at 10:30 tonight. So typically you would kind of see the water definitely not up this far, but it has definitely receded from what we were seeing earlier this morning around noon when we were at high tide. So that's the good news. The problem with this is we're going to continue with this persistent onshore wind, and it's the onshore wind that shoves that wind energy up toward the shore, and then you start to see the storm surge problems. We actually spoke with Mayor Gillich of Biloxi a little bit earlier, and he was talking about some of the issues that we were seeing earlier with people venturing out and getting stuck.
Now, PD and the fire department, blocking off the paths to get stuck in the water, and there's been a number of extractions. I wouldn't call it rescue, but people just follow one another and they wind up with a stalled car. And we're actually, making some efforts to minimize that and bring people out and get a record so we can pull them out too.
And a good chunk of Highway 90 is closed. We'll keep bringing you what's going on here in Biloxi, as I do expect the conditions to stay bad through tonight. I want to get over to meteorologist Mike Seidel in Grand Isle, where you've had your fair share of flooding problems in that area as well, Mike.
Yes, they have not been on the Gulf side. They've been on the other side, the Barataria Bay side. But here, the tide has been going out now since noontime officially. High tide was at 10:55 Central. But we're still getting waves that come up and take over the entire beach. Typically, where the water is right now, and even farther out, that's high tide. So the water is still running above average. Our next high tide is tomorrow, a little before lunchtime. You can see the water running up. By the way, water temps running above average as they are in most of the Gulf of Mexico. Right here, the water temp, oh my gosh, 84 degrees. That is about ideal as far as I'm concerned. Let's show you what it looks like, though, on the other side of the island, on the other side of Louisiana Route 1. These are the neighborhoods where a lot of the locals stay. This town has a population year-round of just under 2,000, but it does swell to about 20,000 on weekends in the summer. And you can see what we drove through on this old Army vehicle. We appreciate the mayor taking us around, giving us a tour. 2, 3, 4 feet of water. Some of the pumps they have set up were still submerged, so they couldn't turn those on, but we were in other areas where the levee back there, which is only about 4 feet, held, and they had some of the pumps on to pump the water back into the bay. So you get a sense of the advantage of a bigger levee. On this side, on the Gulf side, the bay, the levee right now is at 10 to 12 feet, so that saves us a lot of certainly pain and agony when the water gets up. Winds are now southwest. They're going to be increasing overnight. The center has now gone on to our north. Over in Port Fourchon, the observation there, west winds at 8, and that's not far from here. They picked up 1.97 inches of rain, and their peak wind gust was 41 miles an hour overnight, and with a squall this morning. That's when we got most of our rain in this area, with a couple of squalls. Meanwhile, today it's been basically calm. We've had one good shower, and now we're just getting some light rain. But again, the wind's going to come back off the water. That's going to keep the water up higher than average. Rip currents, the undertow, at least through tomorrow into Tuesday morning, Chris. And we're still going to see probably at least some gusty squalls where that feeder band comes in across the coast. Exactly where that sets up, if it's over this area, over towards Burris or Venice, or farther to the west, remains to be seen. But we're not out of the woods yet as far as some squally weather late tonight and certainly through Monday, midday Monday and early Monday afternoon.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're also not out of the woods yet when it comes to storm surge, with still a long ways to go with some onshore winds. This is from Gulfport, Mississippi, a little bit earlier. This is a time lapse, but just knowing this is happening with today's daylight hours, and not even all of the daylight hours, but a period of time today. Look how quickly the water comes in. And you saw initially some waves, and then going all the way across the road here, and eventually into some areas, parking lots or businesses on the other side here. The water, the persistent winds pushing that water up and over. Oof. And you can even see, Jim, I don't know if you can notice, you can even see off to the right, towards the end there, you can even see after it goes across the road, it goes up a little bit. It's still kind of raising.
And there's a point in there where it kind of has a quick rise, right?
Yeah.
And then once it gets up to that level, the waves that you usually see out in the Gulf there and on the beach are essentially just ripple right across the top of the surge. So, I mean, you essentially become a part of the Gulf of Mexico. So people are coming out, they're checking it out, even living there all their lives. This, frankly, is a kind of what I would call a slow surge. But there's a little bump up there that comes up at the end, Chris, that, that's what gets you. And that's why we need people to get out of the way of the storm surge. That's why we have loss of life.
And storm surge, Galveston 1900, the deadliest natural disaster in U.S. history.
Katrina, I should say. This was Katrina territory back in 2005, where we had 28 feet of storm surging through here. And I'm telling you, I've never seen water come up that fast in my entire life. Think about 20 feet in about 30 minutes. Just incredible.
And all this to say, though, is that each storm behaves differently.
Yes.
The surge is not always going to behave the way it does at one storm versus another. The size of the storm makes a difference. Let's take a look at Waveland here. And in Waveland, Mississippi, this also shows kind of a similar deal here. We see waves in the sky, really, of rain that are going by, and waves in the water going over the breakwater there, the barrier. And look how high some of these waves get at a time, the splashes.
Yeah, it almost looks like the wind's picking up, right? A little bit, kind of splashing the waves a little bit higher. But then comes the water, and then comes the inundation, where the waves just kind of roll right in across from that. Again, this area is no stranger to waves and storm surge. And you know what's amazing, Chris, is people don't remember back in 2008, but we had this kind of surge even higher from Ike. And Ike came into Galveston.
Yeah.
Okay, so the size of the storm plays a huge role.
And you're talking about Ike in Florida, right?
I'm talking about Ike that went into Galveston.
Yeah. No, but the surge went all the way around the Gulf.
Yeah, went all the way. Yeah, it went all into the Florida Panhandle. You're exactly right. Yeah, this is Waveland again along
this is today.
Beachfront Boulevard.
This isn't history that we were talking a little bit about here.
This is today, where the water pretty much inundated this entire Beachfront Boulevard area. In some cases, I don't know if it was this area we were looking at, Chris, but we saw stop signs that were almost
this is it,
underwater.
right there.
Yeah, 5, 6 feet. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Typically, on average, that pole's 5 feet, then another 2 feet on top of that for the sign. So that gives you an idea how high that water is.
And this road looks like it takes you over to the pier, which it also appears that the water goes all the way up. There's the pier right there. It looks like you could almost take a boat and drive it out onto the pier.
Isn't that wild? I mean, yeah, and that's all salt water inundation that came in there. So the heavy rain, just horrible. And you were mentioning earlier, you think the pier's underwater.
Yeah, because you look at that. See, just to the left of the pier, you can see how the water, there's foam kind of breaking.
It breaks through it, yeah.
And it breaks right through it, yeah. Right into it.
And that's not the only pier. We may have water inundation problems. There's a lighthouse pier in Biloxi that they're in fear of having been severely damaged there. Really, I think catching a lot of people off guard. And I think Felicia put it pretty well earlier when she said, we're not even in the cone. And people think that that's not an impact cone. It never, ever has been an impact cone. It is the cone for the track of the storm, and that is it, based on error over time. And yeah, it's gotten a little bit smaller, and it's going to get smaller, obviously, the closer you get to landfall. But the fact is these impacts, Chris, they went all the way into Florida. As we talked about, a foot of rain up there in Madison County in the northern part of the state. Interstate 10 still closed right now at mile marker 262 going eastbound.
And then at least an EF1 tornado in the Orlando area as well.
That was yesterday. Today, I think there was another one in Lake City. Don't know what that one's going to be, the Weather Service. I think in Jacksonville. We'll have to go out to Columbia County and check that out. But this is just amazing. Water is as far as the eye can see being pushed up by Cristobal. Amazing.
And this is one chapter of the storm. I don't know how many chapters there's going to be with this, because this storm is actually going to exit through Canada. Which is remarkable as well.
It is, and when it does that, it'll have a deeper low-pressure center than it has right now.
So it could be stronger in a sense, right?
So it's going to be stronger, and some of the European wind guidance suggests 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds coming over Chicago on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. So we're not done with this by any stretch of the imagination. So that is that I-10 that we looked at. Okay, so there's I-10. Some of the pictures that we're looking at there. Not much traffic.
Don't see any cars.
You can actually see the water, Chris, on the left side.
Yeah, it looks like
just
there's
above storm surge.
Looks like a pond in the middle, and then the surge on the left, or not surge, but it's the flooding. But yeah, it looks like it.
It's not. It's this rainfall. It's the rainfall risk, because they had a foot of rain there.
But that storm surge, even though landfall has been made, the whole right side of the storm is a big one, and it's got a ways to go before we're done with that. So can't rule out more of this along the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, winds have come down a little bit. Water in spots has come down a little bit. But Shell Island continues to stay up around 6 feet above mean dry ground. So as long as that wind stays up, it keeps pushing that water. The water's going to stay up as well.
Is that net carbs or total?
That's right. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms likely. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Got some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now showing some of the flooding and surge there in Pass Christian in Mississippi. Looks like a military Humvee making it through here, and that's what they're designed for, though, right? And we look at, see some of the debris from earlier some of the possibly some seagrass or maybe some actual beach grass as well, and the waves still coming in and the leftover water. We've been seeing a lot of different flooding, either surge or heavy rain from Louisiana to Florida. And we want to go right now to Louisiana on the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain. It's where we find meteorologist Chris Bruin there in Hammond, Louisiana. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Chris, the rain's let up a little bit, but looking at the radar, let's pull the radar up and we'll show you what we're monitoring. We've got a band not far away that's had some very intense rainfall with it, and that's starting to swing in. So it'll be interesting to see how conditions change in the next 20 to even 30 minutes from now as that starts to push in. I expect winds to pick up, and also the intensity of the rain. That could cause some minor flooding around the city. Right now, it's just been, a steady breeze. The winds haven't really been all that bad. Of course, we're a little bit more protected in Hammond. We're not on the lake shore and we're not on the coast. We're also a little bit higher in elevation, so storm surge isn't an issue. You can see the winds here, the brisk, but nothing that's causing any power outages, nothing that's causing any damage. Certainly something that we can manage here. The problem is overnight, we may end up with some intense bands to produce those 40, 50, even 55 mile per hour gusts. The heaviest winds, though, have really been along the coast, well east of the center. You saw Mike Seidel's shot. Pretty tranquil on the core, and again, so many people focus on the core. This wasn't even your typical tropical storm to begin with. So much dry air it was contending with. Even just driving from central Louisiana to here, it's a night and day difference. We had pretty much no rain west of Baton Rouge all afternoon long. We're starting to see some of those showers work in, but the winds were also pretty tranquil as well. So really from I would say Hammond up towards Mandeville, North Shore, Lake Pontchartrain, and then certainly east. That's where the worst the weather is, and that's where it will continue to be problematic as we go into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, though, we are going to get a wind shift. Of course, our storm, tropical storm Cristobal probably weakening at that point, becoming a depression, moving into Mississippi, heading up towards Arkansas and up the Mississippi River Valley. Here's the thing. You get the winds that will be shifting, and then once you get that pull off of the Gulf of Mexico, we may actually have some of the worst weather in Louisiana as those bands set up. So tomorrow's still going to be a dicey day here, especially from New Orleans down towards even places like Grand Isle, where it's pretty much tranquil right now, but where those individual bands start to set up and pull that moisture source right off the Gulf as our whole tropical storm lifts northward, that's when we could have some very heavy rainfall. And keep in mind, at that point, the grounds are super saturated, Jim, and that means flash flooding is going to be all more of a real issue, especially if we were to get it, 2-3 inches per hour in a short period of time.
And what's interesting, Chris Bruin, is the fact that we may not have the elements to produce 2 to 3 inches an hour. In other words, these big convective downbursts, but we've got the slow movement, right? It's only moving north at 7 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So that alone is just going to allow that water to pile up from you essentially northward into southern Mississippi. Great shots, great talk, Chris. We'll talk back and check back with you just a little bit later on. But I want to talk about the problems too in keeping the water up. All right, look at the wind. This is real-time data. All right, kind of looking out east of the center, which we know is back in here, right? Look at this. You go out 200 miles offshore. These go to the legend, 30 to 50 miles per hour. That's just still gusting and forcing that water up into the Mississippi Delta. And once it gets in there, it cannot get out. And it's shallow off the Mississippi coast. They're very surge prone, as you can see. And I think I caught a lot of people off guard today, certainly with what they got. Let's take you actually to, I think, Bay St. Louis is where we find Charles Peak. And then I want to get back to these winds here in just a second. Do we have that, Christina? Do we have his? Yeah, there. Okay, so Peak's in Bay St. Louis. Now, this is the biggest town as you head west toward Louisiana. Just came out of Pass Christian, okay? So going through neighborhoods and through here, certainly this is all fresh water coming down out of the sky. This isn't flooding, certainly, that was caused, if you see puddles here, from water that's come up, certainly from the Gulf of Mexico. But this, at least from this vantage point, from what I'm seeing on this video, is what's coming out of the sky. And you can see it is still pouring here. As a matter of fact, he is just getting into looking at the radar, a very heavy band of rain. It may last maybe 10 minutes or so, but it is coming down. And this is the kind of rain, like I was just talking about with Chris Bruin, as this rotates north. Granted, it may not be, frog strangling kind of rain, but it's moving so slowly to the north that it's going to add up each hour and potentially get into some flash flooding in through here. So here's the wind. Not only do you have that rain coming out, so think about it, where Charles is, that's all coming down. That water's trying to get back out to the Gulf of Mexico. So you've got winds that are coming in a lot of these areas out of the southeast. So let's see here, where right here is about where Bay St. Louis, actually right here, that's where Bay St. Louis is. And you got all these winds coming in out of the southeast, holding the Gulf of Mexico up. It's coming down a little bit because the winds are just backing off a hair. But as that water tries to get out, it's having a hard time doing so. And this holds true for a lot of places. If you've ever listened to us when we talk about flooding in Charleston, South Carolina, or Mobile, Alabama, you're having the same problem tonight. Heavy rain coming down with the wind holding it in. We're still at the Waveland Yacht Club, 4.4 feet above. We've seen the peak of the surge past that area. Shell Island, I think, is still up high to nearly 6 feet here, so that's above mean dry ground. That's a pretty high water level for certainly a storm that came in as weak as it did across the southern parts of Louisiana.
At Fisher Investments.
Sunday at 9, only on the Weather Channel.
This thing encompasses most of the Gulf of Mexico, not just Louisiana, but storms all the way to Florida.
It's a 2.4-foot water rise here at Dauphin Island, easily visible here.
This is about the water. It's about the rainfall. It's about the storm surge over the next 24, 48 hours.
Welcome back to our coverage of Tropical Storm Cristobal. Here's what we know at this hour in the Weather Channel. It did make landfall as a tropical storm at 5 o'clock Central Time in southeast Louisiana. 5,000 customers without power in Louisiana. City of New Orleans issues voluntary evacuation order for areas outside of the levee system in Orleans Parish, including Venetian Isles, Lake Catherine, and Irish Bayou.
One area hit hard by coastal flooding is Pascagoula, Mississippi. Let's bring in my good friend Andrea Patino on the phone. She's been dealing with the storm all day with her family. Andrea, great to talk to you tonight. It was kind of interesting just texting with you a little bit. And I thought, you know what, let me have you tell everybody what it's like going through that. Nowhere near or inside the cone with this one. Were you a little surprised at what Cristobal did in Pascagoula?
Yes, I mean, it was more than I thought it was going to be, but I mean, being a tropical storm, the water was already surging yesterday before rain even came, because we were running by the beach in Ocean Springs, and it was already surging up. Like, you could see the docks and the piers were already getting flooded. And the streets today are all like, all my friends that live on the beach, they're all flooded right now. And so that's some of the footage I was sending in was of their houses and their roads. And then we had no power for a little bit in my house, and then some of my street didn't have power, but other people still did. So, but it's definitely windy.
So you mentioned your friends on the beach flooded. Can you describe to what extent is it the water in their homes? Is it just up to the front of their doors? How extensive is the flooding?
Okay, yeah. Let me clarify. It's not in their house, but it's all the way surging to in the street, so they can't even. You know, if a car does go, it's pretty high, so they really can't drive on the road right in front of the beach, and all the piers are under.
Yeah, and I've been on that road too, so it's tough when the water comes up. So let's talk about the power outage. What time did you lose power? And you said it came back on. How long were you without power?
I was lucky. It was probably about around 5 o'clock or so. It went out. I was in the middle of cooking, and it went out, and then I checked with my neighbors, and they all lost theirs. But then the people across the other neighborhood, they didn't lose theirs. So it's kind of weird how it hit, because the wind was just, gushing. My pool was overflowing with water, and limbs were just kind of going everywhere. Like it just, just kind of hit all at once. And then it only lasted like maybe less than an hour. I was without power.
Right.
So it wasn't as long as it could have been.
Well, listen, great talking to you.
Yeah.
I hope I see you again on the lake and not on your beach. Okay,
yes,
as we go on through the summer. Well, welcome to hurricane season 2020. Again, my friend Andrea Patino and her family writing this out, dealing with it in Pascagoula in Mississippi. So we are not done with this. The legacy so far will be known as the storm surge, the flooding, the tornadoes in Florida. But I'm very concerned about getting this jet stream energy, which, by the way, is producing snow in Idaho and Nevada right now. Just to give you an idea what we got going on back there. But as this moves north, as Cristobal moves north, it is going to get a little injection of this. And there's not a lot of data on how these are impacted. Sometimes they just get shot up or slingshotted up. But sometimes the energy can get entrained into the storms themselves. They can go and deepen as extratropical cyclones. And it looks like from all the guidance, this storm will have a deeper pressure leaving the United States than it did coming in. Now, granted, this may be just a few millibars, but it's going to have an even wider wind field than it has now potentially. And there's a core of heavy rain that is going to come up out ahead of this thing. This is the moisture surge. It's going to come right around the ridge and get caught up with the cold front. That's going to come up through St. Louis. First, Arkansas. We got Arkansas tomorrow. Then Missouri. Okay, and these are areas that have been hit hard with rainfall. Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and then up into Canada and through here. And some of the guidance, the European guidance, is a little bit alarming because they have some 30 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this as it comes northeast. All right, now think about that. I mean, we haven't even had 60 mile an hour wind gusts yet with it down on the coast. So now you throw a little mid-latitude jet stream into the mix and things get interesting. Now this will be Tuesday night into Wednesday night that this will occur. So here you can see the low coming north. It's decoupled from the front, but that doesn't mean we haven't gotten some injection of mid-latitude jet energy. It almost certainly looks like a low-pressure storm where you have the big comma, precip shield, and that'll be heavy rain. And even though it'll be advancing north, it will be heavy rain. Here's a look at the wind forecast into St. Louis, into Chicago. You see that kind of secondary red there? If you go up, you're sitting there 55, 65 miles per hour with that wind. So we're showing some pretty strong gusts here Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, heading all the way up toward the Great Lakes. And then look at the backside of this. Holy smoke, we get it again with the next low pressure system, the true mid-latitude low. Again, the book is not closed on this one. We're, let's say, in the first chapter of 3.
With Dish, you on the Weather Channel.
All right, guys, Cristobal on shore as of 5 p.m. local time, but the action is not done. Let's take you into Volusia County, Florida. Yeah, well, hundreds of miles east of the center here. We've got a tornado warning, which is coming in toward Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, and also South Daytona. As you can see, we kind of have two clusters of storms in through here, and the tornado hook is about right in here, and the second one down to the south. So kind of going back in time, you see it right there. Then the Weather Service issued it, obviously, when they saw that, and now it has moved north and east into what we call the range-fold. There's kind of an area where the radar data does not come in clear, so it just sadly goes to a color and kind of blocks out what could be the data. But we know there's something there, right? It's probably going to be a little rain-wrapped, as of course now that it's nighttime too. Daytona Highlands High Ridge Estates, also Ormond Beach at about 8:56. So yeah, we're not too far from all this as it continues to move north at about 40 miles per hour in a north-northeast fashion. More rain all the way up again into the west of the I-95 corridor. It is still raining in Columbia, Hamilton, and Suwannee counties. We've had 8 to 12 inches of rain here, and according to my producer, Christina, she says, hey, Jim, Interstate 10 still closed at mile marker 262. So that's the deal. There's Westlake, 1179. Oh, Shane, you found a bigger one. That's a co-op station there. 24-hour rainfall total. A lot of this has been happening today with that rain, and you can see that pod of heavy rain, both encompassing 75 and also I-10. So major interstates have had huge amounts of water. I-10 eastbound, though, at 262 is what's closed. All right, so they just issued a new flash flood warning out for the Pensacola Beach area. This is kind of this tail band which stretches all the way to the north and right over Hammond, Louisiana, which is where Chris Bruin is. So this is just sitting here over Pensacola. Something to watch. We'll have to what we call nowcast this. There's also another band that's getting organized to the southwest of Biloxi. So Felicia Combs could get hammered again with that rainfall as it moves on to the north. And Chris, again, the fact that the storm is moving north at 7 miles per hour, we don't have huge, deep, heavy thunderstorms that are producing 3 to 4 inches an hour in that regard, but they're producing that because they're just lasting so long. It's tropical downpours over a long period of time.
Right, and we've seen them already. The soil's prime already. There's already water in places there usually isn't water, and meteorologist Felicia Combs knows that. She has seen some of the heavy rain in Biloxi, Mississippi. Let's go to Felicia right now. And Felicia, we're looking at the radar. You got another round coming through. Still a little bit of wind here at the moment, but can you kind of walk us through what you've seen today and how things have been going there?
Yeah, Chris, we were checking out the radar as well, and I was like, we've got a little bit of a break, but I think that this band is going to continue to fill in, and we're going to be back in the rain very shortly. So earlier today, it started early this morning that we had flooding roads. The Highway 90 was flooded, and I'm talking about a good amount of flooding to the point that they had to close Highway 90 for a bit, but now it has mostly reopened. You can kind of see it here behind me. That is the good news. However, I will say I don't know how great of news it is that it is opened, because we've seen more people kind of venturing out. And now's really not the time to do that, as we are still under a flash flood warning. So we had a flash flood warning that was set to expire around 5 p.m. and then that was extended. So we have another flash flood warning for the Biloxi area. In fact, for most of the Gulf Coast of Mississippi until 10:15 tonight. And here's why. While we have a break in the rain right now, the ground is saturated. Keesler Air Force Base, that is just a little bit to the west of us, has seen more than 7 inches of rain since late yesterday morning. So that is quite a bit of rain in a short amount of time. So the flash flood warning ongoing here in Biloxi, a flood watch encompassing a good portion of southeast Louisiana until Tuesday, because we expect the rain to keep coming in. And that's not it. You'll notice we've got obviously the winds still gusting, and then also we've got that worry of storm surge as well. You can kind of see some of the water behind me. That's actually a parking lot behind me, but it looks more like a lake because the storm surge has just completely inundated that, and we're not done with it yet. We actually have low tide at 10:35 tonight, so we're seeing some of the water recede, but we've got another round of high tide around 12:30 tomorrow, and we'll have to watch the storm surge around that time as well. So lots to keep an eye on here, Chris. Multiple threats ongoing at Biloxi. Now is not the time to get out and about, even though you think it might be kind of slowing down.
Yeah, Felicia, thank you so much. You make a great point as well about low tide. Some of what we're seeing and continue to see right now happening on the way to low tide. So thank you so much, Felicia Combs, reporting there in Biloxi, Mississippi. And again, keep that in mind as we look at the city of Waveland's Veterans Memorial here, with the flags whipping around and the water pushing all the way over. And you can tell this is absolutely flooded and inundated by water when you see the waves splashing through the fence and splashing onto and into some seats here. See some of the park benches, if you will, on the left and on the right here. So our storm tracker, Charles Peak, has been out there. Jim, when you look at this, and we're going to talk to Charles coming up here in a little bit as he's been driving around. But what are you thinking when you look at this, Jim?
Yeah, well, I mean, right now, Shane just tells me we're 4.4 feet in terms of the height of the water above normal dry ground. So that's the high. That's the how high the water is right now. You can see, Chris, certainly with the waves here and the wave action, it's enough to kind of splash over this area. People forget, back in 2005, Katrina went through here and literally destroyed every inch and rearranged every inch of the Mississippi coastline. They took the true landfall of Katrina, and so much of this area has been rebuilt and built up higher in a lot of areas, but you can't raise the whole coastline. So there are low points, certainly, that the water gets to flow in on. But this is certainly a reminder of how prone we are to storm surge along the Mississippi coast, Chris.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right here, right now. This storm is a long ways to go. In fact, hours here on the coastline and then days to go as it moves inland as far north as Wisconsin.
One specific person.
Mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 83 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 73. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms likely. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, and heavy rain still falling here in Hammond, Louisiana. We're about an hour north of New Orleans on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, about 10 miles away from the shoreline. Thanks for joining us here on this Sunday night as you're joining in, getting updated on what's happening in the Gulf Coast. We have had an official landfall. However, the problems are far from over, and you can see that by the images and video that's continuing to pour in off of the Mississippi and Louisiana Gulf Coast. Storm surge inundation of over 4 to 5 feet in some cases. So it's impressive to see that type of rise of water in only a tropical storm, and also far from the center of circulation. But it goes to show you the vulnerability of the coastline here. Very low line. Doesn't take a very strong tropical entity, hurricane or even strong tropical storm, to cause flooding when it comes to storm surge and water rise. Rainfall and flash flooding is going to be the big story now. And what you see right here in Hammond, we're going to continue like this through the overnight, and especially where those heaviest bands set up. It's hard to pinpoint because you could end up 5 miles away and you don't get nearly as much as your friends do just down the road. That's how the nature of these tropical bands are. And what you see here is headed for places like Little Rock, Chris, up into Missouri, St. Louis, even Chicago. Expect similar scenes like this by the middle of the week.
Yeah, so true, Chris. This has got a long ways to go. Thank you so much, meteorologist Chris Brown. We want to go now to our storm tracker, Charles Peak, Waveland, Mississippi. We've been looking at some of Charles's pretty wild pictures. I believe this is in this is Biloxi. I think this is where Felicia is currently located. But we do have Charles. He has been driving around. We've been seeing some of the surge. Here it is, Waveland. And hey, Charles, thanks for taking the time to speak with us. I know you're out, covering the storm, being the eyes on the ground for us. Can you give us an idea first of what we're looking at, and also kind of what you've seen throughout the day?
Yeah, Chris, this is the Waveland Veterans Memorial here right on the bay, and you can see the onshore winds coming right now directly at me, and at times causing some waves to kick up 15 feet or so in the air there. The surge in this area was about 5 feet earlier. It has receded some. There was an area a little while ago that I saw where the watermark was, and it's receded about 18 inches now at the yacht club. So it has gotten better, but very difficult to get around. When I was in Pass Christian, the road after road after road was flooded and closed, and had to find a different path. In some cases, trees down on power lines. Talked to the utility company, and they said there's numerous trees that have been blown over onto power lines, and they're dealing with that tonight as well.
All right, Storm Tracker Charles Peak, thanks so much for that update. We certainly do appreciate it, and of course, stay safe out there. We know you will, but never hurts to hear it more than once. And we want to go now to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori. A lot to get to, Jim. We can talk to Charles for quite some time here, but we want to get in to some of the warnings that we're dealing with. We remember, too, tornado warnings are still something that we have to be concerned about.
And this kind of is the tail of the tape, isn't it, Chris? Hundreds of miles from the center. Yeah. We're dealing with real active weather. We've had over our first foot measured rainfall in Sewanee, Georgia. Sewanee, Florida, and Sewanee County there. And now this tornado warning here around the Daytona Beach area. If there's been a tornado here, it's probably pushing just off the coast as we speak, or just down toward the beach, I should say, as opposed to into Daytona Beach right here. Not showing much, but still, let it move off. Let the tornado warning get discontinued. There you can see it right there. That's where it looks like it's tracked, just to the north of the city center, or pretty close to it. And now it's heading, looks like right on the beach at the present time from this. Yeah, Shane, that's just zoom right in. So there's Ormond Beach, or Daytona's down to the south. Here's the actual coastline. So this is now is pushing, again, right toward those beaches, and pushing between Ormond and Daytona Beach. All right, so here's the problem. We got this surge in deep tropical moisture started last week for Florida. we had heavy rain just about everywhere. You remember the couple times we had a foot of rain in Stewart. Then you, of course, have the surge of moisture with the tropical entity itself, which is also coming north. You'll notice that very likely chance for flooding tonight in southern Mississippi, northern Louisiana here, as we watch that heavy rain, almost an east-west band here from Pensacola Beach through Mobile, back through very close to where Chris Bruin is in Hammond. This thing's going to just inch toward the north. All right, because remember, the storm center is only moving north at about 7 miles per hour. So this whole band that's associated with, it's almost like a warm front, frankly, that's going to be moving north with tropical downpours. This comes into Arkansas tomorrow and Missouri. We've still got a low pressure system that we're dealing with here. But look at that jet to the west. You know, you never know how these things are going to interact, but let's just put it this way. The guidance, most of the guidance, has a deeper low pressure system exiting the United States than was coming in it from the Gulf of Mexico. You also have a much broader wind field. Take it for what it's worth. We're going to have two threats. Heavy rain will come up through areas that have been very wet of late. All right, soil moisture is very high up and through here. We've had downpours after downpours with thunderstorm complexes. You remember the merging complex we had last week over Missouri? So that gets pulled north with tropical downpours. Then you get this injection of the mid-latitude jet. And some of the guidance, especially the European, has 30 to 60 mile per hour gusts with this coming right up over Chicago, north of St. Louis, into Wisconsin and Michigan. So something we need to watch here as we work our way through Tuesday and Wednesday. Stick around. Mike Bettis, Dr. Rick Knabb, and our live team coverage in the field will continue to update you on Cristobal. We're only in Chapter 1 here, folks.
Your itchy eyes know